Antiana media no mu blame me bebre
Oh, me tiasia.
Because obu okra for you to beg him say get me this document. On person de be ma na me de command na say ye ko chime oh ye society no ye sura de me Bobie Ansah de say me abaya adwuma mu na me hwe na nkwase say na mudia me ye pie ni ma gya adwuma but don't say yeah society no the way we are brought up no
yeah actually no yeah some work on it. Instead me person me release we
okay
we are now ready
munye because it's very important me war challenge and my challenge you know a comma both administrations because now we have only two alternatives. I keep on telling people that look, don't tell me you don't care about politics. Because you wake up every day and politics they control everything you do, the water you drink, the light the food, your clothes, everything, the fuel you buy. So be interested. Come up with your opinions, your thoughts. Now when we put on microphone like this, say me boss me akatu probably I may not be sitting on a Accra FM. But when you put on microphone, I want to be a partner. I want to be part. So when I hear a media practitioner say me a neutral, I feel like you are a thief. Like you are for because when and this in the end this year the Bonia unim, and this year the MPP are the Bonia unim, where are the Papa unim, where are the you don't know. You should be able to tell that this one is wrong, this one is right. I mean, we should be able to decide. So my point is say sanya ma ye bobo anu nyina no aduane asem de me ko ba bia I keep on talking about food.
Very important.
Say aduane
very important.
Many am musa we Ansah ne akoya asem so wo gidi say Ghana e betumi aduru ba bia aduane be cheaper.
Say a person ye betumi aye.
How?
A person ye ya.
How? Tell me how.
Let me tell you. One. On my no e say you problems being na UFPC every sector. And how do you address them? Na aye. Offer your document ni na every year policies and your program. We have done a very comprehensive assessment of our problems. We know the solution. Yenim say ebano irrigation a major factor. Yenim so on my way no ye Ansah here.
Obo irrigation so jana me no nantesa enso num kakra. Say Ghana, are we still practicing seasonal cropping?
Yes.
Or
most of the time, because we share.
No, this government told us that.
What I mean, we share your irrigable lands. Let us say, in Ansah a potential. Say to me, I hear irrigation was so. On my no share potential now, and no share the so far now. We have done less than 10%. Yes, and this according to Ghana Irrigation Authority for Makasomu data.
Things are saying that
in Ansah your potential. Say able to me develop a dams no. Yeah, just
now they are supporting farming.
Farming, yeah, less than 10%.
If you come and Kroma pencil,
yeah, I will pa just to MSM highlight. One village, one dam. One program now are binded by you know. We share idea now. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because we share Northern Ghana. Ne ewian ebusia untumi enya hwe this is started the idea is ran ko be mo dam nanka the whole year do be cropping no it was great, but then you see one almost the contract mo konfo mo experience say almost me etutu dams konfo the contract no ono okobe bia ebi obe engage community ni say me mamu dam si won no o engage no akope on one site at all. Dams also yanye niye. Dry season okowa iso na asa. Na for each dam no you see you spending 250,000 Ghana cedis a year dam back. Now what's now dreams on money in year and I say yes. And
the basement say sad dams ne ebi wo ho ohun bi.
Okwa wo say dam no ye two efom. Nti ebi wo ho okwa bo say two efom like they've dug the place. What you say? Insuonim. Ebi so what they tunu no so dangerous in so to na overflow na come
foul
because yeah move from the dugout you to from the to but dam ne dam sa
even but no defense
defense you see 250,000 to millions are defense now open until you boka on mine o check record some year almost 146 dams into come multiply 146 by 250,000 a car your boy for down soon. I don't know. In there we are.
But even the budget no crowd more try for Saudi and it's more than
in there we are boy with the Northern Ghana get a down bend that supported that is in family. The second part I real. Palugu multi-purpose dam.
Aha. Mete said me bow educate me any a TF4. Me I said last week.
Yes.
And I mean so be at the to Facebook say omo the contract them man Chinese
phobia.
Yes. What happened?
It's Obekaya in 2019.
Yeah.
His Excellency Nanadu and a buy machinery no. Omo call Palugu. Omo call Kati sort for a Palugu dam no. Now Palugu dam now it is a multi-hydro dam. Now just say apart from Serema Insio for agric no, also for electricity. Into multi-purpose. Now, almost to me say dam we are able to cover over 26,000 hectares of land. For Greek, yes. That's how huge.
Ononkwa bet me feed 26,000 hectares of
land. We share design of the dam now. That's the plan. Into here no, Nana do call Palugo Hokate so. In fact, it needs year papa. In so way there a year transformational. 2 years down the line, yenteshi into your core site. Mania, you do site on contractors now that the normal short cutting. Almost see some structures, no some see there, almost see almost structure. Structures in on my packy. Nyama matoto, they say in Bobo near here and community man. On my tongue, I'm a community phone. Meaning they are not coming back. And we're like, how come? And just in Drana meeting say apparently no, the state spent over $1 million or so on that facility.
$1 million.
Bro, just a check we know in Drana. I'm say public account from the figure nearby.
And no, I'm gonna tell you.
Public accounts from the figure nearby. Amount no amount spend no. Who call site to a unkuhushi or site.
No, but Ghana government Ecopesica funds to do that project. Yes, sir. And the funds no running more than the $1 million.
The total budget for the dam no over $900 million.
And the Abaninsa and Kesika no ana so omo disika no ana say no which is which is
one the entire say on what who near ready ya on what basis do you go and cut a short I want to scan ready almost a COVID Russia in the sea. Yes but what cut here dam in 2019 now the time what cut here now COVID Russia and buy so that one next can war until how all of a sudden this is scanning you to me and to dam no
COVID that is cano
on top of that, you know, you could His Excellency that the Baumia.
Yeah.
He had
to use your microphone.
He had to him say, this is the issue about the dam. And he acknowledged say, a idea beboa. Na Abano had plans for me, but you've been too much money. And Abano air plan say, or going to arrangement with either private entities. A Bioma in PPP. Normal almost facility.
Ah, boy.
Yes, okay. Well, then, no campaign, your pennies at least. They hear say,
BBO.
This facility. No. Since that time, the following that year na budget no almost is 200 million cedis. So on for
the
Palugu no 2022 budget no.
I want to man kind
200 million now budget no so do allocate to Palugu. Oko hwa hwini ho.
Any sas can away.
Any. Ghana dem was it's the enemy can say problems so I say anymore we know what you are supposed to do but we are dancing around the issues yeah dance na musika na obi ethnic council. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Right. When we anchor GMOs, you know, so issues about GMOs.
Yeah.
Besides issue we make say one can want so much. I could tell free in the ladies are there, and he signed, right? So it has come to stay.
Well, we also share GMOs now.
Okay, so educate me on it.
We share GMOs now. Emra, and now the guide GMO processes.
Okay.
Now Ghana has in 2015, and now on my penny I sent to sign for the establishment of a National Biosafety Authority. Now, so authority and regulate the commercialization of GMOs or mining. So that was way back in 2015. Now, since that time, it was difficult to say GMO from or mining because not only protection be a message. Say, omo mining no domu seeds no eba, no omo beton seeds no. Now we a farmer. Now we just seed maybe. Now seed now we do no. We try so we be man wa down food. So no sun ko dua. Emra bi ni ho a ebe protect omo. Until they were not interested in coming to Ghana, even do ya pass some ram. Until they don't try to say Ghana be pass emra ebe protect omo rights.
Okay.
As breeders.
Okay.
Until na aban no air forces say yen pass emra na ye friend no. Those times ye friend no plant breeders bill. But no
plant
breeders bill. But no ma pass your friend Plant Variety Protection Act. It is some rano na air protection. They say no money say who the GM we ni ba omo copyrights omo rights to the patent of the crops. It is a way now in French they can sue you. Into with that protection, woman say now it is now easier and conducive to come to enter the Ghanaian market because on pass GMO Biosafety Act 2015. The question is say, since 2015, how come someone for GMO be about mining? Until say you pass PVP Act no 2020, you now pass Act no now they are releasing their varieties to the system because they know. Now GMO no, yeah fear.
Yeah
fear and they say, one, no you say as on my piano, obetuma ton o bear fright amobia. But one thing I should keep, and that's the point I also emphasize here, anyway, Adriani Awubedi as for mine, you should have control of Adriani Awudi.
Because Adriani Awudi Komuno determines who you are.
You should have control.
Yeah.
We share Yankasa as a miner, you ban Adriani seeds, you want different varieties. You call Northern Ghana, near Mount, a bro varieties, you'll be surprised. And now beans varieties, you'll be surprised. You'll be brave, a bit more hard. Resistant to a drought, a busy we short term, be a long term. You'll be brown anymore. Now, say, with that issue never on. Now, say, upon all your varieties, say, oh, mine, and no, enough.
Yeah.
Now, GM will never solve a problem as on mine. And I see, how is that possible? We shall be to say, last year, no, if you a toy,
yeah,
a banner production, we say a money brewer. We did very well. Farmers produce a lot. To the extent you see how call Northern Ghana, and we did all this so that energy and crops were able to produce a lot for the country. Now, problems now you see more solving my and produce more than that, no more no. But you are rather interested in technology. The saddest part is that technology in a bar, it will take the control if you ain't sip and I shall bro. Into the next 5 or 10 years, say we na GMO sister who to mean there.
So young fan say, and no buy a base and menu ya no and who bet me aka says where yan seedling GMO seedling won't mean there.
It is a siano who share varieties on my passing on my pass 3 crops on my pass varieties. First one a cowpea. It's a cowpea no
cowpea no yeah.
Cowpea beans.
Beans okay.
Pass here no 2022. Normal approval.
Beans which is any form of beans.
Baby, beans you are different varieties.
And that mean
normally no almost say GM no ebi you to resist against some pests and yaribi. Into engineer crops and says I are in a bar into me attack crops.
But says I are in a bar near him quite the faso.
That's the point. But almost
yeah.
But that's the point. Almost say that be almost the technology yamai. Into cowpea no my bako. A bro on my varieties bias 8 a bronqua. Enough soya bean on my varieties 6.
But is there any other way you bet me a preserve ye dear no?
You see, there is issue of
you need any way there.
The issue of preservation is very important. You see, our Ghana has here you different forms of seed preservation. You have a traditional system. We call amount for farmers ni fifi, but more we on preserve seeds. In a Ghana, case you have no National Seed Bank. It's all called your various seed varieties are here preserving. What I say, until we have that system in place. Now the problem with GMOs, they say, that system now you want no, but that system no, you need a lot of money to push and invest in it. I just saw this car would invest too much. Those can take
a pen a young person a bay ya na say.
Made them only say interest. Interest there may no mention. What I can say because what should be to say soya bean. That example. We share soya bean markets now. Last time, soya bean we value chain association committee. Now presentation be on year no. We share soya bean export market now. The value of non-GM soya beans no premium price no it was through SGM then. Until your mind now person will penetrate a soya bean market now. Where do you focus on? Is that their price that was through?
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you LD GM soya bean nearby no price no. So you should not say there's an interest somewhere. They are local collaborators are omo kunaive. So omo there obina agent no mu pushing as against the national interest. So that's what the problem is.
In the basement omo ebe
e person in ebe ni. But say the suban way we are looking at for ourselves as against the nation.
We be bringing $50,000 be. Ya create a dollar account amobi ya create a pounds account amobi na abrofidi tumuma no no
okoyidi ntinu or best sacrifice bia. That's how the country is.
Because
seriously it doesn't mean no and undun akribia obisa no say who mine who ye mine who need problems well documented. I didn't na won fa effort no and address issues no.
And the Bismarck, me bow, me buswasem. Would you momony am sorry, me nkwa sorry. And the Bismarck, a ya motor say a catch a gun and penny for so what Jimmy pa atem did. No, what a catch, what a Nadia, and Nadia boom for Nadia, my bow and him.
You're to me. You will share those to be some radio.
No, but Debbie would
you me represent a group, yeah.
Debbie, Mengaza will come, say, so what to say? Bobie, no, say, Ghana Perivoy, Jimmy for pa. Ayana, you say, you said that you did deep we didn't have saw the cast. But what cast already so in your bonnet?
Oh, certain quality.
Because
no, but I get your point.
I didn't be frustrated. Say, what co school? What board degree? What co school approach? Also, old mind to abenya a year civil service you may. Oh, every right to protect or manya will free me. Any generations are ever. What say ya create account a mabos mi biano broni bi to baby chow $50,000. Would the BS fear will crew motor or Land Cruiser? What the any here? When you Jimmy for but down for now, dear. Oh, yeah, dear, oh, yeah, nipper. See a whoa, Nasa Akolashu and him. Because you see, Bible say, Encola, Muni Mwaja, Nemunen. Yes, sir. Namonkwana worry. Oh, we no, verse 7 no. And was say a janum and an anum. Mamma is Sam Colano a roba. Now, or more Yamu Cassetian Casamu Jimmy. And say who your penny near the mine shawonsa. Na wo your mine basabasa she nkrofa roba. We should tell you that you are a very stupid man.
Because
now we have every BIY bit media protected seedlings near the other. But trust me, sometimes before you know back home, I buy and this beba, Jimmy the same Jimmy because and you say NDC as NDC for, but I buy the beba no. Instead, so about tuna near show so okay, I say you be injecting money. Eddie Akwase to protect yen mano.
That's not the interest.
Obi also be by Kwakwa Jenica Krebi. Na where did he? I mean, and me who say more issue statements here. Yana me busame was say Tia Munyam Faso.
But yeah, no, luckily for us, no, a coup of farmers. It's sometimes say system no person will operate here. You also find a way to resist the system. It's for the meantime, you can't remember business say. Once on my yes is available, momo ento.
Chairman,
100%.
Beyond that, no, almost 2 years.
Oh, minimum.
Almost share the next 15 years.
Minimum.
You give up.
Oh, minimum.
Would you hear and say? Where did 65 now?
No, why am I?
Yeah, right. Mamma got baby. That was just one. No.
Yeah, right.
Because I'm not there beyond baby. No. Almost say see Ombenya a year resource. They look at us the next 30, 40 years. Okay, by this 30, 40 years, no. Now, some group we are almost one they are out of the system. Now, no. Yeah, they are so
right.
That's all.
You are very
that's
right.
all.
I think so.
Unfortunately, we can't plan. Say, oh, my baby, 8 years. Mamenya, they are a best sustaining your money for the next 40 years, 50 years. We don't have that plan.
It's true.
Yeah, we don't have that plan. Oh, yeah, never told Rolls Royce, cantonments in Sasi, Wajibi. They say, we shall guy, watch it. Also, they don't care about what happens. I mean, and so what?
You are very right.
Not just in Kobe in Chasso.
And I try to say Chasso.
This Mark, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right.
Yes, we are available anytime.
Pacho, but I'm interested in agri matters. Some more researcher, more framing or time. Me, I'm driving my car. I do much in a minute more. I once me for Santiman. Maybe I pay for offense.
Okay.
So yeah, we acquire him.
Okay.
So I enjoy going to the bush. Yeah. All right, sir. Thank you so much. All right, so that's it. Live on a 100.5 Citizen Show. Become man for sir. Metro at your mama. Start for 13 hash. And betches kakakra. Nyami admire what a holiday. Unya bibi kakra. You get it? And Colano so of you, and Colana Maquai of you. Trouble of you, get it. Charlie, say yes, if we be a Facebook for ya. Come and chase those crazy boys out of the yard. They're running and they're running and they're running away. Oh, they're running and they're running. You can't run away from yourself. Then do this.
better fufra. Ko Edu Motors or no bayen share a mauka fufro. Edu Motors inti truck trolley taxi drivers be brewo chroma. Omu ye car owners. Foul driver's license, 2 passport pictures, and 2 guarantors. Omu ni wechi enko Edu Motors. Net you 10% of car now penable.
Kwame, Opa spend your time as production crew. Check from 2017, 18, 19, 20. Budget allocation to PFG. And that is why the peasant farmers are sitting here telling us that even with the first batch PFG, they don't want to constitute auditing, forensic auditing. How can somebody go and pull a data from somewhere, not the court district office, or say, oh, my supply a year fertilizer 50,000, 100,000 bags near you who's near their mano because your man instruction so a party ba and or ba. And let me say this, me, I'm not a zombie. I'm very sure that there are other policies, there are some 1 or 2 infractions under the NDC administration and Kufuor administration and Rawlings administration. But Kufuor, because he's a criminal, they decided say, Omo betu yentuombe yama na broso. Their data, peasant farmers' data, says it happened across every district. Go and check the amount to know it more. Says getting the and for us to pay a year betu says cano MPP near Jimmy onim nyansentino oka onu etuas kana masa Kufuor afeska e de bia maneba as hotel 6 million abadam say sad and when it ho wafa wadi on phone because your government policy yes here be government propaganda machinery go and defend. And you see, sometimes the reason why I have issues about Kufuor, also what politics move 40 years. You should have done better than Mills Mahama. Yeah. Because with your age, you have seen it all. You saw the mistakes. You saw the loopholes. You saw where we can build on. But you decided to tear it down. If at 2016, Ghana foresaw about inflation 15%. You should have done well to at least, if you can maintain the 15, or even if you can go down, just maintain it. What do you do 24, 25, which is a figures a wawa massage you. Because someone more a Ghana Statistics Service almost through a Kufuor. So they massage the figures and they go and give it to them. You know, to just imagine if we are having the real figures. So Aka Kwabena, what double the 2016? And you are still not shy. You are still not ashamed. You are walking around beating your chest. Abadam. Yeah, Kwame. Look, you see, if we are not able to look anyway. Guta focus here Urajo Mahama. Remember just 2 videos. That was yesterday. Now remember just 2 videos of what transpired. right? What transpired. But my main case same way. Say Orojo Mahame Timia. J. But my a good governance. Come and do something better. But my a good governance. And my who say somebody can do it. You have done it before. You showed us so much respect. Your mama showed us so much respect that even the mere say Obi, I can wa audio so when $1 million will be jai politics crano. You see, JM who Ghana for reaction, and he kicked her out. That is respect. And I know your mama can do better. Give us good governance. That is all what we ask for. What the loan okwagia, the 10%, na 90% no. What the farmer ye? Eko fado kwagia, no awie ni nyina no mache. Chaman kwasiafo boys we num. UGI num foolish boys we kwasiafo we omo mo brother. Near the year, dear Quaji loans near Chama. Neska gugu polytank mu, ska gugu mpase. As we speak, say, Isama ameno. Also, a good for the car, say, my many case name go see. Na ye kasakasa. I'm far. Also, via castle. And go see. Judges, no, be a dear. Oh, yeah, Obia Magina dear. We have a very corrupt judicial system. Very corrupt. Because President Noah say or no lawyer no I predicted what will happen. Just give us good governance. Kwame, Ghana. Opa ye investi ye nyi kronon frio. They invest into farmers. Kwame, if they invest into local farmers, I can be a farmer and I'll benefit. You can be a farmer and you benefit. So at the end of the day, and yes, and this we want to know. Bobie Ansah sorry say me call Jubilee House. Akwa give free money a good polythene bag. That is the problem we are having. Atamis was my friend. Mama was my friend. Mimini NDC and took that for 8 years. Never. I don't want to depend on state money. Never. Dominic Kisi from UK to US, Guyana, where Dominic Kisi na memanoko. And yes, mean to me, but I don't want to depend on state money. That is why I've been able to live for 8 years without going to any MPP member. I want to prove that I can live without state money. I can live. I can survive. Me, I can survive. 8 years. So let the government invest in farming. Mikro mampo asase ho mekwa kwa yebi. And I'll be fine. She said, I'll rehosem. What a yet local a form printed books. Any school in Tare. Kwame, now what the Malibanese ni. Obi catches what Jimmy was who did matem. Nakanda penny abre. Say we did penny for them. No more Jimmy and me and can't also who are Jimmy for pa. So to be a sardiano. Kwame, young guys and no bar. Young guys. What's saying on just like that? Only a Ghana fool. They voted for MPP. Bako Papa ye MPP DC. But me and family MPP ni ye or a Ghana ni. Why not? Last time we didn't listen to them. We copy accident so. After na menko yese ni pano ya MPP ni ana or ya NDC ni. ɔyɛ nipa ɔyɛ Ghana ni sɛ mɛtumi agye ne nkwa a ɛyɛ sɛ me fight na megye no wagye ɛde ama Lebanese ni yɛka kyerɛ so wagye mi a na wusu na nkurɔfoɔ gyina nkyɛn complaining. Oh, why are you complaining? Adeɛ nipa na yɛ no enti Lebanese ni Syria ni ho ntɔ no adeɛ kora na nkamba bɛyɛ me refi kamba bi bion. You see, we are amafo amote awie. Enema no bese enema no bo a Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia no ma ya. The day they will go out of power. Ebeya reho. Ebeya reho. Empire and say we need reforms in our education sector. John Oba Yemaye. We need infrastructural drive. Said ya John Oye no Oba Yemaye. Unim say infrastructure kosa. Hwe enameti asdebi. Sampai. Even as I'm fine general radio, so I think I was listening to either Joy News or City, one of. Yeah, me flippy. Now, me some fine general radio, so say, I say, Kumasi KJT phase 2, no. I cut 20% penny for kasa. Till I cut 20% penny for kasa. And chakra. Abani Piscadi Ababe. Now, a debt restructuring, no? Debt restructuring. As if Omo can't say the amendment I did debt restructuring and buy and Ababe destabilize Omo. The amount Akufo-Addo name crop for no or Jimmy Kasa and Yana a more many pabufu no. Omo can't say to say, as a obi and a creative debt restructuring, no. And aha wo mo pa sankanye ye no a ko mo aye bibia antikanipa kro no a wo yes an wa anya de as obi na ye who created it, who took us there, how did we get there? Then you could do a death restoration, then you could do explain. But they talk to media men who can't ask them because Ubusano say then honorable bedru ha when ye me no nkasa bio and I know when you say paka or yerepa isa asimo seven say Jimmy for no also on man granting interview bio on my paka granting interview bio paka ya odai we are regional minister konya nie microphone nie minie wunie and I want to challenge am this for say and this for me more your friend say projects 10 ewa Ashanti region and also na bo ye good and this for no minya oma mebu so mo na wo tie 8 years ni bo wo de won say gina so say ya na kim esi bo so ka that tija o sorry free wa no wani abre abranti so wani abre paka so say paka when in your interview, more throw on the program to be other ya or trapono or busano or trapono. Why we are regional minister? What also a commission projects? Car was my trapo. Oh, what would Jimmy know? Jimmy, if the president you, if the Kufad was to form. We are regional minister. What our commission projects a Washington region? I own what to challenge. Anna Obi Kacha say Bobo. Was what trap me? What trap was I say? Into Ubabono. Ubabona say. Ubabona say. Say Ubabona say. Pacho Boguta mame. Boguta mame na fire for naba.
We are among the first group of people who came to visit you at the castle when you became the vice president. And if you remember, your own friend Ofori was there, myself were there, and we talked in details. One thing I observed from that meeting was that you take your time and listen. Your Excellency, you remember that when we were talking about how you were going to finance your Savannah project, we had said that how are you going to finance it? And then we have suggested that you have to go to the edit fund, which is being misused, and that you listen to us. You remember what you said? What say? Small home are doing any baku for trim. What you say? It so Pia, what me a casa no who say young normally are near friend ordinary traders. Now ordinary trader be two or mampeni abedi at that time before no catch a train ni baku for trim. They say, or you're listening, President. We are among the first group of people who came to visit you at the castle when you became the vice president. And if you remember, your own friend Ofori was there, myself were there, and we talked in details. One thing I observed from that meeting was that
or you're listening, President. You got here on 24 hour. 24 hour.
And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And I've actually thank you for this. At that time, people were just opposing. I said, no. If even you say that it is already there, there's nothing wrong for us to enhance it. And there's more that we can do in the night. There's more that we can do in the night. There are so many things that are creating nuisance in the afternoon. A lot of them. That when you go to Opera Square, when you go to Kantamanto, when you go to Okanshi, in the afternoon where people are shuttling around, that's where we are offloading our goods. And so it made the place very congested and can. So, Your Excellency, let's think about the things that create nuisance in the day and put them in the night. So, it shouldn't be difficult for us to say that when you are clearing your goods within the weekdays where market is going on, unless maybe it is Sunday, those times you have to come after 6. Some of these things have been there. And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And I've actually thank you for this. At that time, people were just opposing. I said, no. If even you say that it is already there, there's nothing wrong for us to enhance it. And there's more that we can do in the night. There's more that we can do in the night. There are so many things that are creating nuisance in the afternoon. A lot of them. That when you go to Opera Square, when you go to Kantamanto, when you go to Okanshi, in the afternoon where people are shuttling around, that's where we are offloading our goods. And so it made the place very congested and can. So, Your Excellency, let's think about the things that create nuisance in the day and put them in the night. So, it shouldn't be difficult for us to say that when you are clearing your goods within the weekdays where market is going on, unless maybe it is Sunday, those times you have to come after 6. Some of these things have been there. And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And
actually, me pacho yes, star 413 hash, star 413 hash, and yeah, just 1,500, and then me cheska said, Paddy says truly, I tell you, nobody can tell how much we miss JDM. It doesn't matter being MPP or an NDC person, we are all suffering. Patience of first says Nyansani JDM man with integrity and humility. John Gaza says we are enjoying the show. Thank you, Senior Man Bobie. You're welcome. Bozet Kwesi is here. And Divine in Chroma. Citizens Canal and Chroma is in the house. Mini akwaba boko de
nyame adom bia boko
bibia da no kwamu
you say yankopon de why na fam de ntia wonko aka system na o man na ya wo ya tun no the system no so be no take care of
ya bibi something which is there
one kasawa wa mu dia
but unim na many peasant farmers needing come. I don't know whether you were following, and they were talking about Pualugu Dam. No, almost the same amount of 200 million missing from that project. Crofana is solving
Unim. Mami tie phobia. Unim say maybe me catch say me pese anda na kufa do bayi nanka me da sore one day nanka ebia me ba studio ana topic the day bia makruma ye the day so nanka e beka say oh okay asem say na aba che say unim say me anytime me ba betena ha bia me start say me kasa na me lament bia no maybe you nanko for so wakasa pa ba no say me do down my kai foforo because problems no a dos
is
she sa peasant farmers for asem ya okay one say what do when you hwe nanaku fado e ba yi agric sa so called 1D events PF planting for food and jobs. Oshesa policy and implementation any the outcome na. The Auditor General's report no. Onim say fertilizer yedema amount for say they support you no. The monitoring team omunkwa amufu any hotel amukọ die nkwa chain fertilizer ni nyina. Oh yes. Say yes you omo call round no abamu for no mo so mo call round eso mo kwa monitoring na mo kwa hwe kwa be fa so a yen peasant farmers for no sa planting for food and jobs say kosen no unim say mo rounds ke ka mo ye no e dos chance supporter ye ba ya ye de ma farmers for no na me ade ba kwa ye ha me ni say unim say andana na kufu ado abanwe eniyama na identify as a mine eniyama na yetumi ka say ade we die system sana operate sana function no under this government no either say editoriate and now say they don't give a hoot, they don't even care. Bobie aban bay and now betumi aka say fiti Kwame Nkrumah pencil edi besin de say yi agrek if you budget anymore, you bet to me surviving. Yet to me, and so I buy out under this government. See, if you listen to the challenges and the plight of the ordinary farmer, you'll be amazed. Now you see, it cuts across all the sectors. Na me no ka say and na me no ka say member agrek for unim say na me no ka say fitina nado time oba ban mu unim say ade ane friend intako ye ko school Yes, you were free BB interco.
Yeah.
Like one the board district inter schools. Near about regional zonals. Near selected the best people. Wouldn't send another. More than 4 years in here. We private individuals are see cash more invested in Ashanti region. All the regions in your baby are.
Sir.
Yes.
Obana say Kumasi de na de power.
And I say Kumasi de no a private initiative because someone will say Nkoye.
Sir.
All the regions wouldn't say
Kumasi de na private
private and government and GES.
Obwa.
Me boa. Bisa me person me book company didi.
Oh, bon,
joy product for.
Joy ointment.
Yes, sir, joy.
That's public. So.
No, church, no, so I buy GES in count. None of my GES.
But they give the money to GES.
No, say you have to partner them because say schools they are under a certain agency. So you have to operate. Only madam die PE teachers no. They say PE teachers are there na sports, physical education no mo. You know nto ma corner so mo kire no. You so mo nyina ko integrated science. Nto mo kire hwe bi o. You interest sports for school mo.
Divine some men are kind of excuse my language basa saro.
Me basa. Be a phone line to na bi na frɛ SHS second cycle institutions. PE teachers for said then omo kire say omo nyina kire integrated by order.
I want chess sports.
Me see, not sports no go chire we because I can't hear any supporter omu here from aban ama mo tumi sports no aban jaipa ti see emba bio. Wonim say and Ronaldo fertilizer na e de koma peasant farmers no. Wonim say ni nyina I spy. Na I spy. Fertilizers I see de kwa koma yi. Na onim Nanado mo ekoji sikabi. Eye ho report e de koma World Bank. Say oma ye training workshops e de ama farmers for across the nation. Unim say enye farmers for na beti omo to oma kwaji say sika no. Unim say omo sa so baaye no. Workshop no oma anye na omo ji sika no. Ye ti omo to no omo ye workshop no. Unim say omo sa so charge farmers no for workshop no omo organize ma omo no. Tio, omo chiro proposal eko dada World Bank for say omo ye event say training workshops e dey ama farmers a chiro omo ko mefa so omedua observe your friend is saying climate change in the keka ho e dey this kan mo omo to be dead no other farmers for no complaining omo san so ko na omo ko training mo omo no omo san so charge omo workshop fee san omo dey teachers for laptop no before e be ba no onkoje grant see a teachers for training I workshop amom unim see a teacher be salary 200 cedis
abo oh they were here.
So you see under this government no some of the things we no more so betena na wo kai e be ti sesen ya wo high because unsi enti bi da yenti na bakosam da o intama ne ma ne bebre yehu I'm telling you and I'm a baby say Ubetina ayo one say hey me last time na me new obi din komo and I make catch on some of the things that happen under this government or say also having on it say on Jindi say a bit to me happy me man evidence no have do time no mo say and go for 3 months dio and go for a week do oh scholarship secretariat asemi e beto je ya na e ka ho asemi ya the same thing. And all propaganda omude ababetuja say yema fourth estate for 900 beneficiaries din aden no select na wo ye source no so obi abe publish nipa e bia 20 na say unim say who information variant to the event say they are publish also publish here
there be say GBC egu
omunim boni omu aka so
omunim GBC egu crusading guide ya tutum say your more papers a friend say statesman egu assassin radio observer egu nti omo publish enye yi kasi asemti
unim say che say omo mom say all of a sudden ni mom journalist now no mom atumi I expose no the information about no there he's being attacked say or the information about if you have anything contrary to what the gentleman has brought up publish it
sir almost say is it Miracle Abuaji na one of our foolish boys no be say scholarship is not there for poor and liability citizens. And he said, Obi, it was Kakra, and I said, or in home minus on Faswa, they will give it to the
no,
person.
but Bobie, command some of the courses no share the policy.
Obi a double.
No, Obi a double. Apart from that, wouldn't say some of them no courses no no share the establishment of the act na the scholarship secretariat na. You share that by say some programs be no more as a country no yen running na be a to say even say oil and gas time now you discover oil and gas in commercial quantity no now your human resource no our form. So there was a deliberate scheme say you be empower secretariat not the more youth ni young people akwa bonta kusua oil and gas ni mine ni ho niama now obi a scholarship so akwa communication yo
ba akokra de oje $51,000 wan kwaye ombusa no so nya accident na no honam ye ne ya
unim say UK
or the sika na akwa hwe no ho yare
unim say UK executive baako ote ho no mu since 2008 on ba Ghana da unim say ono say opese onye law UK on ba Ghana da no or dual citizenship o Ghana sanso kukuru Ghana yen poor taxpayers money e dey command your UK honum say on fan go school in which like member mu yes in whose interest na ye beka say ye wo sika ma na bu yasunti obi on ma Ghana on contribute to onye hwe oye party member ntina dis kanako ye ba na ye ba beka na mu kokọ apai say mu buafu. No, you see, unim say me Bobie, me I blame some of you media guys. Unim say dear Mahama we couldn't forgive him for now. You can't hun sama kesa no. Last time we show we ask you didn't observe. Now make kasa no. There was a texter. My share that channel screenshot or say some of the things yeah kind of simple no. And Mahama no some of the things near man yes so wild until no one no be say NDC for no more for no moon to me kasa some more thing because it looks like from where the too much.
No, you see way first now me used to I was of the view that a NDC should push. Never used to as well no the citizen also must know. Recently we were talking about the same thing. That position is a swap it. Listen as well, NDC must push to engineer for those things to happen. I was also of the view that the citizen must rise up. So
I think, sir, you rather misconstrued my point to mean, say, I am only discussing that the NDC should rise. I'm saying that.
No, on the first, no. On the first, no. Not first, not first, no. Me resibia now betumia. Now you argue that no. And you been sorry me can't say I did say yo.
Yes. I still stand by it.
Then recently I was talking about the citizens about yes our boys in you born at that time.
Yeah.
Then you made an argument that MPP made things happen.
Yes.
And NDC should follow suit.
Yes.
However, and yet divine alcohol raising issue be and I'm about say. I say the entire Busano. John Mahama decided that mean fa or mine sika and bribe CSOs. Any the so-called statesmen, Christian council, pastors to start speaking. I won't do it. Then John Mahama believed that a citizen be a right to question,
express a view,
to express a view, to question the government, to ask for accountability.
Yes.
So Mahama and the NDC they were okay with the noise. What I say. Unfortunately for us, you are dealing with somebody here recently, divine recently. Penibi Ephraim list to well. When you have a system where they share gold bars. Gold bars. And security head for no motimin, you know. Only Madi Crow. What you say in the name of we are going to meet security heads. I am for Jiwamo dear. Pastor say Jiwamo dear. And that thief, that criminal, Reverend Mate, sorry that I've added the Reverend to his name, Mate. Mate no mutombe kachire ye say, omo bae no, omo me ma omo sika no omo video omo. Ni confession a video ewa.
Yeah.
Me bo o say when the Kufado no bae no, they gave them money and omo video omo gu edem. And nipa no boni trim say me ba be di boni. So you ask yourself, how many media men and omo video omo from Joy FM to City FM to Asempa FM to Peace FM to OK FM to Accra FM to Class FM to TV3 to Metro TV to how many no more video more good there? So they came in with a plan that we are coming to destroy the country. But how can we destroy the country? We need to tie some of the watchdogs. Those we can't tie, we will go after them. So some are not talking because they are afraid. I spoke to somebody, a friend at OKFM. Okachem say, Bobie, what dear? Who were near the multimedia for you? At the star who was treated me. Me when you didn't minibi to my mentor me OKFM. Na minidi. Oba wanyem ewo UTV. Me ona lady na frame. Sa kwasiano I Okujeto Junior no MPP no. Boy no MPP. Perry Okujeto. I send the message. Ahmad Father Dexter no say we disrespecting to omunyinedi. Oba wanyem. Hey, yes. Kwasiasa. So I'm telling you, look, things are happening. The multimedia City FM, they talk to us. Me, they talk to me. They call me, they tell me, Bobie, this is what is happening. They talk to me consistently. I met Kumasi guy back last week. Or friend me and I was a why you interview where no nipa no how an interview na friend adwumawura that is not happy with the interview. Hey, yes. Wa friend adwumawura that he or no how an interview no what Jimmy Sanwa ye busa asma ontimi nya no he is not happy.
Say bisa na asem.
Say ye busa no Ghana asem no ontimi anya no na ni anye ho. Now I'm catching say next time we give me a microphone and share shinasun.
Now I'm say yet here ye show our frame as a resource person and member no. Unim say some of the platforms yet one more near free producer say next week member name baby.
That's all.
Oh yeah.
Ah, won't dia tem won't can be some. How is it that so we have media houses say independent too? Then I'm coming. So why is it that we should have independent media houses so then a political party MPP 40 or national headquarters normal slots. It is sometimes important. Do you know that NDC Sankasa members are representing certain media houses? And your body say Sani Pawedi on Yard Mofanenko. Do you know that is true? Me have been many experience in Libya. Omutubika said no. This particular topic we did, men for way back. And to him say, they will be embarrassing on the topic, no. And I have night say NDC for the don't know. And I say, exactly.
But when say NDC as a political party, Omon now sorry, you sad and honda. We are say
they have never done that.
Say, Omon interest said the Obeka radio should be a form movie. They don't mind. They don't care.
But that is wrong.
I say, okay, Pacho, my memory. To me, I are wrong because of a nearma. For natural Ghana for, but in natural sense, no, and Kasani running country. Say on mine as a party in government, you don't sit down waste your time thinking how to manipulate private media and even the government. You know, it's unnecessary. What do you say? But also, I want more what you say governance.
Yeah.
But in the civilized world, look, who is going to call who that we don't need this person? People say worse things.
You see, Kwabena, what I think about this whole say, it is wrong for a political party to sit and fold arms and watch things happen naturally.
No, you know a different issue. Me say, the many way come on busa say the entire crowd for media for na me chen say media for na about 3 factors. And on where be one dance.
Yeah.
They can call a Jumewura. And this will not do that because it's a good governance.
Yeah.
And you know, be claim say, and this is
okay. No. I know it must not happen.
What you say? Then another issue of threatening people about what they say. Then umo media needs can know a video. No, these are a criminal world. And as I didn't call American ones say NDC, they don't have time doing that. Two months NDC, wawa, Obia Kasa free. Because nobody will come to you in the night with national security. Nobody will chase you.
Yeah. Nobody
will video you.
Yeah.
Obia Enfro Jumera say Yenise. Me one day kwasichum jeche. And now lady be a HR or multimedia. We had a meeting. Make us see a question and praying for. And that is why after me you know. And before frames I mean compare question me yes menko say question me repe me nim ni fie me nko say ne baby ape me nim ne baby a ni krom kwa me nko bu dan mu ho me nko twa anka mu oye kwa ni the microphones ness one mean two being cotoni and the being corporate chasm for a chance I found your juma. Menya,
me patcho, menya bonnie,
don't go see some Santinia quality 7. No, quite that constitution, no catch and some patcha, menya bonnie, so fat.
Where Jimmy?
Now, Mimi Croma Santiman po Jimmy in Frigo.
Was any mampo?
To be catch I'm praying, some me Bobie Ansah me come up papa come rest of so. Cocotte, menya, your baby. And yeah, at this point, we don't have any option than to let you go home. I'm to go home. Something my dad, I'll go home. But anyway, Baba Joe, my assay no. Yeah, catch now say, Aqua, where you're burning to money to the or best or mine. That's also on Tiasia. Over to you, Joe Latte. Do your worst. What can you do? I don't have it behind me. What do you mean, fool? 8 years in me, need question view. But I am okay. So the point is that other guys, they don't have that heart. They don't have that lion's heart. They can't go that far. They can't go to the last limit. Say, look, at this point, the basic. They can't. Because they want to live a high life. No, they just fridge.
Or their condition.
Or they just fridge. But the point is, so far in this MPP, the reason why people are quiet now, the system has been bribed. This to what one will be gold bar once I'm gold bar and gold bar check.
But him say, Mikoshia MPP penny will be pa na, and Amama ya alarmed. That's why I said the opposition parties, they must rise up above the normal politics now. You know, do you know that? The Biameka say under this government say you're complaining to say Poalugu Sikaya almost 253 million yakoji ya budget for enkodu. Unim say project na buy unim say nyama kochi we say nyina no. They don't care. Or see they have put in place plans on the berreki December 7th election. And all the stakeholders, especially the media, now mobile use no. It told him say problem be one more. Instead say mobile use 10 million, that's one problem no. Mobile 5 million, the media.
Exactly. That is what they are doing.
Instead say like everyone say yes yo Kolebu urinal center machine break it down you hear $400,000 akọ fix it there be no akukuru $400,000 no they akọ media 5-7 chair sa asem no mama yen mboso my kanipa ni we nya asem.
Do you know what nearly happened in the last election, Kwabena? During the last election, I had to walk out of a meeting, which meeting was by some MPP bigwigs, and they were trying to get me to get them closer to John Mahama, to decide as to how to get people to attack radio stations, because they had knowledge about plans Akufo-Addo war to use some media firms to call the election. And until say attack some media firms now say maybe the omoko John Mahama hona omo akra our boys ombe use boys to attack the media firms, because Akufo-Addo through Gabinom I use a certain way be or the media guys no be call it the election against John Mahama while winning election. I walked out because I saw a snitch among us in the meeting. Today the snitch is working with Bawumia. I was in that meeting. He knows himself. The snitch has metamorphosed from being part of us and working with Bawumia. When I questioned why Wakwako joined Bawumia camp, or say yeah serious.
Now Bawumia is serious.
Yes, or say Bawumia de obe Boama omo dibone.
Okay.
Edi awini.
But
John Mahama, that I explained to him, said John, mean ko kasa same way in John Mahama. Because you're too gentle to want to ever be part of any criminal.
John Mahama will never do that.
Or attacking media firm. But Kwabena, I think, I'm tempted to believe, we are fooling.
There be Obi Bayama. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Aja?
Hello?
Afa, 500 no.
Hello?
Hello? Otibenka? Hello?
Hello?
Pacho, Otibenka?
Yeah, Pajamituka.
Pacho, Frose?
Oh, network, no breaking.
Oh, too bad. All right, so that's it. Anyway, we have our first winner for the CMG Scatcher there. You start for 1-3#. Obet me to draw. Since you just follow processes no. Now on our corner. Mesiaba studio. All right. So
yeah.
Anyway.
Those things no.
Anyway.
Me no. The reason why I think we are being foolish is because
Amamu Kasei ne yeno.
Dear John Oyeno
is the best.
But Kwabena,
allow everybody to express himself.
Kwabena, it is not so spiritually and biblically when you see wrongs go on and you think Yesu Christo Chiabano.
You know, but me Bobie there, I will never preach say Akufo-Addo use crude method. So any other government also use the same crude method.
No,
I don't buy into it.
Before let's not jump it.
Okay.
Where I'm talking about is when you know say they have plans to rig an election.
Onya Juma, Onya Shi, not the answer.
Juma na was on you. Na Gianni say also we election. Na what you say? Me yen high because me mpese bia moja bi begu ana se bia obi ho beka.
Oh so owi anya hwe. Yin Ghana for.
Say
owi anya hwe sana wo ka.
Say sana tie dia. Any then let's leave it.
Oh, we will not leave it.
Oh, because
we will not leave it.
And your man Koswa ama
yeah, Ghana for yes. Oh, you are
when Omako joined Bawumia, Crowner first the system doesn't know them, but another system knows them. CCNO, they are working in the favor of Baumian and Yomano. It's because they have said, say, John Mahama, and Yadia, or Bepeneso say, be grandpa, Obi this year. Cha.
No cry, who child.
But, Mensono, they made two for, say, Pentecost of Ukrano. Fear and me.
Oh, you one I day. Yeah, Ghana for say Ghana in it so. Yes, sir.
Because okay, but me mum dear, I've seen say the only thing that will help, it may not be because of NDC or John Mahama. The Ghanaian people will not allow for it to happen.
Now you are talking.
Me dear, me sad.
Say Ghana for be press Baumia. Catch us how we nipa no. So me nipa kro ya ko Baumia no. Ya do omo fie omo busua na e be sha se afiri ho. Catch no.
But unim say
e be sha se afiri omo busua fie.
Me na me strong room.
Ya unim dia Ghana for unim plans of Ghana for. Udi obe hundu mba Baumia.
That is the only thing.
Yeah. Obi on the police phone go ya dio.
Unim say Kwabena dey bia say wo dey na ma me catch us say Ayana NDC for omu behavior no, I don't get it so much because I say me ma and hame because I've seen things come naturally to face these people.
Oh yes.
And yes, I can be a radio so because I say don't get me who na can ye. Fifi kwete me who na can ye. Me who obi an can ye. Yamin kwade was shocking me to my marrow. Yamin uti Facebook and a utucha photo. Yamin, hey, do you know what job there is that you are undertaking?
Yeah.
Organizer.
Yeah.
Organizer has not even organized one demonstration in this country.
What can say?
One. Yamin, hey, Yamin, was shocking me out to my marrow. Say, eti Yamin now tell Bontia now ye de na. By that position, Ansah ye kodidi na. Ebinita aboso. Hey, Yamin, was shocking me too much.
Yeah.
And I'm not so reliant on them because Kwabena, if now we are in the street.
Yeah, now me want Mampong over the weekend.
Hey.
Many MPP boys be say busuan for like my cousins and the Kotra baby. And about ko catch them say well who say boys be free she be aba behind dan go krumo na MPP for na de omo ba be ya adwuma na omo nyina ya MPP for omo nim kwaye a omo do mbefa so wonim say efum sa akode ekọ
yes
independent
okay
bolo kruso ko independent akyeremade
yes
na ekwaye akyeremade ene tunsomfo ni zongofo be ka bom ya MPP for no
Mampo is gone
chebi for no on some crowd on free cheya they will run ombe dwane me so ombe omo hunu so ombe fa kofi ase o so ombe fa chirimfa so so ombe yusu nsutaw so ombe yusu mprimo omo hu ba bi ombe fa ya to asa na ba ko de ka atwam na MPP for boys no frɛ say bra ba ko na ekɔ no na me so de gya no de munya wo mo so ombe sra wo mo ensenum na ayi jankoma ɛhɔ na ofiri ntino omo na so gya wo mo ye nyina ye ba kyerɛ mo sɛ ye wo krom ha ansa na omu firi chebi abetena krom ho ombe hu so unim MPP for na be sɔre omu so
MPP for na that's the whole secret
enkoma enkoso nyina MPP for no and the best sɔre
but you see you don't have to be casual Kemina was strong room 2020 elections and I can tell you say some of the happenings you have to be deliberate about certain things. Casual. You don't have to be too casual in the room. Yet me met me raise concern say no normally wa hase obehwe ni aba ye beto aba matchroom party CEO ni akwa assemble be say 8 ni opposite nipa 2 ni ete ho no bi anka bi mi wa no na political party bi de wa ye hyehyɛ ya every now and then every minute bia national officer onka event saying say strong room ye submit din ye submitting crofo nipa onka wo obo wan say we aba ni crofo room ho na ye pie ye be pie be ba na vile mudu na sasa all these things you know you're planning that is my concern say won't nothing extra hands esa na at the end of the day ni be wie bi o no ne asanso de ensa be ku
but minia enka mind say Ghana should we get to that point
but
yanko count policy makame policy about to do so obi ato no 1-1 we to correct no kofie we have to wi a ya quality fe ya see asumasi na awi ni o Ghana for so on to aso Ghana for so we nko we mra din obi akoni fie ye hia ya trase ya didi ya sere ya koye baabi obi nko obi fie nko sere aduane wo se no won tiase because we want power to destroy the country.
Yes.
And you use every ways and means. Okay.
But you say, Nina emanate from the fact to say some people have some superiority complex. Be some more Ghanaians. Che bi no munti. Unim say, uno din komo in their mind, you know. Omumbu. I mean, like, like you know, it's that disrespect. It's that disrespect. And that thing.
I before come why igweni a wokan pipi hu sese no woji mi e chen takesi ni
David me kwa mampo na buso mo say na mo say asan mampo mo to aba matani na mpa jo ba omi afri robo da for ye Kwabena so da dia ba yo e say de ye po ye we pusadwe nam so ba we ni pusadwe ye ka memu asme to aba matani
na de ekoto ye ya mo amse mu die mu krampo no mo amukra mu su tire yen de bia mu su se ni pe nka mu nimu a nka ye nimu a hwe guta sankrofo yo mo ka say ye if you know them personally you will know see MPP for champ no mu like omo say no mistake omo bomb nsa no de kwa bloshi na ko kantamanto na ko even say abosuo kan we talk to people now obi ko clear car part keke car part a door unim say COVID-19 levy that door no so keke na or clear no mpo no more than 700 cedi meanwhile den ankasa no first no yen turn more than 1,500 so they know people are angry say nkofo we ma disappointed but you see the anger is not enough the way any American kokoso no I think say we have been too lenient with Nanado. See me, people see me and they question me, say, what's the way you one man demo you? I don't know how team you. And me myself, I blame myself, say, yeah, ya man from where the total. But you see, 8 months, 7 months, 6 months, I'm telling you, say, as a second of 1 mom who so waka. See, those people are mobile home and they say a friend is saying a red carpet. They don't deserve red carpet. Let them have eggs in their faces. That's what they deserve.
Sir, Ansah. Omuka somu be wiem because omunim say Ghana for adwina sesa. And I keep on telling Samuel Kunum. Say obi ani police ni koye oh. So abusia 40 akropon.
I know na how say ni ka say danduru waka.
Say so obi ani police ni nkwa. Danduru. Just omo for police for no omo omo national security for no omo fie no omo chema obi a 1111 na o guard ho. Because nobody will waste time at the polling station. You started at the polling station. Na bi no shall say wo fie. They don't know. They don't know.
My main can't sure. You
know
what I take consolation in? You see, what I take consolation is the fact that all the security forces services in Abomwa. Omunru 100,000.
Yo.
Omunru 100,000. Ghana Armed Forces. Omunru 13,000. 13,000.
Welcome 8 a 10. Obianka.
Ghana Police Service. Omo edoswa 52,000.
Oh,
52. Omo population in 52,000. 52 plus 13. Are you saying? 5 2 13 5. So 63,000. Fire Service Odumja. Kwabena omududu nyina enu 5,000. Prisons almost same. Okan nyina boma omunu 100,000. Omu nyina so wa busua. South DNA see what 30 man south no. I was in north or south.
30 man south.
Yeah, ma. Kwasia Jimmy I boy be MP Jimmy for no. I Mateje mensa kosa krasi ni Jimmy no. Obey MP no. Yeah, moja ukum nipa de be MP no. Kwabena. Hey, oye very prominent MPP mu a. But who buying? Because you see, Obia na busuani aye ye.
Omunkum krofo bi o.
Afra se no. Afra se na yakoto aba no. Say ye no omu nye.
Even with
ye be ye kura na. Ye be ma ye na ye fe. Wo ye na me sunu ye ye.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Also bia hu
because
what could ye yo. Wo ye soja ni awo kwa. Me ba busuafo nsu ye yo.
Me ba listen. Me ba divine.
Yes.
Yeti kromo a wakum 10. Ukum 10. Christian cancer and kashi. Peace cancer and kashi. The president himself. Yeah, at least ebia asema 2 years. Enya de papa. Ye be hwehwe nkrofo kro. Ya omo ye saa de no. Na embra no omo adi. Dabi jo fu concert boy no ko gina parliament ka say we a criminal now do nsa ko kan ballot paper enye tuo ne yesi eboku ne enye oden okay
we na Carlos ni namho
yeah na Carlos afa ballot paper awie yeah ware on the ware no ono ni namho ya monitor
with impunity on the namho
enti this time around, the ordinary boys and girls on the street will let you understand that nobody will go and waste time on a policeman or actually to avoid this Nyekuno.
Who was no?
Yes, your friend nearby police station. They will report at the nearby police. The next house, I will boost your fee.
Na Kwabena. Sabi ya nana moyi. Na me na poku. Wako kum me this year. Na Akufo-Addo your president. Me kabje me ye kamaye. Am ye di matumbi. Hey, na Akufo-Addo na wako gina microphone nim na wako care speech. We are there your president.
Debut.
Now then.
But mini anti.
One day born, one day die.
The point is.
Now na bet me akwa ye nsuom nam.
Unim de omo ye
adan ya oba no. Ono de oye nipa chen me mabusuani no me de sie no.
Unim de anti omo ye sa de no. Now, omo suma omo nkola no so they should go around the country telling them, hey, MPP di omo nyem.
Unim anu ni asemu a memeti a. Unim se no ma yo madwi se. Yenje mu masa ko.
Unim de anti a
mu yenje mu masa ko ano.
Meba unim de anti omo ye sa. Omo ye sa pe se be ya those who want to vote for John Mahama will not waste time.
Yes.
Tactics. Psychological warfare.
They want to bring apathy where apathy.
Yes, they want to bring apathy. But
how can apathy in an opposition party?
Yenim dia ye be ye wo.
Ono anani abre na wo petumi.
Yedim
ono onya ye no.
So why na you say o see yenje mu? O say
you see, but do you know that message now when they go around?
Yes.
It is militarizing the grassroots. It is giving energy to the downtrodden, the one that is meek and weak and feeling say me kotwaba ajeme se brefri won nsem wo
bra ya bra ko wu
me no me kwa akwaji me kotwaba ajumi 2 million free won nsem wo so fa ma me eduru ho a wo behu look me na me dey because look anybody that was ever informed about say nentin ko foi omosi abano mo we ni kro mo fa ma mo ne ba ne sa mbe den ubonza unka hweo onu agina ho sa ane se gade besi onu na ye kan sa asem che no mi minimum MPP fo a on aduma kikisi constituency wo ena be mo mudin executives bi omudin komana me yes voice they say the election ye just mo kra ye mo ye we ni kra mo fa man of the chief me catch na mo mama ni nya di o na ye kura ye nto executives party executives
or your full analysis in tandem with Guta meeting and everything.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Okay, so sir interview if you want watching have interview on Joy Joy TV, right? With Akakpo. So credit no Joy TV and yeah because a national issue and it needs to be discussed, and we are just playing it back. Our office, our kemu, baby, I will be no. Take your time and listen to Professor Frimpong Boateng with Akakpo on Joy TV. Yes, we are ready.
But the Cardiothoracic Center, your brainchild. Tell us about your journey, how it all started, from studying in Germany to wanting to come back to Ghana and serve. Walk us through that journey.
Well, it's a very long journey. I don't know whether we have the time to go. But just when I get to a point, you stop me. It started when I decided to do my postgraduate in Germany. And so I left Ghana in April 1978 to study the German language first for 6 months. And then I got a place to study at the Hanover Medical School. Actually, that is the only medical university in Germany.
Wow.
Dedicated to medicine. And so because the person who invited me, who accepted me, was a cardiothoracic surgeon, I decided to stay with him. Because Germany, you need that kind of protection. And so, although initially I wanted to do trauma and orthopedics, I decided to stay with them. And so I did cardiothoracic surgery. And then later on, there were really 3 or 4 reasons that solidified my resolve to do cardiothoracic surgery. Because when I was in Ghana, there was a time we were medical students, and there was a young girl called Teresa, who had a hole in her heart. And the newspapers were soliciting for funds to send this girl abroad for surgery. But they were not successful. And unfortunately, Teresa died. It stuck with me. And then a friend of mine, Kwabena, who in the rental school in Career, he finished from 4, went to Kumasi to learn shoemaking. You know, shoemakers have a wooden board they put on their laps, and they use a small sharp knife to cut the leather. One day, the knife slipped into his groin and cut the big artery in the groin, supplying the whole of the right leg. So he was taken to the big hospital in Kumasi. Those days, we didn't have the experts, we didn't have the material and to do things. So my friend lost his leg. The whole leg was disarticulated. And so he lost the leg. Then the third reason was that we all know Professor Ismon, who performed the first open heart surgery in Ghana in 1964. But after the coup, he stopped, and then a lot of things were happening in Kolebu, and he wasn't happy, so he stopped heart surgery. So when I was in Germany, I said, well, with my knowledge, my attitude, and the way I look at things, if I don't go back to Ghana to continue from where Ismon left, it might take 50 years, 100 years before another person will come. Or maybe it may not happen at all. That was the third reason. The fourth one was very personal. My own father, who died before I was born, died at the age of 24. And my mother was, I think, 5 months pregnant with me. Wow. And apparently, he was traveling from Bibiani to Kumasi to buy some things for his business. And he had an accident on the way and died. He didn't die on the spot. Apparently, he died from injuries to the chest injuries, internal bleeding at the age of 24. So I said, well, maybe then I better do this so that I will save young men so that their children will not be semi-orphans.
So that's basically how the journey began.
The journey began. And then but when I came back, interesting enough, my own mother had an aneurysm of the aorta. Wow. And I had to operate on her. Because those days, I was
the only person. On your own mother?
Yes. I was the only person who could do that. But later on, of course, we trained people and then...
What was it like, though, knowing that your own mother's life was in your hands?
No, I shut off. Then as soon as I go to the theater and see, then I disconnect at all. Because if you don't do it, I'm not that emotional. This was the first time I've operated on relatives. So I shut off and then I did my job. And she was well.
And interspersing the conversation, you would see some of the pictures and maybe even videos will be sprinkling in there in respect of Prof and his work. But let me come to Ghana. What did it take to put up the cardiothoracic center we know now? Because this was basically your sweat, your blood, your effort. You did something that no one probably does. I mean, you came and all of this was on your shoulders. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was difficult, but I was determined. I knew, my mother was very young. My father died 24 years. I don't come from a rich family. But one thing I know is that we came to this world with nothing and we'll go with nothing. And so I was determined to do something. The money was not my focus. I wanted to do something. And so when I came down, the Germans were prepared to give us surprise credit to buy the equipment, but they said they were not going to build for us. And the government was not in a position to build for us. So I started.
Which period was this?
Well, this is 1989.
Okay.
So
the PNDC.
That was PNDC.
PNDC
that was Chairman Rawlings, who was the head of state at the time. But he did very well. I mean, I give him full marks because, strangely enough, I had never seen him before, never saw him until the day he came to commission the center on the 4th of April, 2nd April 1992. And so what he did told me that he did that not out of political expediency, but a genuine concern for the health needs of the people. So I admired him, and I made sure I wrote to him to thank him for what he did. And not only him, his people, Kwesi was very helpful.
Professor Kwesi Boche, of blessed memory.
Yes. P.B. Obin also, Misata, strangely enough, all gone.
You mean the former vice president?
Yes. He was a deputy minister, deputy secretary for health those days. He was deputy to Kwesi Boche in the finance ministry. And Owusu J from Winnipeg also, he was there in the MPP those days. And then Nana Kweku Sapon was brilliant, Ato Ahoy. He started everything. Mrs. Grant was more or less a mother to me, and he was very concerned. But the difficulties I had was from my own colleagues, in Kumasi, especially in Kolebu. People were just bent on making sure that the thing didn't come on.
Wait, hold on.
I've chronicled everything.
You were trying to resuscitate, because this person you had mentioned had done something in that area and then got frustrated and left.
Yeah.
You came down, spent your time, your own resources to put something up, and you're telling me that your colleague medical practitioners, doctors, were trying to sabotage you.
Yes.
To what end?
Well, so it doesn't come on at all. I mean, I'm saying this, I'm not conjuring stories. I've chronicled all these things in a book, Deep Down My Heart. Maybe we'll come to that later on. So I don't want to go into those details.
Let's talk about them now.
Which one?
I mean, some of these challenges you face from your own, those in the medical fraternity.
For example, that I should not be given a ward. I didn't have a ward to admit patients when I came in each year when I had no ward. That's why I was determined to build. I didn't have an operating theater. I didn't have people to help me. I didn't even have doctors to help me. In the first few years, I was alone, taking blood from patients, taking them to the lab, running all the errands that house officers should be doing. I did all these things. And people were just trying to make sure that things became tough and we wouldn't get on. And even someone suggested to the head of anesthesia that he should go and fiddle with the equipment on the intensive care unit so that when patients are put in them, they will die and I'll be discredited.
Goodness me, no. I don't think you're saying what I think you're saying.
I'm saying this.
Someone wanted the head of anesthesia to fiddle with equipment so that people would die and you would be
I'll be discredited. Heart patients that are operated on will not survive and I'll be discredited. So the head of anesthesia
told him to put it on paper.
What he was saying.
Yes, from implementation.
Of course, he would not be able to.
Of course, he will not do it. So he came to me. The head of anesthesia came to me and said, Kwabena, be careful of this man. And of course, what that person did subsequently told me that I had to be very careful.
Have you ever felt, I mean, at that time, and we'll come to even the current dispensation, has your life ever been threatened?
My life?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, no, I will not say so. Maybe through some other means, but not direct physical threat.
Not direct physical threat.
But people try to do some things. Someone invited me to a party, and from what he was behaving and what people were telling me, I didn't have to be a soothsayer to decline that invitation.
There was an attempt on your life,
yes,
I suspect.
Yes.
Let's go back to Korle Bu, and I want to walk through a few things when it comes to Korle Bu before we move on. The Cardiothoracic Center is now what, 35 years?
35 years.
35 years.
Look at how time flies. 35 years. When I came down, as a very young man, 39, and so.
And now look at you. After all the years, decades, and now you've grayed. I look at some of your pictures from back then, and I look at you.
Look at my gray,
But that's life. When you look at the center now, what do you see?
The center deteriorated after I've left, because of the way I was driven out. But then now...
Why do you use the term driven out?
I was asked to leave. It's just like driving God away from the universe He created. They were behaving like atheists. Atheists are people, I think, who drive God away from the universe He created. Anyway, so... but now we have a director, in the person of Professor Mark Tete, who is trying to bridge gaps and do things, and I think he's doing very well, and he needs our support. We have to support him.
Do you feel the Cardiothoracic Center could have been bigger, better offering? Because you look at Korle Bu and the role it plays in the West African sub-region, and this is not now. Even in the Gaggisberg era, it had been playing that role. Do you feel there are missed opportunities, that it could have been better than what it is now?
Oh, yes. In fact, 3 years before I left, I started a program, first of all, to train people. That's the first thing. Train people. Some doctors were sent to South Africa to learn pediatric heart surgery. One was sent to India. I wanted to send one to Canada to specialize in some areas of heart surgery. And then we designed a new cardiothoracic center, a big block, and we thought we could get land in Legon, because the medical school has, I think, 400 acres of land. That was what was reserved for by Nkrumah for the medical school.
You mean the University of Ghana campus?
Ghana, yes, campus.
Right.
So I did a presentation before the Vice Chancellor with the drawings and everything, but we did not get the support. Basically, we wanted 20 acres so that we could build a new cardiothoracic center there, but it didn't work. And also, the director who took over from me was not interested in any new project and so on. And so I left, and that's what happened. But you are right. There should be, because we were on top. I mean, when we started, we were just at par with many heart surgery heart centers in the world, not in Africa. When I'm doing something, I do something to the world standard. I don't like cliches like Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, or West Africa, sub-region. No. We aim at the world standards, and that's where we are. We were. But then, now the technology is also old, using 1990 technologies in many areas. And we need training. We need to train more people, anesthetists, surgeons, nurses, technicians, in many fields in heart surgery. Heart surgery is very complex. And so, but we lag behind, and now we need to fight very hard to come up again.
Speaking of heart surgery, if you go back into the centuries, at a point it was contemplated that you could operate on every other organ but the heart. It was a no-go area scientifically.
Yes.
And then I think sometime in the 19th century it was proven that it is indeed possible.
1896.
Exactly.
Actually, even before then, there was a black person, Dr. Hale Williams in the US, 4 years before the official date. He performed the first heart surgery, but he was not recognized. In the US.
The typical stereotype.
Yes, and then until 1896, when one German, Ludwig Rehm, did the first heart surgery. That is, there was a wound on the surface of the heart and he stitched it. And that was the first open heart surgery.
For you, at the cardio center, while you were there, what are some of the milestones in terms of heart surgery you performed that readily come to your mind? The new innovations that we brought to the world, and not just surgeries, like there were many of them. But then, for example, we were the first in Ghana to safely operate on patients with sickle cell disease who needed heart surgery. Because, yes, because throughout the world, they say they have low hemoglobin, and so they will give them, they make stage transfusion, and thereby introduce infection. No, but we said, and also that you cannot expose sickle cell patients to cold, because even when the weather gets cold, they get into crisis. Yeah. But we devised a way of operating on them.
The reason why your boss are there, we know, and now more your documentary be heart attack diseases arise costro, cardiovascular diseases, and the rate kikakono. So I have spoken to Professor from Pomboatin on this matter on phone in private, and it seems like ye call a probo ye didn't come, but nobody talks about it. But you know, so ne yarea clear and crofopa as we speak now, because of the kind of foods we eat and other nema you consume. And I don't know, Divine, just 10 minutes on this particular matter, because yeah, politics, but our own health. Even, I don't know, Mpachon from Fanchemi, Sebia will be Kokano Boneswa, but even our brother of Kwabena Kwachi. Yeah. That is what I heard. I don't know, Mpacho. Me who any me who any evidence be I say need any cardio disease, Mpacho. But that is what I heard, Mpacho. Mr. Remo. Me family knew who be a atisembat we nipa nipa. And they bet me to be at any point in time. Just quick comments on it.
Unim say, they be a some American say, so only Obi Benyao, BBM, we are Simua say, and ye BBI. Sisi, I mean, no, can your plans are friendly now? And pioneer best uncle Ponso by my own thing. Now, this is my 7 Faber so you woo, I last rapper. Bibi fufuro bia e ka ho bia yare bia na beto a obeye mobo na ma wasam yedin and the ya crampo ne se be prolonged like yare a e be stretch over a period a ho no mu a na amwa no kakra na wo ye hu si a ejisi wo ye si a ne enyi ya na ya se yare betumi aka wato form na unim sa dimension sem we no broad na de wo mu pa ne se as a nation, because sometimes no, a canapum dinsem there is no individual or we are see or no say or no napum dinsem or wasika or resource our to me. Akasa wa buane ho Emma bet me ahwe no ho akwa there is no individual and enya dia a privatizing ma abeka say oh at the private level na we can manage. No, that's how come health issues no dia at the top states and they take charge of.
But Divine, these are things we hardly talk about.
No, but you see, a social service. When in Dentia, a do baby, I am penny for no. Omosha na omomano, omu pese omunko amanoni. Because your health sector nangazangazano, a yadia sasemu toa. Who si kase den krana into me and solve the problem.
Kabefi.
Unim. Our mama Kaya Sembi in 2012, Neo campaign manager be no conductor in the campaign. na yɛyɛ campaign no ɛna onya some mimi unu some friend gal to sɛ onya bibi wɔ ne nan ɔna ɔde kɔ kɔlebu ɛna ebuki no sɛ yɛbɛtwa ne nan nti yɛma ne date ɛna yɛbɛtwa ne nan no wɔ kɔlebu na wonim sɛ ɔno atena ase anɔse no wei deɛ ɔbɛ manage because ɔmo si na yɛ cancer ɔmo ma ne yɛ huhuhu sɛ cancer de bɛn ɛna ɔsi dɛbi ɔno ankasa ɔte US nti sɛ ade a ɛbɛtwa ne nan deɛ ɛneɛ ɔntwa no wɔ US mu na hɔ no at least ebi a nhyehyɛ ɔho no bɛyɛ better wonim sɛ ɔkyɛ na ɛbɛtwa ne nan a nyame pɛ n'anim wonim sɛ ɔkɔɔ US no ɛnan twa namba so bio
I see
wonim sɛ na me manage ambulance company bi in 2016-17 eba 19 mu hɔ no na ɛhɔ na mebehu sɛ yɛn health sector no kyɛ sɛ agye nsɛm kyerɛ sɛ wonim sɛ na me no kasa yi when yɛkasa yɛ provide ambulatory emergency service de ama wo sisi yɛ ya na si anya arrangement amfa ama wo ahead of time wa wonim say be referral say yadu fi one hospital akot say 37 kolebu obetumi adaka mu 3 hours ni enya bed en farmer we oh yes wow. It got to a point wonim say we had special arrangement with health doctors any medical superintendents our hospitals and health facilities no say na be ya ubetua at the end of the month you was typing be the ma omo say na be ya wo de o patient ba ho no mo a ometumi aye arrangement quickly I'm here to me admit no. There was a time where one patient you didn't fit tabet you didn't fit central region you refer no you didn't ba kolebu would say or da ambulance ni mo 4 hours am ye pe ba bi ma nipa na to ye nya na busha for no hu side ni mo aye den no of voter region e na mo ye ma dwe se sa de mo form ni kire voter se na be ya owu anu aba fie o say that is the reality our memu has say reality no ya de na be ni fie se na be ya ho at least e koso mo kwan no so no
na just said not to
us that's what happened and that's what happens in our system na unim say some of the enyama ekunkuma omanfo bebre no see Bobie enye expertise na yeni sometimes the man dey
but we are not prepared for
no we don't have the equipment are omo be use of facilities no obe kon ani ho and you know sometimes no what the price sa machines we cost wa kakrebi you know say our leaders they don't think about
that na kan no instance ni pande $400,000 be ko your friend say kolebu o go akọ $200,000 ama media
na yen ka ho asem because on pay bad name. But me the make I see so about this matter is about lifestyle. Yen kasan so ya pomudin sem no exercise kakra no ye ma no enkum entumi yen wo ho no mu a tretre wa pomu e na asa ne yedidi so times bi wo no mu a yedidi a ebi wo no
fire na di o
ebi wo no mi say mi pesokins pa but me say ebi wo no mu a those days na me dey say obi na peso nkumi one day bi e na me sorry ahomachi ebes around 9 more na me real soakings in the milk pa
anopa na na say
number 9 me dem time bi obi oni mi bia me minyeska soakings pa na me di na onim say me down no ma mache no na me home esizi ye wow yes enti madua me say sada no so ma call radio akọ fire madua me so osibesi no na adia cheye no na me ye kodekode menya hard burns
Jesus Christ
me call hospital near check here no ehun say no sana unim say me lactose intolerant I didn't know
okay so the milk
a chair na digest inti me diwie na me koda say na milk no san begu me trim inti me system ni nyina sizi ni nyina no lifestyle na recommendation ba konso say yenyin no ade abrofo ye ne say o birthday dan na kasa na say o birthday na enfe ba kwa be kan ofe so no sa dan no mo call full body check up say utumi check your body because ho no obehun say BMI or system no asesa ana ensesa
yeah this can go to apologize
but odie enu na esi ehwe but unim say ka wam
ase unim
unim say ya kasa asem we cardiovascular disease ne cardiac arrest angofonya bebre no she ni nyina nkanfo a yesi exercise obi wo gym owu ni nyina nkanfo no say economic issues and the high on the ladder.
Thank you, but listen to them.
Economic issue no. Yeah, share. Remember, be brain to mean that because kotokuo now better news baby to and share. You used to me the message be serewa. Me what as be sending me message. You see the school fees. This is the master's number. Please send the money to not more order the. What do you say? Me 8 o'clock 8:21. Me sorry I'm who message no. Bro, makuma. Bro, say me akuma yali anka me wu.
Bro. And then who say na jimana.
It go be now. Hey, economic issue.
I read it now. Me ra was a many list to actually in MP. Say, masa, me je me who be bie nye.
Because you see, I know share school fees, any rent, and that madam will be frame or seen the rent and the landlord so called their channel cry. 19,200. You see, echi no frame oni sani pakrowi okoda onya cardiac arrest. Wait, a drobe exercise by the
economy no
kum for chain. Sa exercise same by part of it me aji obia ni landlord like akache no say eh heat na one kasa ya provide o na unim say minim obi a oteneka mu na jo 11 okwa ohwe no gauge na opose no gina ho no ohun so aka no
so onye dey you
because of say or drive to so aka no ebeka no kwan so e no park si so to me nko e no unim say me dey bia me hu na yes me experience me to car be 2017 na me to for 72 Ghana cedis na me dey fill the whole tank unim say and ananado so obi sa me say see sa car no you try say o failure ahen na be komu a me nim because the last time I me try here no me sika say me do onum na me my instructions 900 the trim na car no still enye my 900 cedis na so car na enye my say me nim me kwa na to 250 sa na me de nam na nte unu say me ebu am timi nam na me kuma ye ma shi me say kim na me pente ba do fie me hu kwa me do because chale me che okwan so iti economic factors no e kun for chain because they see a pressure a bankrupt so and only say an excitement in England for 3 more like only go be breeding come on a fan ade be man nkofo akoma atom yam no ma on my expression mo be bre inti marriages collapse under this government endra hwe go coast for endra any mami bi so no nko ane household on the household sike koka go coast Dr. Indum company no or say na omu from 56 na ni nua ba ko 56 ono nkasa o 62 omu ye about 9 household omu manyina wa manoni o oso mu nyina ewu aka ono nko a because of time ne now so ade no ni kunu nkasa nya stroke ye now so ye collapse ye no ni kunu nya stroke ni nuanom na aka nyina so nya heart ina omo na mu so da for man see ono pen the entire family no aka na o exist it no economy no na na so that so called banking sector no ekuni pa chain
enra me hu say your friends also Gold Coast fund is different and microfinance no is different and some mainstream banks no I think one of the Ekum nipa 900.
Yes, I know you have investment banks.
900.
I'm sick of what ewu was I me madam for adonu. Madam for Erika Donu ebusia for some time in campaign for chairman. We dey manusi sumena so. Well, me on the last message. Bobie make just screenshot they send o. To Russia. And no born bra and no den sika be good gin and be good Gold Coast. I'll say or per se like what brew Russia intino obon the brain in your person so be settle e wo Ghana enu nya kidney yare kakra eno o say onu an sika wansra ban say owu oba ye no say ni sika no person fa transplant onye sika the guy had almost 600,000 cedis 600,000 Ghana cedis e one account mu o so hia mu 100,000 owu ye pe wawu and I'm no can say ni account no say na kufa do a say sika no wo mu me the bank statement ni ID card ni BBA kitam si am no can say Ereka do no agbahia wu. Enti no ye care about your health service near you na lifestyle o. Me tie pressure o me so no me ni hypertension ni blood pressure but me ka kire o pressure me so no pa ebu am timi hu messages me ignore ni nyina ba ni nyina ye nkrofon so you can see who say yes and raba could be or send me message you timi so wu but chale dem ya say e bia menya invitation but because I can't do anything about it deep on say ne ho akire no me tie my bo me nya voice note no and I'm a friend my friends so we say and everybody was telling me say Charlie and your mama heading so imagine what it means and they said this girl senyakupo amfefia obewu enyame na me cool no but the truth is that I don't have the means even if I wait me donate 500 cedis the condition and 500 asem but unim dey me kasa it still boils down to politics and say Okoboy honorable Okoboy ebe kan asem bi o say NHIL levy no ye jeje no a o magigi so far our port ye to ade electricity o say sa sika no senka ban assign sa sika na ye mobilizing nyina de amafoto no a or say even the most complicated disease that we are seeing nyina no Ghanaian should pay a dime a cedis to have that kind of service or the son ho yare meanwhile ye jisika no ye fa ma NHIL ye fa ma obia aban fa ma mo
are recapping a discanico Jubilee House
so to assume yanko so me yanko okay
for your information so ni baby as can wa aban frebi recapping our recap sika no se capping no se then akapu sika na kwa kogu Jubilee House about 90% of sika yaje wo NHIL na wo san ke de ko hwe ayarefo no eko Jubilee House eko ma omuchedi Kwabena for your information omukọ Alisa Hotel eko hwe running mate ene I understand say omanpanini na bedi achire our flag bearer ma MPP Joe Monkey autistic Baumia onko Alisa Hotel eko running mate. Most important information I was say abendi achire no ehun hia omo but I can tell say the end shall justify the means.
Well, it's so say so you running.
No, they need to. Why not? And I think say so far no I'm rooting for Napo.
Yes, so I'm rooting for Natoshi.
Natoshi in Kenya bad. But me kai the other year Anthony or say Akutona.
Yanuntina me root emano.
Na ama dream I me say
oye ni papa
o ya de mum otimi kunipa kama
ya de
otimi kunipa o ma papa enya stroke awu hey na to
masa oye me candidate
me so kam candidate won say me ka no aka
sa kama menka
oso kam candidate won say
oso kam candidate no won say
say anyo no na so mo de ma Kwabena Japan so enya bad
Kayo
unimuma say the speech now my answer na
ya bossa
o ye duma say na wata dem obeba no paper won
kebe bossa
fita
hey anybody embrace
ko pe bibia bedifo
anybody embrace
ani be ye den e be
ba fremo paris hey debi
I got frema yeah manu si sumi na so me pe frema
me pe eslo
they say glass.
Me first lose.
Say glass.
Also obuade, eslo obuade.
Me persla.
Obuade.
Oh yes, me persla.
Persla. Obuade onyimi.
And am person owu no be ya this year.
No, me first lose.
Anyway, but I wish them well. I just pray say it's all in the accrual of accolades for democracy. You know, I pray say ombe yusu wait na omochusu omorani mates. However, you see the coming election no enye for MPP. Kwabena me tie from Boatin no. I heard messages I think say Senka or expanded the communication on Dema, and I would have seen a Nyoma ability to giving NDC some citations. Da free amanone bedro my way. The NDC government knowing say we have one of our own who has traveled far to acquire such knowledge. He's the first in Africa. He's the first black man for Paul Boateng. And when people discuss him, and they say Akufo-Addo no Gabi kwasia jibi for we na omo discuss Frimpong Boateng in a certain taster. Who is like Frimpong Boateng in that family? Who is like Frimpong Boateng in that family called what friend is saying? Ofori Penny Fee. Who is like him? They should tell me who is like Frimpong Boateng, because me I don't have his kind in my family. How I wish. Because Frimpong Boateng, I'm not so sure. The last time I checked, he doesn't know his mom and dad. He is that type of a person. Onim ne mame, onim ne papa. When who ne mame da, when who ne papa da. And I think so obe free me busuem. Because we when the nimna, and I need and the moment when the moment cry, as a cry me yaseno. Uza. And I think some media me who Frimpong Boateng or busuem. But oh Gabi no mne san kwasia for na. Chrono amo bonti, you wanted to tarnish the image that you can never build. You can even not have, or you can't even aspire. Even in centuries to come, you can't have such a character in your family. That weak family, criminally minded family, a family that cannot even rebuke its own, a family that is very denigrated to the point, say, you have to only be thieves to survive. Family that can only build a palace on taxpayers' monies. That family, useless family, that can only survive only when they steal. Family that are thieves, broad daylight, armed robbers. They were tarnishing that image. But sometimes I feel I should tell Frimpong Boateng it serves him right. Because you see, when you bite fingers that have fed you, your end will be near. For example, if you listen carefully to the narrative now, NDC built Frimpong Boateng. Yeah. NDC built him. Yeah. NDC understood why such a person must be put to a purveyor, a bebois, in the interest of Ghana. It's like Jekotanko Bichebilante, who was saved by Rawlings. He came against him. His end was very near. Biting fingers that feed you. Ansah yedishe nkunu enwani yeditie. And you know, he was mentioning people. Omo and tried to make it possible, say, Ombesi Cardiothoracic Center. No. Enya ono na nakuma be ne ya ama ye dia koye ono no operation ono ye dokutani Kwabena. What Frimpong Boateng has not done, I think say it will get all of us thinking about what number, and I say how many persons has the Cardiothoracic Center saved. If that statistics is put out, you see the importance of that thing that Rawlings built. Yes, I see. You will tell the story that number, say it has saved this number of lives. Then we are able to put that analysis together and say, but for that hospital, no, thoracic center, no, this number of persons would have died. Because apart from going to that thoracic center for a surgery, you cannot use any other means to survive.
But yeah, under the Fourth Republic, and NDC are building Ghana.
They have. And I want them to be able to understand, say, So you won't allow Obi to say Akufo-Addo to ever be president. To come and waste our time.
Building Ghana.
You won't allow for
this hospital I will come once me. Until date, yenya any other.
There is none. Onua pe Frimpong Boateng I think say through his other partnership, I think they have built a private one. I don't know how, because I read about it somewhere in the dailies. Onua pe.
That is super.
There is not like that. If you want to even check in Africa, I don't think we can have about 3 or 4.
And it was built by Rollins.
Yes. What is that Rollins Akuma any other? Did he build it for himself?
You know, NDC for Encount.
They don't. What is NDC National Theatre Assembly? What is Omaka Cultural Center Assembly? Me say, many minuati hey. Abuane ntakra de mane ho ye fe o. Na ntakra bone ti se Akufo-Addo nom ti se bawomianom de e ti se kwatere kwa. Edom nipadom na ma party ye fe. Ye bobo din ye bobo Frimpong Boateng num din ma MPP animonyam. Ye bobo Alantrematen those times na ye bobo say din na yetimi ka say oi we no omusu bi ni wiase omusu bi ni Africa omusu bi ni hono no na ye busa ye kan na ye sade akoso NDC for no so say monso mon tell obi o te say Frimpong Boateng ye boa na ye busa omo. But they are the reason why Frimpong Boateng could ever be part of the discourse in Ghana. NDC
and unfortunately, no, the current MPP is the reason why Frimpong Boateng anyway guasi.
Yes. Oh, but anyone to me guasi. They are trying. They are on anyone to me guasi. There is none like him. One kasa no crowd, eh? I'm sure say Otiwa, Utimi Buza no say anyame me no one nyame. Because I'm sure say sometimes he's surprised that he has been able to attain that pedigree. The first African, the first black man, had surgery successfully. The first. Ebini wiase. Eti we no senka ye your man ye feria de buadea e ka said we no kranka ye kan ke be ka say his honor.
And they are shocking me no.
Hey, his honor.
Oma denigrate man no like
we obi a e wo senka ebia King Charles a friend no on 19 nanka onama o friend din kura wo so ka say Sir Frimpong Boateng. We don't have his kind in Africa. Not anywhere. After him, no, they have also attained the skills, the knowledge, the wherewithal to be able to undertake what he does. But he is the first ever. Now, in the ages of Jacobus Capitainum, Omono, Oye Ghanaian, Oye the first scholar, no, in those times, no. Now, Edin say, you bet me crack say bibini crab bet me crab a scholar. Now, Frimpong Boateng tie na yetimi ka say your pride as Ghana for ne say ye will be a utimi has surgery. Man people ni bi nyare ne. He would not even think opa magabi on na moya ne na to say a friend say abebesre no. Opa man heart attack is here. Frimpong Boateng, no matter what Gabi has done against him, obekwa ko save a life.
That is his profession. That is his call.
That is his own. And he does it without any. But Kwabena, another point I say, can't me tear no me beside and he say, oh say, or you pained, or you very much pained, bitter, or you're worried. Say, as for mine, yentimi kra beyond the NDC building, you know, and tremu emani nyekese, and who the need. Say, I was say, ma, yajune ko akumayari so as for mine. And the Ron is see, you know, the NDC for see, you know, and no, no, yentremu. and he's worried. He's a private man. Kwabena enye nipa omubenya akumayare nyina na bitima akọ ono ne hospital ho. No. Atimi afford. Look at the NHIL analysis. Okoboy is right too. Kwabena, look at how many times they have increased it under Akufo-Addo.
Okoboy is right about what?
He's right about Sika Yajeji under NHIL, no, the National Health Insurance Levy, no. Obi koto milk, ensure we am to NHIL also.
But on only problem is
the problem is Sika no Yajeji a yemfa ma enkoto futu a e wo say koto ma National Health Insurance.
No see access or no see the kwai.
Ontimi nka.
No ya
there be no kran ya waka. We are not able to.
There be na there be wakasa ejimi se.
Waka ma won so anya bi ade ato so say. Wate aban to at that time no National Health Insurance for penny no CEO no. And o cheche na
sika no. Ekọ your friend say okra ho. Ekọ mine ho.
Adodro
no ekọ man ho.
Ekọ na bank esim.
Ekọ kra ho.
And then 5 days as I said.
I didn't call crowd. No, I didn't call crowd.
And you bring a party.
So okay. Now I didn't call crowd. That's a call crowd. That's something I didn't call crowd.
But so what can? What Chelsea can?
I don't go just almost see I call crowd.
The call crowd and call man minister. Okay.
You look at temper me na the man.
Aye. Eko okokasa na.
Dabi you look at temper me na the man. And you a crowd. You look at temper me.
Enti Kwabena, you can tell say we have people in government that share wickedness. Idea they enjoy as an accolade. They are too wicked and mean. Say they don't even care and think about human lives. But Kwabena, when you say Adebisi or Rwanda, well, I think it first happened in Tanzania. You see Minister Biyari. Now he was looking forward to Senka Bino and Mano. So Kwabena, where governments are abba in this Fourth Republic, men can kufu anymore. Men can your friend is saying Kufuor Hufin. Kufuor wa yebi but wa mtimi anya kese. Ye betimi akyere NDC asupiti ahodo a omo committee oman sika ediesi. The first day I went to University of Ghana Medical Center. Kwabena na Nyankopon fa me ofa kra isie. Ofa ne kra isie, ofa ne kra isie. Na me offer ene da ho na me kohwe no Kwabena me dru ho no na me refi se me gina Ghana na me refi and when you say the second phase sika akodi Akufo-Addo no ho a omo diska no omo afa anye Kwabena Ridge Hospital second phase sika ba o omo diska no omo afa anye second phase no. Directly opposite the Rich Hospital, no. A sansa chrono, any sika, a Akufo-Addo de eche nipa nkwenti no. O si adia o say a year multi-million-dollar Bank of Ghana headquarters. Kwabena, between baby a womo manage your money sika na asai no. Ebetina any baby a Obi yari eden beko. Choose which one of them. And I will say first on the priority list. Which one of the two? And if you have a president like Akufo-Addo who will choose Bank of Ghana headquarters because a so-called girlfriend is a deputy governor or a so-called ex-girlfriend or whoever friends say LCO say wine ɛna ɛwɔ so osi dan no na otimi ɛma no your friend saying ɔmo frɛ alimony saying kwamra alimony yɛ ka ne twi saying sɛ wagya ɔbaa na yɛsi sum no
minya ɔbaa da
sum no
wagya ɔbaa da
ɔbaa ne gya o they are fine but me deɛ me nya bi da
wunya bi da
na wo wagya bi da
me minya ɔbaa da
ba ɔbaa gya o da ebia
yɛ keka
oh so you can tell say kwabra your priorities now it is born out of a nneɛma mienu pɛ krono any the spirit of irresponsibility because your hospital I mean to me more krono because budget be out the hospital ni bia no parliament but semikosi Bank of Ghana headquarters are even when I don't go to parliament sikani tao menya bia wia nam diske bia to so that's all and that's all but I'll tell Professor Frimpong Boateng say a man throw the hands up in despair or don't turn a papa Ghana for buni papa Akufo-Addo ye mu no mfere no ye mu no mimi mu no but me who Frimpong Boateng me koto because me who say nipa ni bi da wo wiase etire we esi Akufo-Addo tisu yi se nkodi ko sua Frimpong Boateng de bia adwen boni ntin ka kokora wakoma no kra ye adwuma obetwam
but obi send him message about Sentuo refinery no?
Yes omo adia
and we Temafo boys no asase e monitor omo activities serious
bibi besi
the kind of things we are hearing from Tema enclave no serious
na obi
say Tema
omo the tanker ni adwuma ye o
Tema oil refinery omo nkwa adwuma o yeah, they don't go to work obi ankwa adwuma because they are not doing anything
na Akufo-Addo why you tik kakraka A plus ena odi Akufo-Addo anim ko ye believe in Ghana concept na obegina Kumase Asante man Ghana man
was at the time ko wa be ko ye badwuma David say A plus crowd no we jai party no hello Aja
Hello.
What for the form?
What
for the form? Pacho, send about phone so.
But 500.
Tell. Yeah, that's it. Mama, confirm me another winner. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. The Bright Soldier capsules and a Bright Garlic Plus capsules. The Abba. Top Choco. Top Choco chocolate spread. Yeah, the Fabrudumu and a Top Choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink. Now, de biaba mpacho for Gridco 4 in a tour. Gridco 4 issue statement be. Any day. Okay, Tuesday 9th April 2024. So the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited Tema Region wishes to inform our cherished customers and the general public that the Ghana Great Company Limited Gridco has curtailed power supply to our smelter 2 bulk supply point, resulting in outages in the following areas. So, One Hin Cement, Goyle Bitumen Plant, Leyland Paints, Oyoko Aero Parts, Japan Motors, Mankwaze Fisheries, Jensen, Akasanoma, Central Medical Stores, Cocoa Processing, Irani Brothers, Amandi, W2C, Asempa Co Stores, John Moore, Car Bank, La Bianca, Unilever, Dry Dock, Tema New Town, Asaswa, Cars Fisheries, Ocean Fair, Afco Fisheries, European Market, GPHA Terminals 1 and 2, Toll Pumping Station, MPS Terminal 3, Refa Terminal, Asat Tech, Jata Cement, Dangote Cement, APM Terminals, Avnash Industries, TCT, Burkina Faso Commerce, Save Bond, Golden Jubilee Terminals, Committee 2, Cocoa Board Warehouse and its environs. A whole off. In ye. Munshanka Bowie so and so. The way to answer. Way different so Tema region. Okay, so Gridco outage. The Electricity Company of Ghana Limited, Tema region. In the Gridco NECG wishes to inform our cherished customers and the general public that the Ghana Grid Company Limited has curtailed power. Okay, so we have Yellow Krobo of Lower Menya, Krobo of Royal Senchi, of Atimpoku, of Adome, of Edukrom Booster Station, Suchari Township, Volivo, of Golden Exotics, of Akole Pumping Station, of Tay Kwame, of Glamour Farms, Wildlife, PW Quarries, Eastern Quarries, Twin Quarries, Recycling, Japan, Akwamufie, Frankadua, Nudu, Enum Boso, Dodi, Asante Krum, Kisifo, Enen Importamu nyinaa. Oh, Iduni.
I was reading.
Yeah, Samo.
Iduni. Patrick Adam. In short, the whole Ghana is off. Iduni.
I'm sure we are even running on against it.
So when you are there for
where the message say mama me happy birthday song yi mama unim say DKC emia me nana DKC
DKC
ne wife the late DKC
we so manfa ai statement ba kwa ma the Bernard Abantayila Mona for President 2024. Your friend, bam for President 24. Bam.
Bernard Abantayila
Mona. Bam for President 2024. Okay, so a press release Abba and I mean, go through Kakrebi. United PNC beyond the court ruling. So the Accra High Court has on the 8th April 2024 given judgment to affirm decision of the National Executive of PNC. While this should bring finality to the matter, the Bernard Abantayila Mona for President Tim wishes to call on all PNC faithful to exercise decorum in their commentary. This is a family affair and calls for cool heads to integrate all persons within this truly incrementized party. We need all and sundry within our ranks to be able to sell our messages to Ghanaians who are despondent with the state of affairs. So it goes on and on and on. But I
say, Ohineyere Georgina Konadu Kusi, aka Mommy Georgia.
Mama Georgia.
Keche mami.
Keche, yeah, and now our friend
Keche mami.
Keche
Benito Usubio, Senior Benito.
Mama Georgia, so
Senior Benito. What you say? Okay, with the mechanic.
Benito. What say Mama Georgia say? Yeah, mami proud. And so now, is your name grow?
Oh, and yeah, mommy, and then mommy 80th birthday. And I wish mommy happy 80th anniversary. Now, mommy, and a party the Ukrainian
party
I don't even want to know because me come mommy party and go for me who a bet is a makwe. Mommy, me jina na ma wish you happy birthday.
Yes, you are.
Or a council of state member. I wish say Nyankopon Bemano and Kwa will be dear me. But mommy, we are council of state member here, Miss Rel. So to Akufo-Addo for no on fire. Opa, recuse yourself.
Oh, mommy, every day, mommy, no one. Okay,
mommy, happy birthday,
Georgia. Georgia Hotel. Georgia Hotel.
Yeah, many
Eugenia,
Keche, Benito, and Omoma Kenya.
Oh. But I catch the shirt.
Oh, yeah, no, only a one way.
That made me Shana,
a Bruni,
Vimco down, could I whom
I was a catcher so right after Gold House.
Sir,
Baba Hona, oh,
and you may inquire.
Opa, and let me do a call.
There be a coup for the share.
And we will go unannounced.
You're not going to watch. You're Jamma,
happy birthday, mommy.
But tell him, Mr. Meshe Bakubi, or Bram Bakudam Shea. Oh, we're school for Uncle Shabby. This say, oh, I have say, Bobby. Say, Bobby. No, my gas prefect was right.
Basana Uja Fakana.
No, my mamma, dear, or my penny, I
can't quite.
And I only say, Bobby, say, Bobby, say, Bobby. The gas prefect, no, about for one, Bobby. Gas prefect, about for one. Then yet, dear, fuck it.
You pow, make a short say. Omo ye be some demonstration petition be against
Womra. Yeah, the Oja Yafu, all right, so that's a live at Accra 100.5 Citizens Show. Accra FM. That's how we do it. All right. Thank you so much for staying with us. Friend Bobie Ansah. Done. I'm out. Enjoy your evening. Keep safe. Whee! Let's go.
In our first 90 days in office, 1, e-levy, 2, COVID levy, 3, betting tax, 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11, we'll institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1, MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We'll institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Biennial administration. We'll investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Kwalugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We will institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We will allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15, we review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16, we will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, we will aggressively confront that's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18, we'll launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there, there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19, we'll commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20, we'll reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wagomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21, we'll initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bunu East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. We'll carry out a shake-up. Of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these programs. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Here, Maza the matter, Danwaina, Nago de Kore, Ezu, Manya Munache, wanda ya gwada maka soyayya ya kamata kai maka gwada mashi soyayya. Yanzu don shi ne ana faɗi wai so mai sonka. Yanda zongoni suka gwada muna soyayya, insha Allah, ale babu karfi, e bamu iko, mu ma mu gwada musu soyayya haka nan. Don shi ne keni na Sadiq ya faɗi, wai insha Allah, in muka zo, mu duka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Amma yau saboda kudin da ya kamata a biya a je Mecca, mutanenmu, iyayenmu, maza da mata da yawansu sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba su yi. Idan Allah ya ba mu mulki, muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne, kowa inda ya yi niyansi ya samu ya je. Karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba watanni kamun a fara Ramadan. In za a kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun a kwance. Don shi kowane lokaci ya zo yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau, gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah. Don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya, kowa ya ji dadin sallah, za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda, shine ana turawa na cira holiday. Za mu kara guda a kan Idil Fitr, don shi in wayan ga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau, waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu.
Upa obi a ogu party no a eya wuntumi ne ba obi a wuntumi ane ba omi a omu gu MPP party enya me amehu amaka ena me gu party no but omu ne ye ahurahura ena omu gu party ba yantra ho ena omu gu party no me ka kire omu meeting so ma ko nyina I have it. Yes. A mistake. There will be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see the empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Kwabena, Africa, or to make a children in Kwabena, why is the money to young man? Oye kremoni tiyantu mano na wodi oya kania u farisa obeka so oya kania oye kristonia u farisa obeka so oye kristonia men come Muslims who want some etisa onu aba omi afara Muslim community ni vote to jail ni vote to jail etisa enyoma mayama kremofo bawoni o ntumi nyamu kota I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary, I'll give them bombshell. So now we play religious card. We play tribal card. Number one bombshell. Where he comes from, because honorable chairman said here, drama. When you make your mere capital drama, what will happen? What will happen? They should stop that tribal politics. Unless our media lose. Okay, will be all good party. And you want to be neighbor will be out. Want to be any Bawumia, Omu Gu MPP party. And you may who Amaka and a new party no. But Omu Nia and Wuna and Omu party. Bayan Tiraho and Omu party no. May catch no Omu meeting so much on you I have it. Yes. Omo mistake. There will be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see your empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Trouble. Africa. Otumeka chire ni kuo se. Why ceremony to young man? Why ceremony to young man? Now what do we are Kenya? Who Pharisees because we are Kenya? We are Christiania. Who Pharisees because we are Christiania? Men come Muslims who want some episode. On what about the Muslim community? You will go to jail. You will go to jail. It is a new man, my young man, I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary,
we'll put in place a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials in line with the principles of ethical leadership, modesty, humility, integrity, and accountability. We will nominate all our cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval within the first 14 days in office. We would have named all our cabinet ministers. We will constitute the leanest and most efficient government in the history of the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days in office. We will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we will establish an accelerated Export Development Council, which I will personally chair, to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education with CHAS, NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, NAPS, CETAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, PRINCOF, TEWU, UTAG, PTAs, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11, we will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1. MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We'll institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. We'll investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Kwalugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15, we review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16, we will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the world of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, we will aggressively confront number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18, we will launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there, there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19, we'll commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20, we'll reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wagomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21, we'll initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bunu East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. Ezu will carry out a shake-up. out a shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these projects. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Here, Maza the matter, Danwaina, Nago de Kore, Ezu, Manya Munache, one day I got a maka soye, I kamada kimaka got a mashi soye. Ezu, don't you know for the way so me sonka. Yanda zongoni suka gwara muna soyeya inshallah ale babu karfi e bamu iko muma mu gwara musu soyeya akara don shi ne keni na sadiki afade we inshallah muka zo muduka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam amma yau saboda kudin da yayi kama da abiya aje Mecca mutanen mu iyayen mu maza da mata da yawansu sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba su yiya idan Allah ya ba mu mulki muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne kowa inda ya yi niyyar shi ya samu ya je eza karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba watanni kamun a fara Ramadan. In za a kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun a kwance. Don shi kowane lokaci ya zo a yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah. Don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya kowa ya ji dadin sallah za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda shine ana turawa na cira holiday za mu kara guda a kan Idil Fitr don shi in wayan ga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu yau dai Hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba wasa ba. One, we'll put in place a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials in line with the principles of ethical leadership, modesty, humility, integrity, and accountability. We will nominate all our cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval within the first 14 days in office. We would have named all our cabinet ministers. We will constitute the leanest and most efficient government in the history of the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days in office. We will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we will establish an accelerated Export Development Council, which I will personally chair, to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education with CHAS, NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, NAPS, CETAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, PRINCOF, TEWU, UTAG, PTAs, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11, we will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1, MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We'll institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Biomia administration. We'll investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Kwalugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15, we review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16, we will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, We will aggressively confront that's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological.
Awa Muhammad, MVP Awa Muhammad, we miss screenshot to ye. Fato a Facebook page on the mame. Na baby we no. Na baby we no. Fato Facebook page or a mame. Almost say you say Dr. Baumia say or no or a cremoni dear, but in team for you a Christoni, but in team for you a constituency on your be a channel. And yes, sir, you know, so you know what he say. I lie. Voila. And who did so who be on the or two into the yes, we was one way a cremoni, but cremo some no awesome no in team for you. Wow, in team for you, ye can't in team for you, a beer, men in the bay the same age, right? Oh, sir, in team for you, Timia, ye can't na ayi your friend say, Nidin say, Papa, guy and a friend say, Afenyo catch you saying team for your Ahmed. Okay, so this is Awa Muhammad. This is Awa Muhammad. And Awa Muhammad, a post way, I think, sir, just this morning. And or say, I performed an Okoti Dr. Baumia on his apology tour. I performed better than Reverend Intim Fojo in his own constituency. If my religion was a problem, how did I outperform a pastor, Dr. Baumia? Oh, Intim Fojo, yet Intim Fojo yo, Intim Fojo yo, Intim Fojo yo, na onokwadi enye osimeje. My father say ma union mama join here on Facebook page. Ochikoko Foster is here. Thank you, Ochi John Geza. I say me that say Divan Williams. Okay, so you seen team for you 38 years. Yo, tia dia kola dia uye jayo, dia uye jayo, dia uye jayo. Hala. Ono ba omi aka kire obi ase. Se oye ne sumunti ne nkrofo etuti ano a eye den onya bi echen osofo. So it tells you your friends say according to say intim for you, it tells you how useless ya wo na 17 for you ayi ne constituency e wonko a ne constituency nkwa na Baumia enya bi echen eye parliamentary candidate or other places onya bi, and they might be Christians, but we know why extended no say at least when you be achen osofo e wo osofo no constituency e wono so nya muslimi enti but senka ombetimi ejai to no a ebeboa omujai to no a ebeboa na asem de asem ko because ade na ya ahomete so I'm going to thank you to so I'm and unim something interesting almost share to ni nyina ase no almost share to ni nyina ase no enya de a omo aka thank you asemba akokra o anu ye keke yankoni ye ho ano trying to justify why they lost the elections and all that. See, Obian Kashe, Muhammad, na. All right, so Gemini says, Commander, they are only using the reverend in team to lick their wounds. After they will just dump him like Bola, so Dansuma Tunga. Okay. All right. George Agbagba says, good afternoon, Commander. Listening to you live from Possibility Security Services. Hey, UCC. Okay. That's Central Region. Mensa John is here with us, Ahmed Rufai. Brother, I'm watching you live from Hanover, Germany. Bravo, Ahmed Rufai. Long time no here. Bibia Boko there. Germany Boko. Okay. So, but then America no. I'm say, Baomiano, unu, baby, I won't fa, Adiana, Emfa. Ti adania kasaka me omo talk about kono video na wa oh me dia send ma fia say so mo ko boneka forgiveness store oh Maria Adam enti Ghana Bar Association ade a mo atwere ya wo nka say bio. Hey, Moses Mudiebo. Hey, yeah, the Mokoha, no more the afar. Eh? I said, another onkaya, so onkaya, then you don't need to comment because Maria, we are senior tester, our Ghana in the media space, you know, we are senior tester, and who upgrade the core and you know. Oh, Momon say, Nessa, so on kai, I didn't know be near Canwatia. Fine. But you need to read it and understand it. Okay, Roxin Kumi, Medase say, what joining? Medase say, Roxin are joining. Mame, and check away. All right, so David Samakpo, our Makola shopping mall. Yeah, that's it. And as Davidson, young Macbeth. Okay, so this is a MPP. Some more than you. And yeah, some more to you. I'm to you, no, I'm on way. We shall wait. Moncha hack bo so agima. But just Baumia almost said you no. Onimeto. Onim to. Ah, bozat kwesi no. Baumia no me pacho. Opa sai sha de we ase. Ghana ni bia hwe bi. Baumia nim nyom no to.
We shall win, we shall win. To save Ghana. We shall win. To save Ghana.
Obi busa say Kwabena so apia say dem wo yi ase. Omo chance dem wo yi ase. So this is the thank you tour. So this is the otitinitiri ho. Omo to second stanza ni wie no. Ana ye ba omi ase on to be. Any thank you. Shache ma so bu afu. So one wan na ekọ ntokwa o. Untimi hu nipa hakmo suzu ajiba ba bi odede nam. Address Kwabena, this is so depressing. I assure you, it no be easy. It no be easy. Hey, MPP. Me will be. I will just say Gordon as a Gordon, no, like my brother. I see somebody like my brother. Yeah. Yeah. Shukura, see, you just left power 4 months ago, and you are singing winning symbol. Yanti na ye ba omi aden na ba omi onim west no. Onim. So this is the thank you tour. Yeah, MPP omo eko. Ye ko thank you tour. Ye ko thank you tour. This is the thank you tour. Oh, Gordon, mahu, turn uko bi mahu. I see you, bro. I see you. Yeah. Eka befie. Eka pa. Enya. Nathaniel say MPP penny. Ekaba. Yeah. Hey, na chairman boy full vice chairman no na say be you. Julia Jackson say, so why did they start the thank you tour? I don't even know. Almost started free. Greater Accra na East na so almost as every. Yeah. As I God as I brago, I said children was through oh, what's up? Gordon, on a search was through my pie. Yeah. Jiagu ayaka asibuoso ajigain. Oh, yeah. Omo ya anye ye na nko mo ya tiesi ehie. Na am say ehie ni de na nye to no ma record e no. Ama record e no. Is it yeah. Wait. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mame so enkoye majumana we ehunhiam. So this is the thank you tour. Ye kwa thank you tour no a. Omo mani pa so enko adidi no. This is the thank you tour. Ya omo se omo eko. Na ena nkrofo ka no. Instead so obeko akọ your forgiveness tour no. Ujina say thank you tour. Na why na benya time mama? Why na benya time mama? Okay. So maame nkɔnkɔ yɛ enyuma mienu na me ntoa so na me nkɔ m'anim. Yase galamsey. Yes sir. Yase galamsey. And sir adewe sir adewe mame na me correct it. Should I even correct? Let me just leave mad people. Let me just leave mad people. So be a bodama mame nya ne damano na onfa nantenante ho. Say what you are bodam for, so you must always allow mad people to operate. Mame nya sa adwuma we about galamsey. And na me kasa asem we ekire Ghana for. That me who the reason why obi ebe complaining ede akire about galamsey. Look, Ansah na Ghana for beto aba no. Na Ghana for nim die ntia omo ekoto aba. Dabi ameka kire MPP for adia aya BT MPP for na ebi ya BT NDC. Enya NDC message dodo a wo mutimi eka kire Ghana for. Ghana for koto aba based on what they were going through. The torture that they were going through. Me catch them say, galamsey no, I'm not stupid to sit here and think Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, and the galamsey ba Ghana. I'm not stupid. You can be stupid and think so. I am not stupid. Right? You can be stupid and think so, but I am not stupid. So I can't sit here and claim Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia and the galamsey by. But you see, the problem Ghanaians had with the MPP administration is the president himself was a galamseyer. Akufo-Addo no na otu galamsey. Akufo-Addo no ankasa no ano sa kromfo stupid man no na otu galamsey. Otu galamsey. Very stupid man. One the president no now aside to galamsey. Akufo-Addo was involved in galamsey. You go and pick a friend say from Pom Boateng report on galamsey and from Pom Boateng and Samuel Akufo-Addo didn't share about galamsey. That unfair report didn't say all those things are there. Bawumia office was involved in galamsey. The vice president, you obey a flag bearer. I say na ni abra oso okoto a ohunu so oto nwumu so ya de no a ohunu se stia no won kwastia ni bio ono an office na galamsey make Bawumia ono an office we see mention Bawumia's office as one of the government institutional omo run galamsey ewo ho. President Wafasinum Gabi Watche as a Dakonum, they were involved in galamsey. Mrekudu Kanom, they were involved in galamsey. Abu Jinapo, sa boy no, they were involved in galamsey. Na say me koteya also no onuya when this onuya minister enti ono say open contract to Benyo said here. Now me open contract na Benya me Bobie family obey. You see, Obia me nimu the last na me Bobie Ansah. Abraham we as ni Obia wo feba me hu wo. But for politics, senior politics, and wo ya adwuma said there me ya adwuma. You can make it like how I made it. You can make it. Politics. and when your politics musican wafa. And to be a me politician be a me demand say who from us from Hello FM days. Bepima Sempa FM days. Bepima no be bien where one yemen nibre. Because minimum where you are coming from. What kotra abrosai 1 million sokra I know you. I know you. Opa kotra I know you. Sankrofo we nyina no enya me Bobie na me bobo omudin o. Your friend say women organizer and they say they are not otu galamsey ewo atiwa forest no. They are not otu galamsey we atiwa forest no. Your friend say women organizer no monkai bien. Kate Javua and obi diaba no Western Regional Minister akwedi enenia kakraka but demini. So the point is one more doso and you biana egbobo one din one reports various reports are no my ye and no more bobo crofo or more chas bisu no more look there is a report from OSP office a tram crofo or more galamsey mu from Boboati Bobie din. So and yes I feel no will be bomudin say and crofo yes Bobie sin crofo bi galamsey no and ya Bobie kobi watch dako thank you and ya Bobie na feel no baba be all these people are there omonko baby ah tian this winning you know some of us na your opinion is say look Sagalam say we know you need to deal with the head. As a dealing with MPP for no, and even so be what NDC mua naniji won say opese oyebia na osuro. And there are so many materials there. Protozwa. Ena Daniel do ebo protozwa. When you are the same crofos and ebo bomudin. Aye MPP for no na ebobo womudin. Get Jamfua ayatiwa MPP constituency executives and a year press conference. I just some go jina baby kan press conference. And omo bo aye Kate Jamfua din. A Japan mesa aye from Pogwate report the boni din. Mrekuduka aye first aye your friend say operation dia ndia no na from Pogwate eda no aye omo enye obia Kojo upon Kruma his name was mentioned in the Galamsey. But videos about John Boadu having 56 Galamsey sites. It's only a way you know, and you Bobie na eka, and you me go Bobie adi. It is an idea. NDC are buying this idea, so by picking all these tapes or by picking all these reports. And you see, sometimes when people make it seem like as a look, investigations, every material available. Yama say or factor into your investigations. Video, tapes, audios, documents, and everything. Look, okay, as I say, NDC, every year and Crawford way, based on materials, radio for discussing from Accra FM to City FM to Class FM to Adom FM to TV3. So these are documents, tapes. Yeah, I'm up for discussing. If the government of the day decide, they say, and go back rounding up even 6 out of these people, so by rounding up 6 out of these people, go to remand 2 weeks. Go to remand 2 weeks. Why are your investigations? No money bail. Now, a jip Roma said a galamse one. Ubos a man for be steady. Ubia be steady. And Gabo is in Yasaku could drone on Coco site. Yeah, come in Yaku could drone Coco site. And you see, and no crab aku more. Obian beso better sign of crano, but that's it. And the crane say, and these boys are almost any a year galam say only land guards a jumao, any MPP for na carbon neye. I mean, it's sad you know. Oh, see, I can't see a crock or my way. Yeah, sometimes I sit back and I weep. Ayana makumaya. Ayana makumaya. Yenim, yeah, Galam says, you know, Yenimo. Ghana ni bia o kroma enim adekura ekoso. Ghana ni biara. Ghana ni biara. The only lack, yes, say Ghana for ya say the NDC executives no they omani nje galamsey no. That is the only lack. Lack no. And I've told you the difference. The man Ghana for bufu ya kese our galamsey ho. When the president, the certain president Akufo-Addo himself was involved, the presidency was involved, yet we release it. Yeah. Wouldn't want to be prosecuted or be crowned and to buy a Jubilee House or a go paper so say a no upon on a now transport director. Now a director of transport, our Flagstaff House. Now on a release a presidency cast. Ama national security for boys. Adequate atiwa equal to a year illegal mining. A year almost go for police station. Wamu demu 2 weeks. Eya court ema wamu bail. Na presidency eyi na no point no. And na upon crown some friend nam prosecute na na day. Ya de obi keka. Aha. Sankrofo ya na you know. You can use only that info to prosecute them. You know the court tilt against Ediabasef. Nasana mo no be free me busa me say. You see, you guys more ya manaya to say JM I said that say opeso pam CJ Ansah na wa said that IBB. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't create that impression. John Mahama does, he understands the law. John Mahama, he understands the law. Onimra. Any John Mahama trim say or pam CJ Ansah na watimi IBB. You guys should stop that. Mona moment microphone perception say NDC I said that say my men no ankasa no an wadi bone my men no ankasa no wadi bone. So don't create that impression to say John Mahama said that so about pam CJ na wanyakwa prosecute obi. Stop that. Munya say na mo adwene ye wo fam dodo. Mo na mo nam na mo keka say asem we na MPP for na som. I was said that no opam no, was said that no opam no, was said that no opam no say, Mamma no ankasa no wadi bone, ne bone na yinama, and you guys will understand that ne bone na yinama. Jomama ni mra, or the mra na juma. Almost says so more kasa kasa. What to say? Obia babe catch say, why? If that is the argument there, and go to say your friend say. Kwabena du buahene omo echiche womo no omo chicho and common China omo clear judicial ni Ansah no ma chiche womo nyen ko omo ntwen yenyina ya tikroma yenim ade kra ekoso yenyina yenim obi anim yenyina yenim konongo akwaya konongo ahimfo no come police for you. Last 2 weeks I said no more friend me. Oh, Yajano, on and more. Nobody is interested. BNI, NIB. Omako Nantia Kwakwa investigations. After he be home. otumfoɔ se BNI for na bɛka kyerɛ ne sɛ saa ɔhene no otu galamsey ɛna ɔmo de evidence na abrɛ no yɛtu ɔhene no ɛtu na chiame hene ɛtu ɛyam sɛ ne chiame BNI for kura report no ɔhene no ne nkurɔfoɔ no ne nam Asante region ɛda so etu galamsey oh adeɛ no odwene ho a wonte aseɛ odwene ho a wonte aseɛ so yenim ade kura akɔso okroma we no everybody is aware this galamsey thing we all know yenyina yenim ade kura AC wɔ Ghana ha sei both MPP and NDC we know this is galamsey we know me mempɛ nkɔma ɛyɛ na nkurɔfoɔ edisre sɛ ɔmo hyia yɛhyia uni ubetimi no obi ahyia no aka kyerɛ Kwabena galamsey asɛm deɛ enye izo we kura say then I ask the person so you know munim exactly what is happening and you are not doing anything about it adeɛ ne ka no ɛden paa adeɛ no enye easy say whether it's constituency chairman, constituency organizer, whoever, Bobie or you involved beyond say Bobie and you involved or deal with Bobie. Why should you see the problem we have now? Say you dealing with them for your mamra and them for a dealing about your headache. Amaya ukruma. We look at the person's stature, we look at his background, where he's coming from. His religion, then it's like, oh dear, ne party or join. Now down for the one in MPP, now down for the one in NDC. That is the problem we have now. Monsieur Onipa, so who didn't cry, who team power that. Trust me, the moment he be busa wasema. Who say no and I yes pen and one on your tipaye no. And this is a new crisis on your tipaye or asem no creho. When it's yes, it's yes. When it's no, it's no. When I don't know, I don't know. Me ubusa masema. It doesn't take me more than 30 seconds or 10 seconds. No, I minim nadewe. There be minim. So it's yes, no, or I don't know. Bobie waye ane debi simple yenim say the yes and no nebu oman ye ya pemra ne bi na dia frafra and ye struggle ye nyina ya bompae senka omutimi ni omu edili ya ene enkan MPP for enkonko bobo esika no say omo no baba be ye galamsey demonstration enko omo no nkonko bobo esika no say omo baba be ye galamsey hu demonstration onipa wono no wo to galamsey and they still have their people in their omo to galamsey omo deso ho Kamo buy no nkomo omugo nanti wura mo gigi skan nyina moto hye wo mo so a ene omo no baba be gina wo baba be ka kire yes obaba be gina wo akasa kire wo obaba be gina wo abeka kire say ono no wo to galamsey. Look at this. Oh. Allow the NDC to do proper investigation with facts and prosecute them. A proper investigation that say a change say a whole constituency party about press conference secretary Jenfu a woman organizer and a two galamsey. Oh, I pay you. ɛdeɛ bɛn na wopɛ bi wɔ wiase and party food soldier say osia minister na minister no ka asɛm biara ɔfa no holy bible holy Quran ontumi fa n'adwene ntoto hunu ɛdeɛ identity na in investigations yɛ frɛ bibi lead you just need a lead no and obekɔ akɔpia asɛm no so investigations bɛn na kyɛn reporter frimpɔn boate ayɛ investigations bɛn na kyɛn sarab investigations bɛn na kyɛn reporter OSP no ayɛ ɛyɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛwɔ bi a yɛakenkan no okurom ha saa investigations bɛn na kyɛn wei wobɛ sɛ ɔyɛ investigations bɛn bio wobɛ sɛ ɔbɛnu sɛ kɛtiyɛmfo a wɔhyɛ me mpaase wɔhyɛ me pieto investigations bɛn na abɛsɛ ɔyɛ hunu sɛ akonta mining na wɔn dabio wɔyɛ investigations ehunu sɛ akonta mining asɛe yɛfrɛ ne sɛ yɛ forest ne yɛ nsuwa through illegal mining wɔyɛ saa investigations na hu enti investigations bɛn na wɔtwɛn na ansana Ansah na wakɔkye wuntumi ɛdeɛ investigations na wɔtwɛn you see and the way sɛ ɔmo so nipa 10 ɛwɔ NDC mu a they won't tell the minister to do the right thing no wajimi n'adwene no wɔ fam n'adwene no ɛwɔ fam adwene no nyɛ adwuma. And that is our problem in Africa. Agene ne nya adwuma hwɛ deɛ Traore ɛyɛ no wɔ Burkina ɛnso nipa da sani Burkina ni etimi mu obi daadaa na ɛka kyerɛ ne sɛ Traore is not doing well nti ɔmo ntu no ya adwene no yɛntimi fa nya hwee yɛhunu sɛ Accra FM operate illegally Accra FM no wura yaba betoto Accra FM mu ya show documents ni bibia a kyerɛ sɛ Accra FM operate illegally ɛna yabɛtoto mu ɛna Accra FM wura no nam ekrom na ɔtoto na basa ɛna odidi atem no ɔkeka nsɛm na enya nipa da sani na ɛkɔ sa illegality no sa illegality no a woka no sɛ wayɛ investigations no ehunu enya nipa na ɛkɔ so yɛ ekuro we ya timi efri ayi Rollins apen so a yɛn nyina ɛhyɛ aseɛ si yɛtie news obetia ne sɛ mo Samuel Evans Ota nyansani nie Erastus Donko our information ni nyina that they are looking for. Erastus Donko information ni nyina. Or the information be a bio na ope. Missy, just go and pick from Pom Boateng report and read it. Uba unu samu ewum. And the other baby now okay. Now, my main chawa debi. One enipa MPP ni. The entire ni ani abrese. Eso mu no mu dili no enipa MPP ni the entire na some of us ye ni abre no enya asem kuma oko aha so mede let be any video be send you right let no for letter no to na mention crofo ade me pato me use the next 10 minutes pe me wi na maye magdan ho adwuma kakra bi na ma wi pato ye ntem we letter we am dey be kire mu efri eye Ministry of Transport dated 20th April 2023 tio onipakura wasan kwakuo fori asiama wana no ye minister otro de koma eye Commissioner Customs Division request for permit to import and clear 3 packages: earth moving construction, hydraulic excavator machines, along with other standard tools and accessories at the Tema port. One side documentary, one documentary. Oh, and it's a share MPP near na ɛsɛ nka nipa tu nipa twɛdeɛ nipa tu nipa ɔn nkurɔfoɔ no bi ɔmo nam street mu do ɔmo nim bɔnne a NDS MPP fo adi Ghana, they don't know. Edu wo ka asɛm no a ɔmo nim ade korɔ ɔmo ti twobo yɛ kɔyɛ campaign a na ɔmo sɔre ye ade a MPP ayɛ Ghana man we no sɛ wode w'ani ahu bi a you won't sit down and tell me say yɛntwɛn wɔ mo. MPP kɔbɔ fata ku paa na nkɔbɔ fata sɛ edi kwa sɛ obi a waste ne time na nke yɛde ɔmo kɔkɔ to ba. Nobody should waste his time on MPP. Amen. Ɔno na bi we gyina wa yɛ de mfono sɛ ayi preko ba. We will hit the streets. We will hit the streets. We will hit the streets. Wait. Kwasia, wo ayi Nana B. From NSS scandal to ayi your friend say rice scandal no. So ka ho. Buffer stock rice scandal no ka ho. Wenya kwa yi yedede. Sebe ya be fa no a MPP fo be si abonten say Nana B enya kwai yedede. We will hit the street. 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 You buy hit the street. Aso ayi unai na do nsa esane. Nenka 79 de ni bia enka ebobu nu adadwo nu ayese samoteta and Gabanya Kwaba Jaya, you hit the street, you will hit the street. I won't frozen idea. Oh, my major so and I see a boy. Jimmy said, your mamma Joe so and we will hit the street, we will hit the street. Utrina ye, Utripa ye. Kaya 79, the Anibiana, Junwana Gama. Not to toe. Ha! Kabaji kwaya befa so be catch say you hit the street. Mudi 8 years say or mind to say Ghana. What destroy or mine no. But politics of convenience in tea. Muninam and a moon throw me weight about. And a moment some of us BP. Utifia no akume bose kim me ensiso. Yes, we see a bontina or nantinante kakra. Na we are free tisa. We said them one a pressure kum tweet me doom TV, doom radio, doom phone. The NSA me doom phone free by no passes. A bob by 11, 12 more, and I'm a sawyer because near many we said what for phone, a BA, WhatsApp, your friends say. Facebook, Ubia ya na kwasia we gyina so we hit the street. Ya onfro say wanum na o ma me kru aba oda ma me dwunsogu. Siakwa. Chale fa document no to so. Hwe esiama na chro document we. Esiama na true document we. On say on make a say MPP time. I go for make a say one of the measures are almost take to make sure say galamsi on be fight it and say sa excavators near the adini nyina no abaya hot. Mokai I go for no time. Esiama na fair chire e true Edekoma customs say omon shase enyi excavators eman krofo esiama enie esiama NDC we ni ye no unim dom ye and this win here na MPP for no more excavators no omo akreba no omo the document we na nan port omo the document we na nan port and na omo airtwi fam MPP for no na yes ade no na nyamen chade ye bomode an ye twe transport minister honorable Joe adwene esi so and I no omakokam enti free last 2 weeks say no port excavator and for home excavators are nyina ba peso omo obi anyi excavator. You have the video for video no to na nkrofo nhwe we ask me call a demonstration. I wish some back track one more excavators ni nyina ye omo dia no awie ya na yekotwae omo akra excavators ne ba no omo no di akwa akogu wuram enie awie ya na yekotwae no sound that's okay enie excavators and komakra airbanie ni nyina ka port awie obekọ eguo. Just imagine these earth moving machines na so omo di ewura mu ahwe hwenko ya se wanko mo ba ensia ba bedi hwenko enti omo mankrofo omo mankrofo sika se munye demonstration galamsey no na omo namase na omo twe every port na omo de ko hwena watwepa NDC abaya ni breye e port excavator saka ho we nyina gu port o we nyina egu port tinkomo kofa we nyina e dia besina ko wuram no mo atu wi a omo atu wi a na omo adrimikase ababa betra radio so abebusa se na hefo na etu galamsey no anya yabekwa demonstration hwe Why because NDC buy no NDC settle nwe no and do microphone atwi fam now just 2 weeks operations per NDC airport share excavators abeka ewo ho enti yemfa ne say from January December ya to abani wie no a omo microphone no nim so omo ekofie no yemusa se excavators dodo say and omo twi fam busa ho omo wia no almost enti excavators we enya nipa da sani na de baga na ha no be gina say investigations ben na person we biu onipa din na we so ayi MPP for ayi omo na yes ade no me see 2 weeks operation ayi transport minister any port any national security for tigina mu pipe tata yeah. Someone Maria Adam and Ubusano, who are the owners? Swan. Ya ka somewhere. I say, na ya jam and crofo no monam chrome no mu ye dede. Omu ye dede. Miwa omu ne tu galamsey no. They are doing it. Yeah. I don't know. I know to be a who here. Yenya Abanga, NDC first vice chairman. Ninya Abanga. Ya wa MPP. Monfra Abanga Musa ne se onia no wa MPP na dwuma ba no ye. Abanga ye minua. Chairman. Oh, chairman, your man be wa hwe ya wo kwa na wa hwe ya wo de akofra busuani. Wa hwe na de akofra busuani. But ade we no anibra e ba sa ade we hu no. Enye abusuasem. Enye abusuasem. Wontumi ete kwaye mu sai kwaye. Na wontumi ama enkrofo sika se mon kwaye demonstration. Na ga se nipa nya aboa nka nipa be di sangwase ase wo okromu a omo di boni bebre and omo no a sha se e kreti eya enema ye se o man we ya yetimi no eniafo anu ma cha omo mienu wo de wo kwa ndisi na me so me kwa MPP na ye hunu se de ebesi ade agro na fa. Yeah, that is what is happening. O man ya yetim sa Pacho me dase. Operations kakra bi. Hwe. Trucks are cover port. Ti just imagine sir, omo yi sade we nyina ade akogu ewuram. Edebe ne besu ewuram ho. Imagine so omo yi we nyina ade akogu ewuram. Ede ne besu ewuram ho. And Mr. Transport Minister, I am glad, say at least you were one minister ye ka some chranwa odiso na otu ho anamo. Comrade Joe, go beyond just somewhere CZ a excavators no. Mon check a here for dia. Let's track them. Omo boys gurem, omo boys kusu ye langa adwuma. MPP for boys kusu ekuratuo. Ene nam krom no mu di nkwasi asem. Yenim course no, but a two tribal issue. And you know, unim you can only discuss it also with your tribesmen. Ewa them not more yedin, but yenim adekura yakoso. Bebrenoa ya Zango boys eya na baomia yusu omo yenim. We know, and we know their affiliations, we know, and they are still walking around threatening people. We know one kobush, we know boys for binua okay say NDC we need for people galam say site bi wo bono omkokum wo mu owura mu no with a pickup white no and crofo no mkokum wo mu no what is here come asem bi o Ghana. But some boys no me NDC four boys wo mo we no emu two. Why na kum wo mo? Why na kum wo mo? Oh say one here enti na major radio suba no. One here wo de abufuo be ka asem bi. Because the things, the kind of information we are picking is so dirty. I mean, I was not trained, I was not brought up like, oh, I am a party. I was not brought up like that. You find some corrupt people trying to let you behave so. Me, Santini, yes, I catch me. What is wrong is wrong. What is right, and if we can use politics, to fix our country, the only way out is to use politics to fix our country. But in an attempt to fix our country, you don't talk ill about where you belong to. And it's sad. Sometimes you sit back and you watch and you ask yourself, really? It's so sad. When society becomes so mad about money, everything is about money. Give me money. Let me have money. Let me gather money. Everything is about money. Who has more cash to show? So society drew some level, no, where people believe that yes, they are what cash. We are dead and gone. Common sense, logic is thrown to the dogs. Ya tu nyansa adwene nokra emudie ya to agu nkraman ho na nkraman ne mprako tietia so. Indi di o ka nokra no ho ahi. Obi ka chem se Bobie unim se obema nkrofo atai wo NDC mu all time is say na nipa no mehwɛ tribe ofiri mu ɔka saa ɛka de kameka kyɛn sɛ wo ta asantini ameme fa ho bɛyi me gyina so saa na me side phone no to so na me so next time we penny asema me ka kyerɛ no ɛbɛyɛ ɔnwanwa what time and so what yɛbɛsrɛ minister Joe and anamonto na wɔtu no yɛpɛ enipa a wɔde na kɔto port hɔ no menim no but yɛpɛ yɛne gye ho sei ne yɛpɛ no ɛyɛ ɔma me koraa na de excavator na ba yere no katawani na yere no we just want to save a country finish simple obi akɔ ne bɛ look one day yɛwɔ ha nyinaa no by the next 25 30 40 years yɛ nyinaa bebree bɛwu akɔ we will go we will leave this land. Let's have some impact, positive impact on society. Ansah ne from my way mwako. Yenya positive impact. Ansah ne yako. Yes, sikadi obi apebi. Me Kwabena me yeska mepe. E kwan papa so. Fa kwan papa so. Enye sika. Pati. Fa kwan papa so. Na kitu bi no ekura no. Ye noa na ye odia. Ose mana toye omo mo fa kenta akese kwase bi no omo anya bebre na omo mo fa keto bi no so no omo anya keto bi na so obia emeye sede na ho de si faaye to bet me as sescal politics me hu perform as sescal politics musa omo old age na ahia wo mo a omo wuo na omo awie ye nya fe. I've seen it. Me hu nkrofo mo sescal politics musa ebi ma bobo adam ebi ma yare basa ebi ntimi form mampie enipa mienu na send me message about dumso and I think say my main cousin will be Energy Minister Jinapo Eni Rajo Mahama Jinapo na ena adwene say maybe or concentrate or adwuma yeso but look Mesa Jinapo beto no energy ministry no so okase obiebie ni nyina so a you won't tell Jinapo say on for 4 months and fix it adia omodi 8 years asay no you won't do that. But Jinapo no akoka yebeka se wadidi Ghana for atem. But that is the reality. Hwenkwasi asema na podu mutra ho di ye. Enye ayi menhia na podi akata katanani a ono su fra chem. Ega obi tse na ponke so dem. Go to ECG. Go and see the road. Yeah, me wa committee no a omote ye. Omote so mo investigate ECG procurement ene de keka ho no me wa report ni bi me kai na 3 days na na dwuna me kai ye uko share report no nsemu ewo mu a you be shocked uko share niema omo ye mess ya Jinapo beto ya but as usual Jinapo nye obi a opekasa bebre min kaso on pekasa say on kasabat I think maybe kasa no be distracting, and I agree with him on that. Nti on focus but say Jinapo say o si abonten pa kire niema akoso energy ministry MPP fo be dwan okurum ha you run me see ECG report no Jinapo pa on nya press conference no on breaking it down kire Ghana for no mu nkwasi asema nkrofo we yadi nka Ghana fo be pam omo so mo yeah MPP ne first nkrofo mbesi abonten se galamsey a boys be gwa wo mo civilians o citizens citizens be gwa wo mo gwatro bi wo krom ha o be dwane what destroy our mind 8 years then you come and stand there and tell us Omo hwe ya said the boys abafo nya bro. Omo hwe ya ade NDC form entimi nya no. Ordinary citizens be share wo mu okroma ye wo mu duka bia ebe yo mo ni who the 8 years a destroy what man say within 4 years which don't come kwasi asem akufo do Jimmy fo we kwasi ampani we kwasi we na no man so we to be the 8 solid years aside Ghana, then within 4 years you are there talking nonsense. Yes, you talk nonsense. You see sometimes ya na me kra me hu de entina ya na nipa mpeso obeba adwuma no. They insult John. Akwa Jimmy Phobi. And this need Jimmy Phobi. I had oba page ya. Akwa ba kukura so ba bebu sabi. I didn't your friend say your friend say also the I didn't know Katachi a demonstration. Na Katachi demonstration. Memfa ba anko boni trim nkuno. Memfa ba anko boni trim nkuno. And I know a guy be watching that could in the birthday. And you this for a call a partner say, what bodam or Katachi free, I'm not mimi for Santimampon, Memfa ba anko boni trim. Now the no free volley, Asia volley, the or in Kodiagro. Do a free volley, ever end this Musia, do a free volley, ever MPP more, no in Kodiagro. Now me no me free Santimampo, Katachi free, Aguna, and me far ba anko boni trim, wa bois. Wa unya ndisi ni awa jimia onka sa asem we da bole ni ko sha bole ni ndisi ni MPP ni a oni ni ko di agro. The same people are insulting your mama ko your friend say Gabi what da ko last week ko the party as ko hwan krofo a ndisi fo aneguo me to party obi beba me to party da me frɛ obi beba. Na the free body share bole nia ono ahusu asia ni nua me free asante mampo me hu aguna nia me de onye me nua eya na mo free say asante fo ya jimi mo free say nim nyansa nim nyansa bedru ba bi kroma politics e bedare tribal. Hey, obi a pre no hunu ni nua no hunu se me nua nie dia wo ne kwae kwa pre ye no osia ni krom ni a no amu hunu se wo no ya asantini gira nchen na me nua mra. Yes, me try one of the oil companies ade bi a ekoso ho a you be shocked. Na sabe me firi Asantemanpon ba me kwa me na maguna enti me de me nua de me mfa de nkobo ni tirimu nkuno oba NDC a omode no akwa omode omo fra me wo mo fra me busa me moda mo titibu fie na mo didi me a na mo ke kan kwase asem timu fie na mo didi me na ke kan kwase asem me de me fa ade nko bo me nua trim na obi ko hia ono ne de no ni agro sa I see. Say at the end of the day, me kwa share your chromo. Be kwa share. Ade Van Dam now o Gabi birthday as we don't nya this ni. Na this ni bia no o nya this ni. Now pe dia wo ho. Oh nyansa. Oh ka nyansa wasma. I was there. No NDC member was there. O nya this ni. O nya this ni. Na now the o ya there ho. Oh now here there oh. One nyansa. Nyansa asa adwene no mu ha. Me pa cho fa financial intelligence document no to ma me. Magdan. When say and I know Magdan. There be another catch me near Magdan. Say Magdan. Ade a wo ye no problem beba. Me de ma party. Na me catch Magdan. Say Magdan. Ade a wo ye no problem beba. So this is Financial Intelligence Center Ghana, and this document. Another date say 24th. Sorry, right? Okay, so another 24th. So that document way is dated 22nd 4th 2025. Right? 22nd April 2025. Financial Intelligence Center Ghana. So your friend say a document Magdan request for information and me pacho intelligence received by the FIC indicates that your outfit received and paid various sums of money to several entities between January 2020 and December 2024. Pursuant to Section 36 and 37 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act 2020, Act 1044, kindly furnish us with the following particulars. All electronic fund transfers conducted by your outfit from January 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2024. Point 2, copies of checks issued to third parties during the aforementioned period. Point 3, the financial institutions used to make the payments in question. Kindly note that pursuant to Section 37(4) of Act 1044, a response within 7 days would be much appreciated. Signed by Chief Executive Officer Albert Kojo Chumbuafo. And on this note, you see, we need men with courage to face those who claim, say omono aye ejuma enye sika Ghana. And people like Kojo Chumbuafo yemubi at least, and then for the first time. Now me home premise me Belgium because you feel like yes, something is going on. Something is going on. And this is Magdan. Adia we not be a catcher Magdan. Say Magdan. Adia na wo kwesi AJ jaitie free akọ. Never you advert free akọ. Idiot. Hey. Akwabi also kwesi AJ block the free so call. Yini free so. Mvaso abena also. Take him off. Take that guy off. Kwesi agent, take him off. Kotie ba before fro obi answer. You see? Look. Ade when you catch Magdan say Magdan. Ade a wo ye no ubesia o meter one day. And here you are. And here you are. Enye Omonde ade no call 22nd, right? And now 24th. In the case 5 days for him to respond. Information I had to say or say unresponded. But win him. Madam will be joking, and I'm telling you, Kojo Chumbuafo be kire ni bibi. Kojo Chumbuafo obe kire Madam Bibi small one. They are joking with Kojo Chumbuafo. They are joking with him. They are just joking with him. Look, that guy, when it comes to, radical movement, maybe because I'm a radical. Yes, because probably I'm a radical. I like his approach. But Kwabena ono okosi dan okowia abaya sase ewo tema na TDC for koya ai ono no say okoboa JM campaign so okoya de o Adam sina wo koboa wo diska koboa JM campaign and esanki ya de nki ye duru asase bi aso ne etwa bi me look onipa MPP ni won onipa MPP ni nye nipa so oni ne ka se ma so oni ne ka ne boko they don't know them and Kojo Chumbuafo Madam prepare na dia eba no eso bro you are my brother you know I like you a lot me pewasem yes me pe Madam asem because Madam na onya politics o Magdan enya politics the man ye me hu de Magdan ehun ye me nim ad onipo convince no ni nyina gabi ochire da ko defo yai Magdan ye wadwuma tena obabi ye wadwuma ena omo ye dada wo ena omo ma trade fair company CEO ena trade fair company no onipa awudidi nani no ene sa nipa no ona ye yoko boss Magdan wanu said we are sit here once me catch them say munhwe yi onipa wo yusu eye now you CEO nti na me political position me say look at say here the way I was say mobo on say Magdan say here why mobo o lawyers no a ye kasa no mototo o monsa left right center no where are they unim say Magdan lawyers ne half adwane agya no yes omko e bi shift ko NDC say a game, but the only person that I know and I trust, Kojo Chumbuafo, Madam, Motam, we say G string a cry about and as I was shot boxer so what the Anyabegumo, Motam to say the Oba, I bob, bra, Nimense Saba, Motam. Madam, Motam, I'm telling you, some of us, we know what is coming. A best shock you. Second letter, no, fatoso. And the information we are having is that Madam, only a friend say, Akwawe, needing to say, ADB, wouldn't say ADB in Madam, I get $10 million everywhere, even documents, documents to cover it. So $10 million no, I have problem. Can Oforiata end on any yes no? Oh yes. Enocho Kojo Chumbuafo is a no nonsense guy. South for no near pe. South for no near pe. South for near pe. Shejing na. Oh, me too. Pate, Mema too. Anonymia, Ninya the same thing. Okay. Check the dates. 2 dates Ninya party 2 about is to check the dates Ninya Mammy. Also, my frizzy, you wouldn't to me any contaminating accounts. Okay, that one, let me leave it. You can't some tremo, the same one. You can't some tremo, you decided say wuntie. They open now obey. And I know from the transport ministry, sir, Magdan, transport ministry, no so. private airport no domestic one on the private man no yes omoje transport ministry neje omoje ubaya na asesa police for edi wachi menafo for soldier for bi na ye wi ni foforo no baby na meko Bobie na omo se soja atare ukọ baabi ayenko na mse me kọ baabi ayenko se me hwan na me ne ko so koke na hwan na me ne wo adwadie bi di mi kroma me no obi antwa sase o manso me no obi mi nkodi obi yire mi nkodi obi gachi me no obi ani bibia ka wo kroma na me namo a me di soja ne adi machi na da NDC be free power so adan me dey minu bia MPP wo power na tuo border taso sa na mse bema ade we ye bi do yi koyi tuo no to na da MPP be free so no woni ba bia afa koyi fa to din na dwene ho jiwani bema de bobra na jiwani simple what is it bobra jiwani de obeti ya ya ma ne ye create a good future for them, create a good future for society. You die and go, that's it. No tetia Magdan utetia nkrofoso na me catch Magdan. And look, I will say this and still I'll talk to Magdan because I want Magdan to become a better person. He is my friend. I won't shy away. He is my friend. Me pena 17 na me kana sem. Ene yetwe ene yetwe ayi nitiwu ene miami nitiwu me testi nitiwu ani edi nkomo. Yes, he's my brother. He's my brother because me hunu say me nkodu obi achi ni obi ankonkonya problem. Enipa no politician no ukodi na chi ni MPP ni ya no obi akonya problem no. Ade be chu be ko no ne netewo. However, say a bone nko dia meka kirewo na meka no nipam. Meka kire nitiwu say nitiwu ade a woto as defense minister ya no Debbie nitiwu Debbie obeka dem na say bi ni di nkomo me say remind no na me catch say wahu asema na me catch on nitiwu also no Bobie see then am so me I don't have any problem that we need to coexist. That's the only way I bet me develop Ghana. But say on saka power na say power no on saka no usu debate tie nipa kon so a ebe free on sa da bi. Hey, and this no mukra no. Enya Rollins na party ni kura no. Edru baabi no ogina nchen. Na Tamils ne nkrofo abefa. Enya sa. Mesi ma na so da say kokwa nyido. Ebe baba ye ndisi tamfo. Womo so omo ne Mills nante ye. Edru baabi na bi gina nchen. Na jo mama so aba message o mama beko ebi be gina nchen obi fufuro so beba be take over ono so no yase na ohini bi ba ya ono de na onim Joseph MPP ne nkrakofo nyakofo ne nkrofo satan hwana na powerful che Dr. Anane kwadwo mpiani ala nkrematen akufo do ba ye afede ala wa giant MPP ala wa giant MPP ba omiaso secretary di Jeffrey Ninsemo say so political positions and those things chale eba be do nsemu a unu unu adili ya tobo why political position e be do nsem na unu unu adili ya tobo na abeya mobo da bi ubetimi aye mobo da bi madam me catch re me trefidie we so catch re for almost 2 years that madam be careful, madam be very very careful, madam prove to us that $10 million from ADB, prove to us. Me catch re bro, me catch re bro, your business call baby, your business call baby, your business didn't kakra enidi bebre asante for your baby yɛse aboa kwakuo ma tiri so o na ɔbɔmɔfoɔ bi dɛɛdɛɛ o nti aboa kwakuo aka ne tiri si wɔn wɔdidi kɔ saa onim sɛ sɛ ɔbɔfoɔ tɛ baabi din tu deɛ didi kɔ na meka kyerɛ sɛ your business nyame yi wadom na onya taku sempua bi agya wonya 3 bedrooms bi edura nwumre no nsia 637 wajiga tum ni o gyina mu saa jiga mambo no by 12 a.m. 1 a.m. na kyerɛ sɛ asɔre kai garo hima ubua na te na ka na bu na gyen na akorɔ no aha ɛna ase da bi wo deɛ wode wo nsa no nan wɔno nyinaa bɛnunum asesa bebree ɛfiri sɛ ɛyɛ wo nko ara na w'ani ate ɛwɔ wiase awiai me ne mo bɛyɛ biribi ɛna awiai ɛyɛ extraordinary koraa ɛma me ɛna a special day ɛma me na nya me nko a special day ɛma mepatɔ ɛnya me nko a na special day ma me special day ma ahotefoɔ ɛnɛ ampaye a edwa koraa ɛnɛ ampaye a ebedwa ɛnɛ special day. Yes, of course, I know what I'm talking about. That today na be special day. Emma Ghana for, Emma NDC for, Emma Eastern Region. So whom Emma XYZ. Moga, you there? Miawani mamenhwe miawani me pato fatoso pato we ya on fatoso na me nya de ene aye ora Julius Debra a birthday ene Dr. Julius Debra birthday chief of staff ene aye birthday and ahotefoɔ ani bɛgye ɛnɛ ɛyɛ Julius Debra birthday ɛna baabi biara yɛwura ɛwɔ biara no yɛma ne tiri nkwa yɛma na yiko ɛnɛ mɛyɛ adeɛ kakraa bi Ghana ni bia wo follow me ne Emma aye chief etrinkwa Emma ye eni nya enim se nyame chief pacho Bobie ni
okay I say
boko chief pacho chief oba Bobie enemesi afinhia pa on Accra FM afisa mre na nyame ama wonkwa no amo ahoden no ase ama onyinkyere ye nyina ye ma happy birthday sir everybody insha bebre amen yeah that's it amen ora Julius Debra and you're wishing a happy birthday, no? And yes, of course, he deserves it. Why you be? And let me just do this, my favorite song for him, Kofi Kinata. Domboko. And chief of staff birthday.
And then funny crown and me.
Oh, okay.
And JD.
Yeah.
Said the Ghana any Tiano.
Yeah.
Julius Debra is the first chief of staff. What me back from one to the level of grassroots.
Yeah.
From my Robertson and as a chief of staff. Now say you what did you mean? Any so make up from Ghana, no Babeka. Or don't you him crowd here or not Ghana for penny anymore. I don't know. Offer. For the new crowd, man will be a Hundia Coso. But chief of staff Julius Debra say governance. And ya di who be a binding in an say a awesome. Nah,
but yeah, my name say yeah, chief of staff in Ghana. What call first chief of staff?
Asaba.
Not party Nasiaba power.
You see that. President Kwabena president. The first chief of staff na nyako pieni. The first chief of staff na eji kutanku bichi bilamti.
Yeah.
Eche no befa kodum pieni.
Yes.
Okofa Professor Mills. Yera Newman,
Martin.
And then chief of staff.
Yeah.
Mahama eba first. Na Prosper Bani.
Yeah.
Ena esanse Prosper Bani no one said that ente how Ghana politics. I said that yeah, Juma, the disconnect between the government and the party and the grassroots, no. I know she and my party in the government in unpopular. By the time I'm realizing it too late. And what they appointed Julius Debra.
Yeah, don't go obey you bet me.
Or by you know, he tried to stabilize things, but not the best saying. Now, for the past 8 years, even in opposition, Julius Debra was still the chief of staff to Mahama.
Yeah.
There's no event. Mahama Bekwa Julius Debra. You want Crawford no more Ben Mahama. Ewana Bemu. No, they were closer to Mahama than even Julius Debra and to say Bear appointing.
But Wasumo.
So Sam Crawford in Yunano. Mahama and co-opposition po no moda or machimano. But Julius Debra is the
Baba Kamara you one.
They be Amikase.
Baba Kamara.
They be Amikase. Ghana politics, especially NDC. Yeah, politician will be mafia. What they say they are not neko. But say Nigeria, Kababa Kamara and Kwaida free system no. Because you can't Baba Kamara de Mahama. And it's a war. Kababa Kamara by this time, I was saying Konuankas were trying to create free Ghana. Nanso mama anya sankrofo bi. Ene ono anu koku ti awa wientino. Minim se otimi da ne dem mpodi a. Se Ghana potimi tran ade a.
No,
I don't know. Enti nkrofo ano mo ben Mahama dodo no ada na o machi Mahama. But Julius Debra is the one. I am very loyal, even in opposition. We have a lot of people under Mahama, they became millionaires. The government make sure some business is successful, including even MPP. To be Mahama made them millionaires. But when NDC co-opposition, where were they? Julius Debra has been there, apart from being loyal to John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. The finances to the party are unmatched. Julius Debra was the first person on Mame Misika 10,000 Ghana cedis. Oh, meba. Would they say yes, Kaba? Me de escapa. First trip I'm organizing. Oh, Eddie, Kwajo, Makati, Bachamfo, Sebiga, Team Nina Court Chimai. Oh, Emia 2020 was sponsored by Julius Debra.
And yes, he come out. What can you ask one can you? When you Crawford Julius Debra as sponsor in politics Ghana.
Good.
Now your campaign now year from 2016. Remember in 2016. So ebi at that time amumu. Media menini di free 2008. Edeba. And in yes obedi chief of staff now you. There be.
That is it.
From 2008
in government, in opposition, still.
And yes, obedi chief
and
of staff.
And it's one person. It doesn't matter your status.
Yeah. Even 2016. Yakwa campaign na ma appointee bia mfrey say oh Bobie any team amonam ɛyɛ me contribution me de ebeni
never. Not even when I was approaching the panel for support.
On few cry. Julius Zebra Basha Wafrel. Mumra, Namuway. Say, ye day, a day na ye. Uber won't cockrano or Bemo.
I mean, come across a mitro. 20. No, why Sabrin and the brother Frimo. Namin Kufian Cochiano. And I'm a friend. And I'm so impatient about Befi Betchiano, no Sophie, and I'm a coy. Me call it what did you come? I'm needing you know. And I'm the chief now. Election that was 2020. Say stations here and him say pro NDC. Do don't want any akaya no atum. A DNA my message now call from ho information centers no. No so waka se mo. Who plan bi and I'm so me my design plan. That is it. When I'm so my design proposal and
Fabra.
Why na me the next day na me wo proposal and so the man. Less than a month or frame no release this car. Say yanko.
Yeah.
Ye could do touchy mine. Yeah, you might not know it's not a crown or monitor the Ecosunina.
Odim.
And by the time I ever no kuta would name a Juma Yaye.
Onim.
Air catches a man and mebwa when you call the next place.
Onim.
You call Central Region. You call short two petrol.
Hey,
only the campaign. We invite you on office. I know fully. From there, yes, I go back to Techiman. You could do 1 month from November to December. You food away. Or more banking case when you GMB campaign. Me call ye or self fully.
Me say, or no, any nipa. You can just sit somewhere. A whole chief of staff. No what to a man say, Bema. And Nadia, wow, sorry, you say Bobie, who there? You know,
say over send Julius Debra message. Now edit 2 days or a day non responding ye. Say over friend went to me and fa. Now one call you back after 24 hours. And you're possible. Now the man any kakran say, they say air cry will be carry. Who could you Zebra officer? By the time we don't know what Pierre Big now negate her no air channel. Oh, not on us ref in the Kunyama be door now. No, a different person.
Yeah, no monk at Kitty or when you see you near the Adicrano. So, Ombi Casa Hokrano,
and I may say,
oh, Mabo. Omubi kasa ho a any ministers nkete obi to be kasa ho to say me to be sure almost we minimum way back from us and pay from one nkete bi ni wo
ye nuanum si wo nkete am buy me dem akase ya na was support o man na ma asafoje edamufo
another nice guy another nice guy
some of these young boys ya momu si o si ya ye bon pai so mun sasiri no said kind most of them we give them the opportunity. Yeah, pointing a crown and I may say my Sandy Bini message. Congratulate no. Send no be who message or better message in the crack. I say, thank you, my brother. Not to talk about call.
Let's leave it.
Hey, radio.
When you say, when you say to me, and
BBC, bro, for I for when you anyway, I am a happy but your party, baby, because no, Mama,
me sure say the way almost tight no be chief yeah
chief would minim so I busy you bet my
nyamano chief
yes yeah mano. I'll be in charge of events. Yeah, location.
Okay.
Yeah, logistics. In charge of drinks.
Empire boy, Mr. Make one
list making sure say Ubenya
guest, female guest.
Yes, there be Ubenya special guest on big receipt. Okay. Just my cat be bouncer.
Oh, be power be.
Oh, na no nyina. Nye na no. Oh, no na o na no nyina na be say one kasa you are not invited.
Yeah.
Kwaju e bo ade. Obey MC. the abandon. Now answer the beko issues. Mame more unimonyanfo Kwabena Minta Akando Abaso.
Yeah.
As a minister for health.
Tamale.
Yes, me born Abaso. You see, President Mahama Kasimbi. Ghana all kind of cry is where the atem.
Yes,
I said Ghana for you real fearsome. And indeed, Ghana for you real fearsome. Yes, it's a come a nada. And yet, if you are not a person, share unumunyan for Kwabena Minta Akando. In opposition, as a ranking member on Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, single-handedly, take you upon himself. Eputi Akufo-Addo Abai and the Minister of Health then to account. Make sure one, a honorable Kwabena Minta Akando and a call Kolebu in opposition. Eko who say omo elevator enye adwuma. Okodu ye no, Ansah na Akufo-Addo build strong men instead of strong institution. And the management then at Kolebu prevented Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando to perform the rightful and constitutional duty as a parliamentary oversight, because no one say or expose the ineffectiveness any brought to Eko so Kolebu. Oko hospitals also are elevator now no. It's not there for luxury. A very crucial service as far as health delivery is concerned. Obi kwa hospital no. What wheelchair mu. Obi ntumi nante. Obi wo hwa nipa mienu asonensa ene agina baba de nako. Obi ye de na hye ne de neko. Kolebu dan tintintin who expect say saya de for no yamfa ne mfa staircase ne nko. There be anything a elevator no. But sa elevator ni say si ho no mo ano monye. Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando in opposition and it call ho control light. Aye how you will be resisted by a Kolebu management then. At the end of the day, video ni ba abonte no less than 24 hours and you fix here. Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando and the call say wa Kumase military hospital. A brand MPP are buying air conditions are fixing you now, matutuni na chichi cables, burglar proof, you know, matutuni na or call ya preventino. But the end of the day, he managed Emma Ghana phone how a Akufo-Addo MPP a route to that hospital na Mahama Shas it's about 85% complete. The naka a fitting Sanya many naso na omakra container baby go on moi MPP Jaye. The same Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando in opposition. And Emma who say the bank hospital, Bank of Ghana Hospital. Yes, see, I be enya juma. Okay. Obora he was prevented, yet Oboremu. Eyimfoni Ghana phone nyina nwi. Wo yes ade no anche and Akufo-Addo yes o ma bi hospital. Nemom hospital na o ma bi no. Ministers omo yade COVID VVIP yam form nko ne nkosa omo yade. Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando in opposition showed leadership. Say ono eba na pomudin sam so a onfa ni agro. And Ghana phone say yes sa na ato aba man kwasiafo no yimfin pa we sent monkeys to do best job, because appointing Obi to say Kwaku Agimamanu as a health minister, somebody who cannot think properly. First time in the history of Ghana, Bodamni, mentally derailed person, a minister for health. Now it means indeed we sent monkeys to do best job. And Ghana for Twaba, Edema, John Dramani Mahama, and the NDC. And I President Mahama 2 million Ghana for the Amano. What point be the Amma Unmonyan for Kwabena Minta Akando? Say a Jumapana washa siano, twaso, because Ghana for Yen Shady. And Umunyan for by washa so ye Juma. Now no rage ya the Kwajiwomo, Ninchawan my rage, no about announce. Rage ya the Kwajiwomo. Now I bedu Tamale teaching hospital. No I be say moi ya hospital and adia bakwa hospital went to me anya kra na enye ahunidie. Because ya dia ye nyina eyefin. And into hospital, ye border row, and when you personal hygiene. Now I call a whole teaching hospital, regional hospital, a teaching hospital, a child doctor for the oho. Na omo high chese, washroom cranye, and when you basa. Na minister can. Na wo aya fa wo asa wo na medical doctor wo na wo hwa hospital no so no minister kan waka minister esa na de afa why niamo ho nsem na minister ayi wadi a men kwati a yese doctors omo Tamale teaching hospital say omo ko strike because eye nipa na oda ho no no ye yi na firi ho o doctor ni bia swan say najuma woye ne se obaje nkwa enti se o doctor that hospital na nya adwuma na buy fire no wo business ne saying say o ka chen se wo nya adwuma na wo nya Dr. Thomas Anaba as MD Director Edmund Rich Hospital wono ene hwe ye supervise ye MEC the Rich Hospital a 10 key project ne say eda contractor na beka se masida na wie no na odiki ni ma wa ubie do ni say ya mokwa akoye adwuma bibia ye ready wona see hospital awia kete na kufu adopamo no. Did you hear any doctors or health professionals from Rich say omo embark on strike because Dr. Thomas Anaba has been fired? Never. Enti Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando yi wa doctor for be bra o ma wie school a o mutifia o munya adwuma nyeye o mo se ya Ghana for doctor ni bia was so call strike because doctor director no that hospital na anya na adwuma yi abanya yi na die no doctor ni bia was so call strike on nya adwuma ayade for on hwe o mo no sebi it's time wa o mo so betina ba betina fie no ma home. They need to rest. Na omo matena fie for so long omo hwehwe abadwuma mo nya bie no. Let them also go and work. The Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando ye no. Or ye in the interest of we Ghanaians ye ye hiafo. Because ye ne Kokolebu Hospital, ye ne Courage, ye ne Tamale Teaching Hospital. Ono Kwabena Minta Akando no kra no. Se bi pempe so odru betime decide so on government hospital. Obeko specialized hospital. And whatever he's doing, or in our behalf. So let nobody support whatever the doctors in here. How can a whole regional hospital and when dear crowd to me new na MPP is telling HSA or order minister say 24 hours already stated this dismissed director no na o apologize when this same MPP and we are getting omuyi Dr. Thomas Anaba Edi from Rich but with no apology
but honto ono doctor no one ura kando enya asa katafa no o say eniema akwaso hospital no hono nyene mfomso Nemum no amenities somebody be adwuma anymore. Obi bebusa a very nice question on Facebook. Or say, I don't know when you say what so many years. None your mom when they be adwuma ni when I won't resign. I don't want to resign.
And now me no kasi onumunyan for Kwabena Minta Akando or Tamale Teaching Hospital and then yama wo de akoma o mo no.
Yeah.
Because me boss wa anya nyama.
I know. But when him say obi anfiwa I don't want to resign.
Simple.
Because we
salaries.
Resign. So resigning.
And what for me kaba? And to me a health minister kaba this time start striking doctors ni na by this time call all of them. Fire them. You are doctor for bebre.
When him say Nkoma mudie my do mo su kopen. Na nipa bibini ye wudi ni a onwe ne yonku bibini ho onwe ono ane ho. Edu ba bia ye ne emmoa susuye da entemu ane sa abo anim kasa nyenso so nipa aboa de o kasa
ensusuye da entemu se ye nti aboa kasa omo kasa ba ye ne ye nti omo kasa
ti a ye nti nti ne ye so omo kasa se kasa de obi kana onti a wonti ene je se unim kasa nipa bibini ye wicked nipa bibini hwese Sir John Kwabena, yeah, offer said John. Any Ghana Medical Association from Penny for Akushiawo, Afrikiku. Omutimechi, Kwabena, Omutimechi, no Mudinko, was a meso, said John, no, Sabrina, MPP, no, Intino, or me that say, Wait, may bought a friend is a kukufu ball, make a tamechi. Tiafina almost speaking freely. And a fee and go 4 way a year. I will say, Omoko strike. Kara and I'm so ma, when you are back with free car baby, Okaya. A basano, and I'm a file legal suit. Say, a doctor for Omoko strike in. Adia Omubu say freedom Mahama buy her a condition of service. Condition of service, Kabra. Why na ho boaso na kwantwe o my way mu a won here condition of service. Some preferential treatments are the doctor for. Kabra sabi men kase eya me fechen say doctor ni o wa bruchira na manoni enya. But I have so much belief say a doctor for ketua sakra na Kabra eya the o man ni so benya no.
But somewhere no has nothing to do with
no maybe I'm just giving us some background as to how negligence and what that health sector.
Okay.
Wabra. Who calls out nipa yare? Wabra. Who ye nipa? When I call court, then I call court no. Sreboni ni nuanom. Oma kofa gari ni mako. On baby a Jimmy free. Gari ni mako na ya Ghana Medical Association for lawyer. Ekufodo na asoma na tua ne ka se omo no strike na se me list of the oma kokoto a omra me defend om Ekufodo pe president 2016 no ena me koye na fortunately unfortunately that day no na omo strike no the striking doctors no baako oba wakodi aduane ma na fa ne yam a owu wo kam kwe she found herself at the 37 military hospital. Prior to the publishing of that news, or the front page of the Daily Graphic, na adokota from you know, I'm enough for no any Baku minimum department share sa your from Yarian in your man or my friend say and conform no hospital I almost almost strike. Na wo bo machi da bia wo ye hu interview kasa bebrebe no ba kwa yare abaha ana me fa news for na me se me do omoko me duro no ese da bi patients wo honti ntimi fa cameras ni o manwura ho but they got a story published into me page a story no ana me de kire judge na oti adwam ono so yo ba and I'm saying my lord everyone here is a potential patient. It does not matter who, because Doctor Nina oko strike in Impuno. Yanko poetry and a cat. I'm on so area oko seeking medical attention at another hospital. And my lord, say what must say because of the Hippocratic oath now, Masuen Intino. Omo ye essential service workers. Into omo ntimi nko strike. Na mo negotiation bi a omo ni abanye. Na se obesha aban so say aban so see to it say ono so negotiations on omo ye no. Omo kwatena so no omo nya. My lord, these are my reliefs. Omo hu say judge ni bebu aten no. They have to come to me for a plea. Just so that judgment in the end chain. But almost say they have called off the strike. They have no journey or means untino. Once they called off the strike,
yeah, that's it.
Since that time, I'm going to strike them because they can't. I'm going to resurrect it. And then I will say, doctor, who person of doctor, no, who salary near, when you're my edema near, obi person or pussy, or pussy, obi person or soldier, obi and sells the quiet doctor.
So
and your man our facilities in him how many times and I want to say doctor B what Timmy about Bontia be catch Ghana for say Muna ye hemo wo de awon ni hu free one de Nyankopon to onyare or your doctor to onyare Muna ye hemo momo kura mu nti na ye say da ko school ye enye ye ntia na mon kan tra ban say and your man ye hwemo no sinto wom O condition of service there, what Jamaica will have strike. Dear, what if I had to Mamma Nipanana Yarano, one call strike. Also, what Jimmy? What Jimmy? Wait, Sadia way, said me, many health minister, man, the front page story. Sani Pano Yayinedino or Kobe beer all over the world will be for the
because Obaya complain.
Because why are more than a criminal?
Yeah, Obaya complain. Emma Ghana for after all these years, and I learned say almost for over 5 years. And for 5 years now, one kashi what finum to the extent say former Northern Regional Minister Abadri.
Yes.
Abekachre say. Na unim dia ya me nwanwa wo ho. Sir, Sika or the free MPA ko, and they don't do anything about it. Yenya Penny Kwame Sefakai was the negotiator and was aware. Into the near cost what Tamale Hospital winning in Ano.
Obeji Sikani or the Quakoto.
He was aware. No, sir,
incubator.
According to Abajino,
Incubator.
Kwame Sefakai no born a man. And Kwame Sefaka and Mustafa made Kokasai. So they managed to get them some small money. Sell Monfa and to Tony Emma. And the time Onunya leak ni say Afedie and Crofono.
Before you proceed, can I ask a question?
Okay.
The money, the small money they got, no. Auditor, any editor, Bemu, and I say.
The mamina can me catch.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I won't read in post. Okay, so mamini post no say. Obi what teaching hospital and then pa chrono ban inbox mo. So yeah, juma or na near me kosono. I know she basa no so okay. Inti oye say ofrefre ne nkrofo no mo MPP aban mo free area ono se omomwa no mo pace kakakra koy omo this kind of coin after some time then they realize that in the pakwana say friend say ade no mo this kind of buy no omo nkoto you yeah sa doctor we I can't do anything no
yeah
and guess what them
oh na se Kwabena
based on my menasem no meba enti wo man nkoto ena ma menese fair we no ye ankrankrafu bi sika ena ofre Kwame Sefakai say oh omo hospital omo hia mo akakra ti say MP betimi support omo a no why not so Kwame lobbied for them ena Mustafa made releases kama hospital no and it's kind of kodru
which was a good gesture
yes kind of kodru mimi problem with Kwame is that so all these years not only more problem na not to why break the 80 not only more problem because me sesi ametie many boy institution bia so a nkwasi asem nkoso a me ba betra aka wa obubefu no memfa ho me enyama asem yeah me obufu mi a me memfa ho se me mesre waduane me ma ofie me what da kese na wasi no me nda room ba kokora mu right enti omo je sika no omo anya na nipa korona sa kwate ho ma me no and nipa korona kwate ho ma me no yes okwate ho ma me no ya na ma me no anu esi kwa so na okọ right ma me no akọ ho okọ hospital ho no afa de enkra wo mo de ma no ne say ene ma yeso mo to no is in dollars yeah it's in dollars no but cities no mo de buy and then almost and they return the money back to MPA coffers. Oh, say Doctor Nwabodam, where but them complete. Where MPP former minister na account.
We go share the hospital no war pania. What the preco pania be wo.
Or say but see no more kotono in Dallas inti quoting Dallas inti cities and MPA they buy. No, what me say return sika no back to MPA coffers. Say omo doma so omo nye. And omo Tamale hospital complaining say eniema anyho. Na omo unim omo so omo strike no. And guess I can't do sack omo nyina. Based on this confession every former minister hono. Na media ni bia obetimi atrance akase ade we ade papa no what bodam
yes emre bi on kwara me ma another scenario the ebuama discipline course e wo KMA me offer ko si agima me ne ko adwuma ena painter for mo e painti on sa pavement ho ya na de akaru na de painti no sanko for this mo ko strike kabra we na we do we offer so pe show o say okay a painters no mo posim be ko strike ni nyina mu ko gina ha eno mu nyina ko gina ho no na fe wo ho a na mienu bi ayi o mo ma be gina say ye de ye nkona na ye ne obetena se aka asem o say da bi mpese mo ko strike no mu nyina ha na mo a mo so no se ne etie ya na betie me nsesa hwe mo betena mu saa mo so mu nyina na kakra bi no me 28 na be se 4 e ko gina say so mo de on be ye adwuma ne saa and at the rest of 24 I'm going to some person strike na ko say okay no strike na mo person mo kono for how long or say copy say e be solve problem no say okay and the problem na nya solve biem ntino mu nyina ya yimadi no twa mu din free KM mu and o say wo nua bia o person ye painter no na ogi say sky we na no ko fabra no ko fa mu nua ba no say mo ya to market times 2 or see patriotism ti say wadwuma kra na wo ye no uhia bibia bani mentrase uni sinkonya uni menya hwe say ya wo yo madi ya mo be pa chew no no mo sa ko fa wo hene bi bae ade a wo de yo hene no na eswani
no but I think they are not being fair.
Sani Paway Kwabena any kwan say health sector or qualified to be there. The only reason is that Kwabena no a so delicate an area say
human lives human lives
now say veterinary doctor pro wa akoko pane no akoko ni wu a Kwabena, do you know the regrets they go through, especially opa frewunu aba hanabisi omo aye training omo say o man na you know veterinary doctors no mo free Cuba ne bae Kwabena say o wa akoko pane a ho what otimi de ne nsa fefa so te say de ye nipa Emwampo, that is how far Omasua say any kwan say Oma abuampo eko ye friend is saying pay mu. Or one entry pania, otimi de nesa to so sa, etimi de cotton, no de atoso no de mia, say lebeya mojen to aboa no. Veterinary doctor. Kwabena, enye nipa doctor. Na so hwe obi a wo say we a doctor, hwe obi te say srebo. Wo ko strike. Me ko kan no na so kan o say yan say won ti ase akọwi nwura o yare akọwi nwura wey but so wo ho we doctor ni and they are playing politics with the health facilities
anyway
na kai message
say doctor anaba oko parliament
say na message e by new contact kai message
okay, all right. Okay, so on talk the phone number say message be also and he wants me to read it. That incident which happened in Kolebu Lift, I was a victim. I was supposed to be in the theater for operation. And I was dressed to be taken to the theater, and to my dismay, got to the gate of the lift from men's surgical ward and was told that the lift was not working. So I was sent to the ward. That is, I was sent back to the ward to wait for 1 week before the operation was performed. This is my number. You can call me. Okay, so.
Operation.
Sometimes I think, say, we should beyond the money in politics, in that space. I think, say, we should be able to also find a space to do some social discussions, because these are the realities of our lives.
No, but it will come back to the same issue of politics, because you see, obi ti say nipa we na say oshia MPP ni say oye dede ne say Tamale Teaching Hospital doctor be negligence obi ewu na ye yi na di nti wonte ase a onipa we ya e ka say enko bi negligence kuno no o ga so fa de monitoring.
Yes, we have to also encourage, even though I didn't believe in the justice system. Now that we have a suspended Chief Justice and a new
now you believe
yes, I think we should be behaving like they should be attending court. Say sebi negligence of duty no are punishable by law.
Yes.
That is what we have to be doing.
Me problem me tia me wo wi ase e wo Ghana no.
We should be going to court.
Yes, Asamuesi Ewa Cry FM Studios. Pacha Banana. Yes, Asamuesi Ewa Cry FM Studios. Now, something say microphone we are. Bobie say Otuka and Agongo Shia Bobie or Johnson. So, and you who say Bobie, yes, we senior presenter wa Cry for one at microphone.
Fine, so soon Bianca.
Na yaje a microphone no aside the Barbie shim. And then nam area have Bobie microphone, na Bobie and an area, however, no I can't near to so Johnson. Because I say, man,
we should be able to punish
simple
doers.
Simple.
We should be able to sue. Oh, me
say your problem are your no. Punishing of wrongdoers a bad problem.
Yes.
Now, almost come on in it today. Nani pano ya dia no ne nam ho. Oh, do catch them say menya day. Ghana Bar Association. Okay, so Ghana Bar Association statement on the process for the removal from office of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, and I think probably we can pick some 1 or 2 paragraphs. Okay. So over the past 2 months, the General Council of the Ghana Bar Association has been closely monitoring developments on the process for the removal of the Chief Justice, which has culminated in her suspension by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana. Per the Constitution, Code of Ethics and Regulations of the GBA concerns itself with matters affecting the legal profession, which include but not limited to 1, defending and upholding freedom and justice in Ghana, and 2, the maintenance of the independence of the judiciary. As at 27th March 2025, when the General Council of the GBA met, 3 petitions had been submitted for the removal of the Chief Justice, and 2 cases had been instituted at the Supreme Court challenging the procedure that had been triggered for the removal of the Chief Justice, with subsequent applications for injunction of the said process. Now, the GBA is mindful of the provisions of Article 146 and 7 of our 1992 Constitution, which detail the process for the removal of the Chief Justice by providing as follows: where the petition is for the removal of the Chief Justice, the President shall, acting in consultation with the Council of State, appoint a committee consisting of 2 justices of the Supreme Court, one of whom shall be appointed chairman by the President, and 3 other persons who are not members of the Council of State, nor members of Parliament, nor lawyers. So 7. The committee appointed under clause 6 of the article shall inquire into the petition and recommend to the President whether the Chief Justice ought to be removed from office. The GBA also noticed the provisions of Article 146, 9, 10, which indicate that the sittings of the committee shall be held in camera, and the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Council of State, may suspend the Chief Justice. Where the GBA recognizes the
actors involved.
Okay, so where the GBA also notes the provision, I've touched on that. While the GBA recognizes the constitutional prescriptions for the removal of the Chief Justice under Article 1467 to 10 of the Constitution, and mindful of the fact that presently the entire matter is
sub judice.
Okay, the sub judice. The actors involved in the whole process should have the time test tenets of the rule of law as their guiding principles in its application, and follow the spirit of the law. So it is expected that persons who play even the minutes role in this process will bear in mind Article 296 of the 1992 Constitution on the exercise of discretion, and will act in a manner that safeguards and enhances the independence and image of the judiciary. Justice emanates from the good people of Ghana and is administered by the judiciary headed by the CJ. The GBA shall carry out its mandate to defend, strengthen, and enhance confidence in the justice delivery system in Ghana. The GBA shall remain the conscience of society, so it follows on and on. But contra GBA for any say yemfa
say nana mamensa enche obi na menche ati for ne ahwefo nyina wie Ghana Bar Association say I will request a dampari DNB. On say dampari. Or Muhu say the brass one or becono. Now more margin is sick di pa say contract nibu a muguso amuyo munyanyi. The Omuya the man who say Omuya lawyer to him, who say they ran to court. Say court to crime prevented president from removing who and as a president kwa na mo nyo na be appointed. Omunim say e yankwasi asem. But no person mu ye bi madam pari who say sika na aka ho ne de. Enye say o ma nyanko wieri nto betimi aka so mo return is sika no. Enti ahye. The same thing. Ghana Bar Association in this press statement to read here. The Akwenya sem so mati sem crofo. MP before na Ghana Bar Association mo yeda day. And to also almost be kasa. Na mi hu. But so wo fa this statement to me the buyer. Minim do mo patre. Just tell the president say, Mr. President, thanks for the good job for respecting the 1992 Constitution. Period. And now can I wada na de one. Eh simple.
Me ase what you say.
Said you get to Tokunu kan.
Won't you say?
Said you get to Tokunu.
Won't you say? It's simple.
Former Chief Justice get to Tokunu was say, no matter how many noise are made, the law is the law. No and found any statement, threat of a year protest, agitation, said ye na be a diamia. Instead of himself or Bekwa Cope, Sebu Afasidru be afa. Na funuswati no na wana. You agitate, you protest. Who cares? You can make all the noise.
Can we then
the law is the law. Nana, yes, where be a do a diani and yes, a kwakuan and say she has a
what did the Ejan Crawford? I'm a more lose to say, we just say we will agitate. I know I never call.
Abobia bedi ebedu aduane yes enye yasa boakwaku sanse kwaku ninsa o wonsa manum ti se nipa ninsa hia se kan to odo ayeye nanso kwaku so no ye de edo abura no no abebubu awe ntu kwaku di waduane ya papa obi abeka bia nya mabufu se sa MPP lawyer no mo friend Samu Kudito sa papa ni huna na me kwado akurankwan ya se ni hunu a me hwena no hunwi na me kondo akurankwan
omo humeti omo humeti
ni suba ti se abu akura wa ye kronfo na ye kronfo sa na de kwada kamenem kenim se nipa de wunyini du pempen so bia boni bia ya wo ye no wajai ensamfu bia ya wudi no wajai because one is we do no abanda kamena but abu akura ntisa abu akura fidi a wo no wa wi aduane awie ne amasa ofidi ebetima kwa akwachi akura ti so wanyina ma ne tiri nyina tutu so no obi wi ade na che no sana papa wi akwakoye ene wo say or say the removal of Getutokunu no ebema investors confidence in Ghana akofom hwe de bia na mekana Ghana for nana me say abato sunsanso na eni re fiasem Omampeni Kufo MPP befru Ghana benwa Kufo si obe prosecute Rawlings appointees na oko create specialized court fast track high court say yen speedy system no ten yen kikomungum o minu ka say na eye Yera Victor Salome no otwirimu no ko si Dr. Simpaya Nkimo Dana Budakpimo Malam Isamo eso omo toatoa so saa ene bedu chachuchi kata so yes see chachuchi kata somewhere 1996 as a openia oda GMPC ano wakwa guarantee ama adwumako bi e private a your friend Valley Farms a omo bedu koko na wakwa guarantee ama makwaje bosia ama busia no mo di 40 o mantumi antua the next time say GMPC na di guarantee and they have to pay obebu say how much was the money 230,000 Ghana cedis 230,000 Ghana cedis. Enti Kufuor Emma Akufuado Esha se prosecute Chachuchi Kata. Ena Chachuchi Kata wonimu mra no temra no wodi mra no homemra no onim de yemra no onim de atentren nti. Chachuchi Kata court says South Fast Track High Court no kwa na Kufuor atie no. Eye unconstitutional, eye illegal. Enimra kwa mu. Sabre no na judge fo a ewo Supreme Court eye du. Emu nkuno na kwatena asem no so. Omo tena asem no so yebu ye no. Emu num e ka se chechu asem no ka na eye no kre. Na sa Fact Track High Court no eye unconstitutional. Sa tem woni ba ye no. Na Kufuor eco program conference Australia. Ena Kufuor the free press conference ka se Kufuor ni anye ho kra. Ena Kufuor ka se adwobra hold on. Akufuor Chachuchi Kata prosecution nyina no suspend hold on. Minim dia me ba beye. Kufuor ba ye no. Ena ko appointed one judge. I friend Justice Kwame Afre. Na Justice Kwame Afre. Na ono so see one of Justice Kufuor ayusu no e wo Fast Track High Court. E dia jeli eye NDC's appointees. Kufuor ko appointed no from the High Court to the Supreme Court. And a justices no call 11. And almost I am panel on the same issue because according to Kufuor, was this or jitum says Supreme Court rule no the by a Fast Track High Court near unconstitutional. What it means in say San Crawford na why jailu omunyina mo makogu afiase. Victor Salume and Abutakwi ene Dr. Sipa Jayan Kine Umamka Unano say Ekobase no cresse unconstitutional there. It means I was here reverse Fast Track High Court decisions nina. And Crawford Pado confiscating also with Timmy releasing nina. And to one tiasie to Kufuor appointed sa justice we are now on not Fast Track High Court or Kufuor you soon the end hatchet work nina and then Kotna a Supreme Court. Or didn't call bench in this almost at na case in this no. Now 11 no ebeye 6-5. 6-5 in favor of Kufuor. Set Fast Track High Court no. A constitutional. Omuwie ya ena Kufuor say now carry on. Want to watch Chachuchi Kata prosecution no. Eso. When that issues by a Supreme Court ruling say the Fast Track High Court created by Kufuor was unconstitutional. Yenya sa papa ya Justice lawyer Samoku to amesi me hunu no hunu na me kondo ekran kwan. Nasimo kind said there was nothing wrong with it because Fast Track High Court was not a creation of a whole new court. Until I didn't see anything wrong. They use the Fast Track High Court to prosecute and persecute and jail Rawlings appointees. Omo de Chachuchi Kata asem no koye no. Omo ma Chachuchi ase say June. Enanka omo ebedi asem na wie no omo de judgment aba. But Chachu was jailed before June. E di Chachu ko tumu. Ye de no ko tumu wie no. Then Kufuor krono aba ya wa ma ne pardon. Ana Chachuchi so esem reject it. What I want is not pardon. What I want or what I need is justice and not mercy. And the Chachuchi Kata, after said wenya asthmatic attack, I know that hospital oxygen sini sunyina no or kase on pepade no in kawungu or patent training. Ampanyampa after several years a judge for no bia Kufuor Edomoko Supreme Court in Court just to jail Chachuchi Kata. I afraid a year Rita Aban Obepacho Sunisio say why your bonnet nyame any Chachuchi Kata and Rade any Chatum fan a bon in channel so ma kwama Kufuor a you soon di sa di bonesa amene ya paper for records say Chachuchi Kata say a convicting so a criminal for causing financial loss to the state no ya paper e dey free record. This same Supreme Court when Professor Mills ebeye president na pressure dan so say One year sakraye o judiciary because sabre no na kofo politu eye judiciary no. Waseno. Professor Mercy saw on pen one sem and to all appointing Crawford Crown Supreme Court no. He was reluctant. Or appointing people 2 or 3 pe. Edu Mahama so no. The same request any pressure no come Mahama so. One of the justices, and our friend justice, say Dennis Ejay. Sa papa
say
Dennis Ejay. Na Edru ya recommending no. General Legal Counsel recommending say President appointing onto the Supreme Court. But President Mahama feel say a yes as or Paki Supreme Court. And sa papa President Mahama until 2017 free power no one nominate no Akufo-Addo so ba no best align to will be I recommended no to go to the Supreme Court because say no move so anything in the was sideline. Then Akufo-Addo became president. It me up Paki Supreme Court and I mean because the Supreme Court justice about 14 Akufo-Addo appoint is quiet 12. Okofa 2020 a year 1 election verdict a year. I judge 4 and so now what's not so no. Akufo-Addo's appointees in Kwa was about 5. Okwa because say justice Bafu Bani Onumpono Eyakufo and appointed to the Supreme Court. Enya Rollins, Enya Mills, Enya Mahama Eyakufo. But 2013 election petition really in favor of John Mahama and NDC Intino. Akufo-Addo frustrated no catch on resign. Why when you dance here be again to pressure no on resign. He never resigned. And to be subsequent political cases a hold one equals to Supreme Court landmark cases in Nano, he was sidelined. Now they get to Tokunua. One no bar bench in this winning and Ansah no. One no name panel Crawford. When you nuga near panel. Some people candidate here or contest say a year was central. Now on your panel no na Bafu Boni senior justice on the bench no mean at all because Akufo-Addo will say oh nyane bidding. Because they will fail here say on resign one year to Akufo-Addo president no. Nigeria na edu say we promoting no na prison service obey pinyin. Akufo-Addo say over my dead body. Enti omane so far man ere so far obi a will go through the ranks edu no so obi anim say maami na wo say oye a prison for nyina penny because ani kunu e was Supreme Court na Akufo-Addo so on resign now on first position want me appointed for from one resign into no Akufo-Addo denied that woman the rightful a promotion. From there Akufo-Addo went to the Court of Appeal Pakeho. From there went to the High Court Pakeho to the stand say obi kra nya asam na ye against MPP ni forget it. Ansah remi yaw ani kene Japan anko court ye to twene akwa America 18 million and kene Japan kasa o ka woni team no abo recordings ni woni team no hu se bibia ye clean Ansah na PF na no aba why careful
wa shise editing machine
e woni team yes o body ni woni team na wa bo playback no hu se e clean Ansah na PF na no aba because of $18 million damage idea abolition so Canada Japan timi share a high court judge and a dinatam threaten life and in your boa at sa judge no Emma Canada Japan fan who die lawyer Eduji Tamakru on behalf of NDC and 5 political parties Echo Supreme Court was seeking injunction against the Electoral Commission. Say Electoral Commission by limited voter registration exercise that was September 2023. Now venue any criteria no dey or be preventing Crawford be non Crawford be access to register. And you know court to find injunction to so. Now get to Tokonu Eniakra was sending communicate catch from say the whole judiciary no they shouldn't give date. Cause it's obeba. Ampanyampa after a week, a woman buy no. Or command data, or command a date of 17th October. Date after Electoral Commission every the registration. This same get to Tokonu. Afenomake went to Supreme Court Friday. Yes, we had him from 2013 Supreme Court election petition. Court to back from Monday to Thursday. Supreme Court they don't sit on Fridays. What I go back to the records. Sabrana Supreme Court 2013 election first. On from Monday to Thursday, Friday, they don't sit. And then because of the election petition, your more tradition, they don't say Supreme Court doesn't sit on Fridays. But Afenomake went to Supreme Court on Friday. Around 12 midday. By 3. Now your Timia and panel 5 Supreme Court justices. I'm a betnasi. I'm a grantee. Ninjanshin in a wish. This is how MPP manipulated the judiciary, especially the highest court of the land, Supreme Court. Ye was a papa na no hu nwiti sa abu akura eti Ghana ha. Wan kasantia da. He became a council of state member.
Why no nyana kasantia sa?
Samokujoto. Papa we an kasantia da wana nwini hu se baby ani mfie nyina.
Opa ka show left.
Esuno Samokujoto enesuno. Inspector Bidiako.
Okay.
Papa we are now you what that say. My year MPP propaganda must say the Medin Chinemeko adakamenem and to was me speaking against the ill because me be where Jagana or Minchirima they deserve justice. This man supported everything. Upon all this met, we had a whole Supreme Court judge, our Chief Justice. I accuse you say we are obisic or why you be fragadam. Adding $5 million. We never hear this man talking. And not to me and reduce investors' confidence. And then President Mahama Nana upon all the requests said we need to review the 1992 constitution. 1992 constitution mama chono mu nyansa pa. Do say enema bo outmoded but a binum still no. It doesn't make sense. 1992 constitution say a person chief justice every na kunya so a awase wadasi bamboni biadi wa kire say wa bon said ye get to konu kire say wa bon woni mu hwe no na no Ghana ni na betro petition no dey come president what the come president and no can oh president atemuafe penyiwe wabon yini free ho oni madwuma no president hu a emra na nkase president nhwem na wankase wasam na kan uma na senim emra na say president wosaka fakrata no koma elmampen aban agina tuku afutufu agina tuku e council of state na council of state for no emom nhwem se council of state for no hwem no mu se kwadu ade aboni pesimesia na obentin no aba wo mu a no mu mato president for say president asem no ayede to maame no so no ye transi hwe mu no ensuo wom ente wo behia se bedon suko wom so munya kan say wi a constitution say any president wo beti committee na o ma hwehwe mu say the council of state for ka no eye no kre say no kre bi wo mu ana na sa committee no kra wo tia wo be ko Supreme Court wo no akoyi judge for mienu na sa judge for mienu no emu baako and be chairman of the committee no ayafo from Ansah omonya judge for omo so da dibiase bi omo animunyam na do maka ho enti petition ko ka president sa no omo sa bedwafo no so kotrase no omo so ma say ampa council of state for primary faci ade ko no omo so behu a eni ti wo se nhwemu no omo hwehwem na se eye no kra na etia mra said de maame na ye no a na for me da koto president and say president ampo the council of state for kai le hwehwem na no kre maame ne nsem no ye fra no busa na ebobo na no no kre da mu ni say waye watia ga na mra then when a president ni be taking a decision say mayi wadi ana ma review One more Mukasa now, one the betting access President Mahama as a law abiding citizen, as a law abiding president, wa committee or breaching any act or law of the as far as 1992 Constitution is concerned. Now, yenya a law lecturer say, Sir Act 146, you know, our Constitution with the about and say you practice it. Obi ko repu ba dia yahwe Constitution mu nfa no kotum. Bosome so as a law lecturer no aketu ama. O ko hwe labor law num. Now already are right. Now you sue that Constitution Act no. Now they push it for your rights and your entitlement. Now the same Constitution no. O catch say dear dealing with the Chief Justice a chase wanyana juma ye acquired them first you what say me and find juma and then on person say some of part of the Constitution there young question say obsolete irrelevant me and find juma they did jelly across for the young fan jelly they did supinin crofo directors better public account committee ego many mas the young fan pepe name of the Chief Justice now or no and a mother of justice. And to whom much is given, much is expected. And you who ask for equity must come with clean hands. Or no, now what one more catcher said, no matter, it doesn't matter the noise you make. The law is the law. Hey, it doesn't matter. Noise as samokujo to be. You can go to hell. It doesn't matter. Protest MPP for be. Mo pa mo no mo po. Ensha mo fu. Na mo fanfa kan ko kumase. Enfanko lake busumche enfanko gumna munya de chada ka so obeye no you can do that. You cannot change anything. Get to Tokonu, he said Ghana
aban saka
o takwa di Ghana foka get to Tokonu one ne ba no kwa keke ni plane ticket e cost Ghana 109,000 ni per diem $10,000 Ghana dollars o convert here a 160,000 o kabomwa a 269,000 Ghana cedis. Chachuchi Kata was jailed for 5 years. Yes, we call guarantee loan. I'm a private company. As can you say 230,000 Ghana cedis. Now wo ba awanya juma magana. For Ghana sika wa fa o Ghana sika a year 269,000, and you want to tell us that because one and one fair.
All right, thank you. Live on a 100.5. De La Vega says, what actually does not favor the MPP in the Constitution is always unconstitutional, and that is MPP for you. When a blind person says he or she will stone you, you must know he or she has a foot on a stone. And this one is coming from Wood Eduji. And Atisa says, Araba is about to Tokonu is already gone. And she knows it. Next time when she gets a public office, she will conduct herself well and not to be a stooge of any political party. All right, so Ebenezer Mukhtar says 10,000 Ghana dollars. Your 10,000 Ghana dollars. Okay, so Osai Prempe says Evu Tokonu is Ghana. Simple. Ghana Bar Association should kiss our black and lick it clean for all we care. Very foolish association anyway. But I don't know why people are having issues with GBA, because this statement is just an open-end something, and it clearly tells you their stand on this matter, that whatever it is, a constitutional application, and what GBA is saying is that look, let us allow the process to travel. Then we will know. Listen, Mamema,
14 years old.
Also, my dear, and I'm for see a Drew Randy show. Randy Bishop Mini. Some Bishop Mini.
On Penny was and no. I minor. Anyway,
Kwabena me that's it.
Okay, all right.
Me fa Africa sidu na me fa nchia wo na wetefu nyina.
Yeah.
Na me mbom penifo anyi ho ye dwuma so ho abado. Na mensre iradi ni shira na adom. Na hofe na honde onkodo amfa ma hunto na omoye kamade mo aye ya mabeshi.
Ami.
Na Kwabena me bay na me teo facham na ma twemesi kakra na dwumadi kro na bi na ono ama awna wetefu once and come and tam but all the same a peditary be program bia chede echo Accra FM say echo Accra FM na pede ite program obama wenyu aja chede make sure the Bobie Ansah ho Bobie Ansah ho so na say ehunda ne panelists hunto listo chief by ne akon mpanyifu nyina we be shema na chede oye station a ensampa ni nyina aweden obopo efio no kwasam yi mete wasam na me di Ghana Bar Association me lawyer but I'm a friend to them because as an ocean I mean you juma every day no kwenyo da ya me se mam we free money bia come to Baka Coach Association free just to lodge it in there no who the chief buying of Atlas Oceans or the $100,000 about what do moyade sentinyi there constitution na wadi yejuman ona na wa ma kwan ma processes ni afema ni aba bedu bebi ma yebedri oye na nkrofu bi wo ha ye wo man for the past maybe na say you 3 months 4 months if you are bibie nyini e kan okrum ha was go to court let the law work allow the process. If you want to work at it, allow the process, let the law work. You know, because now I jump with the fence, and they are crying more than they believed. Because my nankasa when you na semema, when you ni me. Onke jina simple do be ankade. Oh, abane chinchin mensa. Name was a crater no other ban I respond, and I am not. No, respond that oh baby order to President Nankasa Onyinu tomb. Na say Council of Council of State in Benfui. Why one decision now whatever. Na President na some one more what the ben and so I come my eye there. Oh your advice now what the man. Bempendra we do so. And some now about to one anyman. I anankrofo bi pedu behave the way you nyansa so bia. And some know about to one anyman no I hear more say. Nyimpa 30 out of the 31 was say on for the human and kunkon on one yenhwem ananye dam not na dem say me ono ya asema waka obi ni koko pai na nansa mete na was obi gina platform bi also obey demonstration obey dey masa say hwe na say your friend a exercise aya you can't name it anything and go around and do it here nyina ya bia be sin na be
no no there be say wo de wo ye no na we skeletons e wo cupboard mu ono ne ma hihye no no nipa no ogina so no be ko street mu no so mo wo so eye rice scandal no mo wo so NSS de enu sisi a case aba
na asama me pede Bobie awo na wetefu wote nyina inde Chief Justice ni hwehwemu ya worry won allow process mo ye de onye adwuma onye for anything na Ghana for to about what the John Dramani Mahama. Yeah, ejina he able to makofa nda ho de won to about my but what to am on the baby adwuma no so another thing and I am not and I'm running man kwande baby ma petitions here babedui to anamo na MPP fun I don't know why I Chief Justice or MPP ni ana they was said I mean the record I mean oye partisan oye MPP ni oh how
or your MPP ni maba. Don't get her offended. If you tell us on your party bar, the bube fu papa.
Are you sure?
Or your party bar.
You know that for a fact. Oh, I see. And they said and the Kwabena is as if they am not well informed. Oh. Because my position I'm me taking as her result to them I mean or a Chief Justice. And now on mine you know Chief Justice.
On suspension.
And now Asema Ba na Council of State where him was on court suspension. I feel a group of people I want to declare they want to win politically this is the way I work on. And one what's one chance that Waboko court must still process Nico through. Manda menyo kasi or suspension will be actor. What's the one task? Was our local demonstration? And then, you see, Bobie, I like to, give people rope and advise people also. Who platform you, Okwichi? Say, Madam, Toko no tea. Omo na oma obinko MPP contest no catch on the other way was saying asam.
Yes, I look as or Moncano.
No, my way was saying asam. No problem, sir.
Oh no, mameno. And a president, a dear shredded in secrecy, no. One farmer will be on petitions, no. One supply the public. What you say,
Council of State.
Council, no. I'm making information. Immediately, or requesting for copies, no. Your man, the copies are not in making.
I mean,
it's when or Bonica.
I mean,
one on one people for pa.
I said, I can know. Oh, there in Sembi Nakaka, which is justified in your own way. Thank you. But I mean, Sumuko United Kingdom, may mental health law. And the way even high rising or too more affecting in parliamentary state. And I'm telling you on authority there, the case that has happened now at the highest office of the CJ are on him on dance so that day Sebsebi. President Mahamanum na yema me vice na nasi fu speaker num na obebenya ono no so ehon. Enti one dance so that day also ehon need to na abada hosabi. It's if one Frencham na asama bade watching if you got it is all bandama Bobie as a human being no I didn't hit one mental imbalance album. You cannot be stable. You get where I'm coming from.
I cannot be agreeing to you because even before her activities were run now obia petition there Akufo Donaro nyinedi. So she was aware of some of the things.
Chep Akufo do nyinedi no nyim there President Mahama wa ba no. President Mahama onye basbasa. Onu se bi ni suba no kuhwe na nanse ehwe ma ojamoda ye ni na nyina me je nanse hu ni woko o che no. President Mahama no ye abodwe. No nyim there. President Mahama obo. And President Mahama so on to the man na mo senkro fan fa petition na ye there. Wan fan kwa nka first one order no kraze ye hu.
Na nko anya hu adwumampo.
Ana make transition one hand over and the mama President Mahama. And I was the 10. So was the 10 now. Not in the baby D. And na Ghana fufu bisu wade another petition what there what about pedo.
6 petitions in 3 months.
Ono friend Shazo simdu no simdu Krofu ba no what ba. Say po Martin Krofu da one be what there what ba. It's a President Mahama here to make sure that Oberi fair do not that could be more that but I want you to understand that I mean a Ghana Chief Justice.
Na oye Ghana.
No ye Ghana Chief Justice. On ye MPP. Na MPP for ade awo ye no. Pocho awo na nyim. Nkrofo bi wo ho a wo soro amire mi nyim ho. Iti hede ukasa kwechi. Bomodin. So. Se chama waru se chama. O chama po friend intim. Onu hompo na ebokwa. Kona nyine nkasa na kachende ye panacho. Oya man Nkrofo akada intim aminiti wo de nyina na oye MPP
intim ni ho onifie
de
intim ni ho intim ya bia na foforo bi Hackman na ofie
na intim onye chama na
o chama bo ni wo wapie go out
agome akam
dema
wapie intim Hackman na ofie
na thank you to no one lead
ayi your friend say Moshood say Moshood o say one
mo kiki microphone onu don check crowd chewa come now seriously Intino please yeah we are building one Ghana full J MPPD wo da men sama wo keka ni nyina 2016 wo mo honkwan wo by 2020 wo by use alakbajis wo trying to maintain power in 2024 wo akoto aba wo the sisa aba ma John Dramani Mahama do ye adwuma wa bande ma mini ho aka wa ahwe ne nansen na mite ma munua ai sami jefi sana asem nsem wo mo no bobbe mu your friend the tikiti na krubi na odenka wato my bodyguard pe according to the na if you obada wato man said the man say me MPP for ho ankojima Nka ma me say be oye na adwuma na wa go to ticket point wo be ka che no dem dem madam ticket Anthony ye nti pocho next time here there inya kwa na be sija men ye dem say wa ma asemi na wa dan open to the public na nkrofo so petition no tro na wa ye there watch. It's as the result of the political party now. What Jimun train now no ruko. Na see yesos na walkoma police in Penifuna na se for one year. Wo betumpo sebi when you engage the mass
organizer na hoaka.
In some microphone can social media no kwaro.
Hey, Najib. Some to me and na beba.
I don't know what you got to my uncle now also watch you. What do you got to a Nima police station? Me demicard to do now, maybe you miss one more, ice water crowd. What's daddy?
Because
oh, but that's we are friends, we are brothers. Exactly. Now, what has CJ got to do with the new patriotic party?
And you go to our woman, and you try to say, one more dear, no.
I see. There is some in what you are trying to tell. No, the man too much young kodu gunto.
Communicate about cause say.
No, man too much young kodu. So they are creating an impression. They say me say na my dream no crowd, but the addition they make sure I cry for me. It's giving me some kind of understanding that as if there because you can't cry more than they believe. Obi enye eko nipa nifie nipa wewu na lenyimin ikwe he mami nkrofo no sum na mami na wewu no so ne mbate wa yedi. I think you are making a good point here, but all the same, and I will senior lecturer Bobie
Comrade Bobie
lecturer when if I game pa no say 1 + 1 why mama a critical thinking, but for me I know that Chief Justice na no about some
the da see nyina ya busua ba ko na nyina ya young for them a hon end
na nyina ya dream ko bankru because I mean him no CJ and I want some indications I wasn't yes or CJ but or you closer to the other side. Is that what you are saying? Or relate more on them? Oh, but I want them to. I want to told the Ghana bar a releasing by the fact today NDC, MPP, Ghana Funina. Yen you did in the actual by that far or man paying our form aban. Abano ututuna namo. And a way to pemper knows my main on channel. Another obi ante on twene people are mistaking there ofi the way you need Diana. Say won you need. Oko hwe na asem num na waba. Ananya them not. Na unto eti enyim da asem obotum ahwe mu aba na wa clear na.
So I think that's where we
Ananya you don't know that.
Wait and see how it will go.
Enyima. Obotum ahwe mu na wa clear no.
But ana obetum ahwe mu na wa clear. Ana obetum ahwe mu awie ni apamo no na e ka wa boy ni asaje. But in this case, so beba back ne de easy.
Beba back there over claim.
Easy. Emma Shada. So de kubeko kumase. Dan say Araba be a groove Araba. Ebesa ba be CD Ghana.
Oh yeah. Ma unia so tell.
I don't get what you just said. Also Shada mo in presidential candidate.
Yes.
Binu kwa edana kwa.
Ebe easy. Ama Shada be president. Now the Poako Kumase. Dan say Araba.
Isaba.
Okay, so make to us some Nasa. I would say Ansah no obey Shimni, Araba, and our Kanechi Kota. That's your position.
That's all.
Okay.
Apostle Dr. Megashi of Megashi Heba and Spiritual Center. Was he Arabia? Yeah, etete war, brebumu ya dear, usemu, more fibroid, stroke, ejimo, hypertension, diabetes, fruit you, ma gumea kamo, moswa, yesun sumu, awarie, anajubia, or baby, ebe yo basa. Obaso anajubia beme bebe susu sa enkujira be bi nkasa I won pe eye ayarese bia na de ope ni won yo da najo ana se bia ukra gold na gold ni hunhuna ho Fabra na Apostle Dr. Megashi omo ho ban fama Kumasi ase or Kumasi or Macro old police house ho ubeni afre no 0547044307 Accra Kaswa Prison Junction 054580936 Takrade omo ewo Kajebil Governor School or Government School okay Kajebil Pacho school be what Takrade friend Kajebil. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it well. Inti we're from 05952030069. Now one more aqua dili. Give us about center seven canchos or they give us P capsules, give us co capsules, give us about mixture and give us GC capsules and mixture aba. Was here for co any P capsules no boom. Now amount the best results. Yeah, we here. Nana Tibeto kakra bi nya enko
obi kan asampetia yina enim se Ansah na ye be ka se
but before I bet so let her know the chairman what does it entail
ka we dey o dey mo be koto ayi
because my own side so my highlight it
I want to say your friend said Chief Justice
yeah
acting Chief Justice.
Okay. As a question, Obi a rate of sermon. Obi na kosamai. Now say yes, someone crate be and say Chief Justice assign. And Tuba has a Chief Justice no. A dear show a acting Paul Bafo Bonnie.
So you cannot find a read. I don't want to because say Chief Justice on no a bad time.
Yes.
Of the courts.
But in na obi hu the signature ho we rater notice ya come attorney general.
No, since there was suspension, you no be sign.
I me sure say difference about say Chief Justice Diblo ho no no. Bafo Bonnie.
Ona na we nyagin.
Oh.
Kora.
Oria.
Me ko we so but me share ura you monte. Me share ura you say.
But you should here now.
Share ura you say. Reshuffle na oye no. The best friend.
I'm say commanders.
Oma ebinko Accra region. Say supo yeboa okay yeboa no
yeah me
we wo fast no papa yo ko wi abuku ya Macmillan osafumafo fast no odin se hunu o yen pese ye yen sense be fast Accra region ho ntura yo nu yesrew ye wadwuma se ne yesefata yen pese ye de ensem bia be ba Accra region ho. That said, maybe later I will go into it and then there may near bro Chief Justice side. Kara I say leadership is key to everything in life. Na sene nyina enim no empanifo se de jawa na de asoa na bibi bia ewo wiasim efa ye friend saying asetena mu ensensem hu bia no obi anim say every word has a meaning. And we don't just come out and just state say ye frɛ obi ana say obi wo dibia bi na sa dibia no Chief Justice dibia but ono ano on the behavior very contradictory to the position of that Chief Justice. And for example, we normally criticize Ubia Yesusu say on behavior soft behavior dinti yesu way on soft. The patroya ye tighty. Say Ubi a doctor na yete baako mienu o wa won kofo panie bone eku omo. Ana say wa wo panie na ma obi to baako achi ana baako ayeyi a. Yetimi ka say we de onye doctor papa meboa. Now, Kwara, minim the entia. Ya point to be so a Chief Justice. None the near any sooner ne ben yina che bibia. Bruni Becca say a unjusticiable. And yet just is unjust. Bibi bia oye biano. Her biases are not even fair. Every human being, one way or the other, is biased. Inherently, no. Being biased is part of society. It's part of us. I could be biased towards Chief or against Chief because of ebia me ankasa me interest binti. What must I say? Say I would them hana ubi beche ya ade mienu na ebia or the ama Kwabena no bedi kan ye bias for himself against all three and choose one. Ansah na wadwen ho say oh and your mammy for the akaima either Chief or Listo or Honto because I didn't you pe beboa. And the society be muno bias is there. You cannot erase it completely. And there are biases well. But I always remember some time you see word be a 10 biano. Ayana is too heavy, but you I get to understand it easily. Just be fair. Fairness is the name of the game. You could be biased towards MPP. Nobody should have a shred of. I mean, what is human? Every human being is biased. Don't you think John Mahama is biased even in his appointment? He's biased. He has some choices that he would make contrary to the Ebia society and say, why not choose this over that? But in the discretionary or in the performance of his discretion, Obi Bia yedi to me be Bia a bias. But Kwabena, like you always say, let's be fair.
Be
fair.
Be fair to me, that's all.
Now, again here kafa mami. Kwabena, this is Obia a choir of fans to be the Chief Justice in the Crown. The government of the day was not fair. Fair in terms of why Nana Edru so? Was it about okay, the Akufo-Addo pen all year and now say Akufo-Addo wanted to be fair?
But the Akufo-Addo demand they do so are not a defeated bias analogy now.
No, the bias. That's what I'm saying. Say we knew say Akufo-Addo could be biased,
okay,
or he will be biased. But the fact is that was he fair?
In being biased.
In being biased. Because
not fair, especially when you check.
Like the example I gave.
How long ago?
After Kwabena had chosen one and it was left with one. No?
Yes.
Kwabena could have said to any one of us, say, oh, we need Listo. That's how we could with the Ubenyabi. Into my farmer chief, because chief na a bad in so Ubenyabi. Kwabena has not been, he has been biased to me, but he has been fair. What must I say? And you know, a dear in Nana Yasun Kuma many one, and Unti, a Akufo-Addo Kofa and say, Omra Mayor Chief Justice out of the biases. It means that Akufo-Addo was not fair. Now, he's not being fair, no, had a reason. Kwabena, Jericho face you no Ashas ye no Chief Unsema or Kanyina. And leading me to open my mind so wider to another sphere where I can find, say, Bobie, even beyond their criminal syndicate of family and friends, no. Bobie say, even after say Yefra Bemuno, even after say Yefra Bemuno, I was saying young Kofua Omubeboy Hobain. Now, Tokonu, Nifia can when a name the Dawson. No, so na ebeya den say. Wa yo bantino, abai foforo bakra, Ombe because NDC for the any momo. Sana President Kofo appointed Oba Chief Justice. What they never tonight jump from the prosecution obey a Chief Justice. Neka near Georgina Wood, my very adorable and forgotten mom. What must I say? NDC for by no. Kwabena Jeko can say there are so many ways in killing a cat. No, and no pay NDC for so public attacks in the doorstone. And you know, Mumi Nyai ni Enomujai Mamino not now. Kwabena, I want to remind us of something. Georgina Wood can who be in NPP for Bar Bemuno or move Sika left, right, center because they know say Obianu better or movie beer, even when you take them to court, that's where they will be glorifying themselves as heroes. Immediately, Professor Mills Bar Bemu almost started here, almost the coming of us. Even though that time, no, I'm no more dream. Omoko, no, for Kodum Pianimo, Omoko, okay, so Omoko Asabi ho, Omoko Akwese J ho. Case, no, who did drew quarter, Kwabena. The case will be dead on arrival. And you know, a good father no more Bemuno. Their main focus was to make sure, say, as part of our criminal syndicate job, you know, let's pack the court so well, so enough, so much so that, say, Nyameya don't crampo, nese, ya kwa tinefie no, ya was uncle for where I pack on more court, no, and this is former assembly also koto quarter, and one is on Baba say, case no crap procedurally, crap, lose. Yeah, share the merits of the case. Yeah, she. Yeah, so video Johnny. We will look at the interest of the state. We will look at the interest of just the common thief. And you know, Chief, I put it to you, say. Emmanuel one was MPP ni, and then the Yamashino said Jericho Afesio Ashasie Ejiri. Because there can be a sono Babylon war no. Babylon no ebejiregu Jericho Afesio no ejiri na aboan yesu utwa ni tia de aka nyina ya homa utwa aboan ni tia de aka nyina ya homa enu na enye baako enye mienu enye ayi hwe nipa petition ya miensa baako yesu oye police pani a osai lawyer ni ye de intentia dinwa we di asema wie obi bu afu a Kwabena se me judge ne common gafo enya hwe wo se kun se me ka se judge Jimmy a me ndidi ni nsem a wo ka no enam se wa Jimmy o Jimmy ya me hwe enya contempt only comes in when during proceedings why ya de na me se me no nya adwen but Kwabena MPP ni aneraho say ye be Chief Justice Edino yeah
almost be nationwide
oh and no ma check ra ma check yenuanom your friend is saying Ghana Bar Association
mo bro judge oba pemfo mo anya hu nationwide
demonstration na e kasa te say MPP ni nim yansa MPP ni bia no nim yansa o Ghana
fi say o mo be ka se kombe ombe investigative journalism no komako judicial service ako check se ni
me manu si Kwabena
eno na nka be bo ana
Ghana Bar Association one say I'm on record to have said is the most useless association.
Oh, no.
I've said that.
Why?
I've said that and I don't regret ever saying that because I think it has remained the most useless.
Full of lawyers.
Do you know why people are agitating and thinking they won't even make sense even when they are making sense? Almost past record. Now, baby, omo ni ende you know. Petition, you know. Like almost statement, you know. Press statement, you know. See, you know. Kwabena, the last paragraph, you know. I want to say, na ekojina. Say, dear no more kind. Almost say, na ne say. Or say the Ghana Bar Association shall carry out its mandate to defend, strengthen, and enhance confidence in the justice system delivery. In the justice delivery system in Ghana. The Ghana Bar Association shall remain the conscience of society. A hona Ghana for whom he say, Where were you? Where have you been?
You want to.
They have not been.
Listen, one thing.
The conscience of this country.
One thing you need to
you
do
see,
is say.
Anytime the Ghana Bar Association has been mentioned, no. Maybe when they say it's an MPP legal wing.
No, you see, that's.
Listen, are we looking at the present or the current statement, or we are looking at the past statement?
There be a analysis, no. There be a analysis, no. Minima de friend remote course and a minima de friend immediate course. These are the only two things I look at. I look at your past and I look at your present. Then I use those ones to determine the future.
Yeah, but the present is giving
so your past
a certain paragraph which you think
gives me a certain impression.
You are dealing with an office where that office
yes.
Obi or better will be the one also not been in a better.
So you are looking more to leadership.
So you want to use Chief Bainy's behavior to determine some about occupy Chief Bainy baby are not near the Miabaho. And the said Chief Bainy is it and a son I'm
doing politics and I will remind you of one thing. Rollins in tea and Omudi Nipami and said Tiakosi Supreme Court Omudi Dinkwasiasem. Mahama of Ahobeng.
Okay. So even with the current statement, you have an issue with the statement.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, say, to put
an issue with the
like
organization.
The Ghana Bar Association shall remain the conscience of society. You have never been a conscience of society.
With the current
but if you say henceforth, then I agree.
So what a grammar?
No, Kwabena. If you don't allocate powers onto yourself when you are not.
Okay.
You have never been the conscience of this state.
Fine.
You have never. Because if this is the first time, fine. Begin to say we have amended our ways. We will be the conscience. But don't tell us that you have been. You have never been the conscience of this country.
All right. Thank you. Imbustaba Mesha, or si police ni Edruno, in Ghana for more money, bino. Na mo abomodi asemo bajibi. Bills micro credit. Wasi ankache Ghana niya uni adwumaye bra na beje bosia. Di owo adwumaye nso no. Wasi men kanche ose so peska atopo no na waba unhia Ghana card unhia bibia. Micro credit bills from 0596920 833. George Relatives men can show say Ansah Jumedium Guso 70 by 100 plot no or the J25,000 Ghana. Utia 30% per diakano was spread your mouth 6 months. No what tutia. Was men can Ghana Funina say home office welcome to 22 Afrewa Junction Tema of the Michelle Camp Road. Afi waiting from 0533553266 on Sabekamo and Yenya Samson Asaki Awingo bet a birthday bro yeah was studio happy birthday yeah we even called him yes and Yamfana Sema Mayor Auto Parts and Diagnosis Services don't must say MTS men can say 10 Ghana cedis pet and go baby me and Fankubu. Nantiko a MTN office bia. Father Abraham Herba and Spiritual Hospital, we are grateful to them. Okay, so we have Yenya Bema, Asaki, Awingo Bet here, and Chief Bainy or say Listo Hontoha, Accra FM Citizen show. Team Nina, I say happy birthday to you, bro. Unfortunately, our time is up. We got
happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
All right. Yeah, that means I say.
700 years old.
From way back asempa na ewia bi ye wosuru newsroom saa ye betia ne ase ho no na Kwabena na Kwabena bro na sansem wehwe ade ato Kwabena na Kwabena se me nka nkire wo da ade ato Kwabena wo ayi saa ayi kokomlemle ho no no me ne nana ya abrefo saa me ye hia Anthony Kabo ye hia Anthony Kabo me ne nana ya abrefo saa me ne nyina wo ho na Anthony Kabo ye din kuma ka kire se Bobie ade ye be ye Bobie no ho saa be ne social media na enye effective ade ye be ye Bobie wo krom ha no ho agisu odwane me si Anthony Kabo na ya ba na wura fi onkai no oda ne salon ka bim saa ayi kokomlemle wu sane abadan ho no mo no a sane abatwa ho no mo no a no mo ton left ho wu fi joy ho no mo na wu sane won stand left to say no mo ton shop bi o mo ton shoes paboa ho ne ehia na o ka se wi ade ade be ye Kwabena wo kroma gisu odwane eni agi ye wo soro eti se joke MPP for na be to ahye Kwabena su yi ni namu station back on the Kwabena ya on tanka chief of staff station na koye adwuma go Achimota forest one mo sometime Kwabena ho ago kone nam ho kakra ni nyina opposition adwuma ya ni namu breeze sometime ni nyina kwadwantwi opposition adwuma ya 8 years 8 years opposition adwuma ya na Kwabena namu no namu ohwa me papa wasi akra no akọ rest kakra ni namu sa 2018 Accra FM sometime tuwa na obi ka se ase Kwabena de obi opeso otena radio so de bia Kwabena de bia ntetiamu na apede ya bre papa before 2020 general election ntimi na ade wo akra wadam fu bia national security no otimi fro ka jo se ma wadam pe baby koda o wa hwe na ade mo ana o ma be yodo mbe yew na after 2024 years Kwabena jirem wa man tasin era me ka say obi onu mo a yeti yai me na ma me maka severally say me ka say me kopa appointment bia mo a mo ya na wudi era be na abenya appointment na be no me na ma matena ka say me pa appointment me ni godmother me ni godfather me ka say me pa appointment Kwabena so eja ye say ya bo ne sahene prekope ministers nyina ministers nti e friend honorable so enti se woni nipa ba ko mienu bi na afre no wa fa me fro no afa ma betena radio so abodua I swear me se me fro pa na minimu na wonfa me ba jo wa ya aya o ti asa be hunu se santini abawa me ba mi kuta mi kosua mi kuta me shinap mi kuta me dia be kra na kan kra de ye mi kosua me shinap aya aram de ajo hwie nipa bra wo kura yi mu nipa bra mi akra na kire se MPP fo no omo hwe kala no hwe face nu a omo ntimi attack me na nka se de nka omo twa me nka me kra nka omo twa me bia fine na me nim nipa ba ku mienu miensa na me fra wa na wonfa radio yi so aram de ajejo na mesin enche Kwabena be ba ne no adi nkomo ye ne Kwabena be kasa because enkofo bebre wa kire enkofo fra yei enti ya anya mo hwe enti ya anya mo hwe enti Kwabena bra bre listo we kwa yese so osori o hyedem ne poko hyedem so enkofo bisa well media me declare me stance say media me ka say me pe bibia I don't know about Kwabena say bia Kwabena say no honorable di bre na e di ama no edi na eda no so say no anu opede a ye nya no anu aba be ka wa ha e bia na poku nso e bi nso e bia na kwa wono nso so ahụ na ye nya omu nyina no ma be ka omu de wa ha sei ye nya omu nyina no ma ba be ka ni nyina wa ha sei so ahụ ba Ansah na Kwabena be ba na me komanim dumso akoso na dumso na ekoso no na President Mahama de make can say light no wo betimi adum no 1 month ena wo besiesie kura adum no na siesie maye say 1 month kwana President Mahama kanea no wo betimi adum no na fix maye because crisis a wo beto ye no enye 9 hours 8 hours na bedum kanea de siesie mi buofu na medeba but ena me hu mfa me ti o sese yi ana me kono Ghana for eye nipa bi a ho de bia me ka your political colors ena e praye ena ekum ye eno na e destroy wo man ye party a ye de ye ho adon MPP NDC and then some micro political parties na e ka ho no PNC any PPP no no keka ho a o ma che wo mo ho no those parties no o mo leadership no o ma che wo mo ho e bi wo NDC e bi wo MPP eno na e haye because I wonder why ade be chia as a member of parliament e di ma MPP e be ye dede e be tene TV ni radio so akasa se Ghana ye work dum so mu enti President Mahama nka na nuntum no won fixe President Mahama e ma Ghana for light because 8 years na na akufado Emma Ghana for light last week mi baby ametie ye dum light to aso Tuesday ye dum no be 10 ye so no be 5 Wednesday to aso enra eye I wasn't surprised enya me nwanwa because eyade na ekoso eyade a ye dem ye de dum so mu before election Obia follow me on my Facebook page bia hu say 25 days to the general election me drew fear me pon adwuma me drew fear pe na ye dum light and me fa phone see me so say 25 days to the general election ye dum light that time na ye dum no ye be so light be 2 am adenti na ye complain under President Mahama on the very day ni swearing in ekoso John Jenapo ni ye mo ni dis obey energy minister what is swearing in ase inaugural ceremony na ase and a war crisis e wo ye nim di a kire Ghana fo adenti na ye hypocrite sa adenti na ye nya atwom sa adenti and ye nya atwom sa and then today MPP for and they complaining say President Mahama and fix it na na akufo 8 years am I light like seriously Ghana ha 8 years and na akufo my light election year aban bia bedi eniemehunu aban bia ye fun not in election year aban bia be man manfo ada edum so mu a esumu a not in election year say yakwa election mu even few months to the election few weeks to the general election ni ye wo dum so mu but today the audacity say MPP for ye benya MPs former deputy energy minister ne di kan kaye na nkansa buadu ba mavis nkansa buadu Ghana ojina parliament kasa last week ni munimu a na nkansa buadu agrekens ma hene ne ba no afija se kire ho no mu ba bi no ye MP ejina parliament say President Mahama entimi fix dum so a onkoje afutuo afri na akufu ado ho na wo moa no because 8 years madam shadow member of parliament we ye shadow MP wo pese Ghana fo ate won kan wo pese Ghana fo hu se na nkansa buadu ba e wo parliament enti what start na wo kasa Kenyansasem because se wo kasa no wan Kenyansasem a first na ye se ye mfimu no ye be fimu woman to woman ye be fimu Kenyansasem Mavis nkansa buadu agrekenze mahene na nkansa buadu ba se wo parliament na se wo kasa wo ye shadow member of parliament na se ne you want your voice to be heard in the public in parliament Kenyansasem because I was started say wo keka ensem we eyensem hunu a ye be face boot for boot 2024 na po ye energy minister MPP program assassin be no kan ye e wo branch entwofo ko bisa na po say Ghana for call for timetable sene dum so ni hwanu mu a den na pokache Ghana for say ye timetable mo ma me na po video no Sɛ na dumso ni hɔ no ma ɛyɛ dai ɛna napo. Then energy minister Okasasem we say March. I think 25th or 20 March and waka 2024. Sɛ na yɛ ni dumso ma election year ɛyɛ dai na napo ɛka kyerɛ Ghana for say yɛ nkɔ yɛ timetable. Okay, yanko.
NPP administration, energy sector is 300 times better than your mom.
The current power cuts. Some people are saying that you made mention of this. You use this as a campaign against John Mahama, and now we are experiencing a worse situation under President Akufo-Addo. Would it reflect in the 2024 election? Would it be something that people will stand on to vote?
If you are comparing 4 years, NPP administration, energy sector is 300 times better than John Mahama.
And we are still experiencing doom so.
Nobody has said we haven't. I'm just saying it's far much better than John Mahama ever did.
You do admit that there's doom so.
That is the word you use. I have never used that word. I've promised you that we are going to work on it. And it's not a work that is a single event. It's a process. And we'll continue to work on it for the energy sector to become better.
Have you heard of calls for a timetable?
Ask those who want it to bring it.
They should bring the timetable.
If there is, I haven't seen any timetable. So when
people are calling for it,
say bring a timetable. What do you mean? The ECG says that there is no timetable coming. Why do you want to bring a timetable? What purpose? Why would somebody get up and wish evil or bad for the country? When it is not planned, you can't tell the person. Were you in Ghana under John Mahama? Did you live in this country under John Mahama? Did you live in this country under John Mahama? Did you?
And for person mo wish evil for NPP aban. So hwɛ na pony away March NPP program ase hwɛ join ni city for ɛna na wo hɔ yɛ akrɛfɛm for the NPP program ase yɛ kɔ mbɛbo yɛ ya nko bi da hwɛ na pony o etina March 2024 no na on say journalist ni question ɔde man ne say yɛ yusu dumso ɛna yɛ de fight John Mahama but na Ghana for say yɛ west wɔsi ɛyɛ west wey journalist no asɛm obisa na ponu no na pocket ɔsi obi enu ɔno ɔnka say yɛ experience outages power outages yɛ wom 2024
the current power cuts.
Afimunie say our match afimunie na granted this interview but today this same MPP for no catch the Ghana for say John Mahama sadi dumso aba eno obi frame akatim say na da John Mahama de ye dumso abo ni dua na ade na ye womu no ye timu no omo bebe to oman a enka ne agina so oman a ye nya president wo wisdom wo ye problem solver or how about solve ye or fix energy sector crisis e wo ho Emma o man gina ye mo man ko nanim o man gina ye o man ko nanim for whole year 2016 like power outages ye hunu bi Dr. Bobie after election kan say Mahama fix ye honorable say chairman Sabosu waka no ni interviews ahudo say Mahama fix dumso and then election year ye wo dumso crisis mu ye de remu ba samre no so kwa na ye wo dumso crisis mu no na oma catch up kofu so mo machines na omo person mu shutting it down esiese ro mu nyai enfamra me sha January mama mi Mavis in cancer board agrekens ma ehine ne ban video no na no ono wa shadow MP
Mr. Speaker, when the president attended on this house, he told us that he fixed Dumso before he exited. Mr. Speaker, this goes to refute what he said. I think what the president is trying to do is prepare us of the hardship ahead. If he's having problems keeping our lights on, I'm going to call on the president to reach out to his predecessor and ask him how he was able to keep our lights on for 8 years. Mr. Speaker. President to 14. Mr. Speaker, when the president attended on this house, he told us that he fixed Dumso before he exited. Mr. Speaker, this goes to refute what he said. I think what the president is trying to do is prepare us of the hardship ahead. If he's having problems keeping our lights on, I'm going to call on the president to reach out to his predecessor and ask him how he was able to keep our lights on for 8 years. Mr. Speaker,
Sir President Mahama enkwana na wo say man country destroyer ehon kwankwa gi afutuo famfiri ne honom madam me say wo ye shadow MP na pese yete won kan afani asasembra because the way ye buo funi ye ni bere abere from opposition e dia baba mu no wa wo do ho bebe bia we will deal with you accordingly. Ye be dealing with you accordingly madam onimu nyansa just imagine papa council of state member babetinemu o papa council of state member ababetinemu abetu president fo agenda fo nkoa kwanya NDC be fail president Mahama be fail enu nkoa no wa agenda madam shut up kawanu tum baby before ka ho asem kawanu tum because Nana Akufo-Addo a destroy Ghana, asay Ghana. Ye hear wisdom obi Nyankopon e di nyansa nimdia adom ne se President Mahama. Na mercy Nana Akufo-Addo 8 years on Dr. Bobie akreti e de abato Ghana force no wa fix the man. Shut up Mavis nkansa bob shut up kawanu tum mufisi ya Jimmy o mufisi ya Jimmy mama me Ernesto Wusu Bempa Ghana gas ya tu abawie ya Ernesto Wusu Bempa eye interview oni me nua Parker Wilson e wa yire pa ya interview en wa ka kire ya tu abawie ya tu abawie be September January ha Ernesto Wusu Bempa ne Parker ya interview en wa ka se dum so a eba no aho kire eba no 8 years President Mahama no a cabinet minister 8 years President Mahama no energy minister 8 years President Mahama economic management team meeting no okwabi 8 years President Mahama onu na wo import wo kra fuel ye di generate thermal plant ni e di ba 18 Ernesto Wusu Bempa ka ese President Mahama crisis e ba Ghana so Ghana fo ntimi nso ano because na onim say o ma ye energy sector ne bone Ernesto Wusu Bempa
many kakra, which is inevitable. Now, John Mahama Dimoko show many kakra, which is inevitable. He is going to definitely do that. But there will be doomsday coming soon. There will be doomsday coming soon. So I know. I mean, the energy sector, I know there will be doomsday coming soon. Expect it. Doomsday will be coming soon. There will be a lot of economic hardship, serious economic hardship coming soon. And I'm being prophet. I'm prophesying. Till me, I'm prophesying. And there will be a lot of educational system. Probably they will have money in the 4 years to pay for VSHS. And they are very well to Marasa. But they say, whatever much they want to test the lives of the president. And I made sure. Diplomacy, the country's international politics play a role in how leadership lead the country. We need these leaders and anti-women, they make. And yes, I know Mudim Comoze, hi, Mr. President. Me no mu transi mo kan Ansah sem kire me ma me tie bi. Na John Mahama Dimoko show many.
Wait, abua papo. Ghana gas na. President Mahama and the late President Mills na ye omo legacy no sa akwa we sika wa konya wo Ghana gas nyasem ketwa $1 billion project atuabo processing plant no sika abua papo o ka kire Ghana for say there will be doom so very soon o ka kire Ghana for say energy sector hon wo e hon wo tie e hon wo ye adwuma enti wonim say dum so wo ho ma hye dum so wo ho then today see ye dum kanea na MPP ni e complaini enra like nti so bi mi dan chi e ye pre ene na pre enam say President Mahama say kanea na wo say wo dum no 1 month ena boni mess o ma create dia to hono no wo betimi afix President Mahama woni energy minister mun dum no 1 month na mo fa fix it. Because almost 8 years and I did Ghana for best doom so more. It is a 1 month and we bet me dia mundu no. Asa eduaba ya MPP aban edua 8 years suno eso aba na ye tie dua wo mu dua ye bone kro no wo lutu energy sector no aba wo mu guye no na aso dum so na ye twa na ye da dum so eti MPP for shut up. Kwa me say video na say Northern Radio 6 March nkofo bi sheshe MPP party ntade na omo yese dum so no mo ma me say video no ene me ba dum so me say President Mahama so be dum kania ne 3 months kura dum no President Mahama 8 January after 7 is swearing in pa na ne cast edition office meetings oni independent power producers meetings Chief of Staff any for your meetings. President Mahama ko Nigeria ba wakofo so omu hia maintenance e wo so omu tu omu machines mo e wo se meeting we koso voter revenue authority for green kofo ni nyina ye mess ya Ernesto wusu ben power Ghana gas ya no wo ka kire Ghana for say dum so beba no and no na President Mahama after the swearing in even before the swearing in no ofra sesen kakra o fix it before election man tra no manka say change of government ama dum so be bun kam dia Ghana for so manka enka Dr. Baumia ebetimi akọ independent power producers akopo mo chew e wo bra mo na ma wo musika enko before election so na sogli na on shutting the machines down tema plant 1 and 2 mi ka wa ha ni ya tum ni o ma shutting it down tema T1 T2 no o ma shutting it down ahaya meni ya friend se benenzansia ene tena ha no aburu we nyina so bui solar panel ni ya shutting it down. There are other ones bi o no mani ya shut ya close no ya tutumo but MPP for complain that and then in less than 2 months ade am wan kasa mo political party edi enfie nwotwe asene no you people are complaining shut up. Ye nom no ye Ghana fuyi ye rescue o man ye na wose ye kasa enye mo jina parliament wana mu ye dede no mo minority leader mu misa ne say eye den na 2024 Electricity Company of Ghana ECG wa ye board chairman na ECG a o ma account in PWD eye auditing ECG account almost omo ye auditing no sika nko ECG generate 15.8 billion but omo under declare 15.8 billion omo declare that say 10 billion as I say even 10 billion no kura na omo tu akakwa no omo tu 6.3 billion sika be 9 billion sika over 9 billion mumisa board chairman afenyo markings say eye den na ECG sika 15.8 billion no omu declare just 10 billion the car for hiva independent power producers ensu eduntu etuto sono na sogli ni other plant tema plant mu no na ECG sika omu generate ye no na mu ankasa mu mpanifo energy minister Dr. Machopoku Prempe Dr. Mamadou Bawumia mo presidential candidate akwati Haptel e de bo o man ne krono na board chairman ya ono na ya minority leader Fenio Markins no ma ka bomu e bo man ne krono enti MPP for the you people should shut up e ba ne say ye kasaba en kane akwa dia shut your mouth up mon kama nuntum Fenio Markins e ye board chairman ECG e dia record so energy minister ma change of government ama John Jenapa ama enke beda ne yate say ECG etimi di sika ECG sika ekoto niema besi tema habo $500 million $500 million container ma na esiwo sika ECG de kwa yie no duty $100 million $100,000 eni ma ne $500,000 sika omo de kwa clear duty $100,000 ECG force wo mu ni bi but yetimi ma ne ma ni si hwa akọ auction yekobo ni don komi emobi koto ne ma ne $100,000 Ghana cedis not $100,000 so $100,000 Ghana cedis ECG fa chire efa kania na omo tutum bum 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 hu sika $300,000 ekokoto ye under the chairmanship of minority leader na ada afenyo markets enimu a obekasa de afedum sodu ebetete ne wo Ghana ha ada afenyo markets enimu na no bepa na wonimu na no bepa na afenyo markets ebekasa afedum sodu so ho mesi ebetete afenyo markets wo Ghana ha ECG bonia MPP adie ewo ECG energy sector na afenyo markets mo minority leader no mo minority leader sa me no majority leader kofa container $500,000 yenye sika enyi $100,000 kwa ye nibi buapaya na si hwa na kodi mortgage a ni atwa ne don komi $100,000 de ama MPP ni wa mo aho ni asase sika $300,000 na se ne kane ani dumu a waka kire me seden MPP fuo emom na esu sem na ado de kane ani si so na ado kura no ado bebe na no kura ka bi kura no ahwe yi anyankopɔ beka na no atu wankasa da ada MPP former president Ekufuado ene ne vice president Dr. Bawumia ebe kasa de fadum so nyankopɔ betu om ka ahwe anyankopɔ beka wo ma no atu mom kasa wo Ghana hada. You people think we are fools. Ye jimi wo Ghana ha ho ye jimi yo obi aye ESLA Energy Sector Levy Act edi ato ESLA afibia ma 3 billion Ghana cedis energy sector mo bebe to eka na denya energy sector se 10 billion na no so na yate se ka da energy sector etwamu 70 billion ESLA no president mama fa ne sankada e generate 45 billion Ghana cedis 45 billion Ghana cedis no ESLA eka say energy sector 70 billion na mo MPP for mo ba be daka kire Ghana for say Muhammad Dum so aba me come minister Kwabena Bobie Ansah ho honorable
you say no em say uni untumi radio for na mo age pa mo age me ho pa
honorable
you say honorable no crowd of from me
honorable one honorable one
everybody want to be TV for more than the pa
honorable na appointment way
but that am making say we can energy sector no one say now all the box figures
ai many abrepa
yeah well say we need but me will how kakra was there now
okay
yan to abama NDC so mabubo figures in play ye to abama almost say wo kono na say why establish ESLA fund na wa Jessica wom na the obe fire no wa misuse a fund no ama a kaba. Ghanaians want to know how it happened and who did it. As something I don't know. Ghana for the of the court to Obama and this Yanni Rajomama and say, Omo person Omo said you Rajomama no I can't say. Omo to be bishop. Say I'm sorry, you who at the cross, ya Omo so. Say ya Momo asore. Why I just say something. Ya me no why na teacher ya no Omo so no. Ya why ya That is what Ghanaians.
And only asem no Kwabena.
Oh, individual. Ayana, no, the Kwaka wants them. Oh, make a tell me, look, you guys should stop giving us the figures. Figures, maybe we don't need it to because we know. Kind of only by the crowd for 4 woman in the microphone, they know. And you see, when you check about one resource, strength, especially when you say Mabrupan to Obama NDC.
Mabruna rescue Ghana.
Because almost they read, they travel. They say Kolana near. Oh, na anyeme ekoso no eyo matete. You know nobody cares so too about. So when you come and just tell me figures, oh, now this is for assume. Hey, figures so you before you are cromfo or you are cromfo. No. The former energy minister here, current energy minister, Eko, now the ones have no air free. So cromfo the politician be a cromfo. What they are saying, you know. NDC, MPP, or politician be anyone found some better friend of Cronford because, but the establishes anybody a Cronford and say, okay, so Esla fund, a car, a dahoni, a can, if I say, so they buy, a quite a fast buy, no, and you can't train it. Nana Majako, and a 12 course of Sardiano. Nemra, and Nana Majako, the Namayasa.
Pepe.
So, yeah, Pomacho.
Oh, Kwabena, dear, me, I'm a many abrenes, a biana walking. Ya complaining, a figure see ya ba. Now, ya, mobile buying before President Mama sorry in Krasina, doing an apostate, and a war broso. So, nay, President Mahama, Asakwa Broswa. Ya, Bruce says, do so, Kwabena, and yan this if one ATM. MPP for one ATM, 18K, you know. And the energy sector levy, friends, Esle, ya must see a generative 45 billion. Ya were former energy ministers, and we're inviting us on my chair or Mode. ECG Kaya must over 60 billion. Nanka ECG, board chairman, Nano, ye professor. I mean, ya confuse $2 million a crown, and I before inviting. Enanka the big Mahama nom ene afenyo markets nom mu to on some we invite you on some mra mechre e ka mo beto ye energy sector 10 billion akwa do 70 billion ba we de entiamu yi a ye dum light so a MPP for the trouble NDC for
nana onim o mu timi mfiri obi aso meeting transition they have the information, they have every information. The NDC administration our every single information as to what happened, how it happened, who caused it. They are just trying to, I don't know, Madame Fournier, Minia, sorry. And I know, all say I'm a Kadanka Williams as them. All the Danka Williams, James say, on Fabonente.
Yo. Oh, I can't take Kwame Monsafre. I do 4 years as Suffer Danka Williams. Oh, that's not radio so I can survive. About your campaign. Nano, he? Nano, Obi catch me. So I call he. NDC for one penny phone come moody and say, Among your man, class, Labomo Betubia. Ansah, now, President Mahama catch the Ghana for say, or Tramape voice not be bo. See accountability, dear. I just a change of government, ba. Some President Mahama catch the Ghana for no. Oh, sis. President Mahama Kwabena.
No, sorry. Well, they have the figures. They have every detail. But problem no. They be free Danka Williams no. I'm telling you, on my way, Danka Williams no, and a best say Ghana. I'm my for. Oh, back up a car. Now, yes, so Mukra Bible said, Jamaica. What is the meaning of Fabonete or Fabonete? Oh, Ghana for Rwanda, Omugun, sorry, no. Oh, okay, almost we a Christian in a yana cassette here, Christopher. A chief imam, Sabe, and some fool say, Onka. Duncan Williams, a dear or Jere, and what about a boy up to the pump. And my ordinary patch. So this is the problem. And the say, even when the president wants to crack the whip, she said, I didn't hear Kwakwa selected. Depending on which case. But she has here from sector by sector, agency by agency. That's a Orajo Mama no Jiga so mu be near Maswa Ghana for MPP begu. But since here no, if we understand now, no Mkosia, Omubon Paye, we are on the Yame Bobie as no honor. Duncan Williams, on the catcher, JM said, on for Bonnet, JM, apart from so, obey, pushing for accountability. Whatever will be, I know. What is a JM? Obia, what is a JM? And I know one and MPP, one year, MPP for a year, Emma for young Metia Twaba, Emma NDC. And they said they should come and punish them. But, and I know me say, Mini Abema, a Yakando, honorable Kando, so can be Minister of Health, a Jen Scabi, who are both, we got Tracia, Sikawe.
Figures now, no more Bobo Bonessa.
No, so Bobo Bonessa.
Anna,
figure no watch them, maybe figure there. Figure no watch them, Nama, or the other. And
a figure no so I will born. A you have been a quiet, you mamma say figure never daho.
Exactly. So tell us that look, you're quite a chief doctor way. Why you say anything? When a man can buy, and with him, they say no. Almost setting up the whole game. I'm a MPP. In Jaguar, the normal political game. We are conformers, we are conformers. Yeah, that is what they are doing.
Yeah, we are, Mumu, yes, you are very. Ain't Musukram Babia.
I don't know whether they were NDC if only between say, oh, you baby have been to Omoba, no more. I don't know. But
Kwabena, yes, idea, not just a President Mahama and this disappointed Ghana for big time. Because President Mahama catch the Ghana for say, see a accountability, sika, aba on mine foot to a car, daho. Any yelu 2 years sheni and the Ghana for accountability unless say any change of government. And the Ghana for the Sassam no was supemu. Nay the change in Abba. Now your accountability na say the that game noa moya kronfo and we are for father for all monfan chen money at the adin komodi dia. And I just say NDC disappointed Ghana for.
And America say if we don't take care, at the end of the year choose and pick. Me said na pose NDC and penny 4-8 min kind of pass them because of O2-4 any mention any baby will free. Almost Musra, but I buy a Santa Fono. You bet me in Nayo. Napo on your Santini. And it's a Musra, some of the ones are back. What about for my but
Kwabena the kind of Simon won't see because of our 2 no obi anso ye obi kro mu hine de hye
ye na me and asem na me ka kire me ma example wo peki wo bu nyina no a wo bo se enipa we nke di kwa se ko nanti abonten kasa kasa he afanyo na koye ECG board chairman afanyo
yeah, or no.
And then, after you know, catch NDC for some year for. Why? Because you have NDC MP leadership. Afenya is a fine man. Afenya is a very intelligent man. Afenya is a very brilliant man. When in Ansah, but the area, almost who in Jomo Penyansa and the Aji, no more to the area. We see. Look, Bobie Afenya should never Any person could be an specific and this is a warrior comfort. Never. Oh, I didn't go forward. Yeah, no. Yeah, we are no at the 2 almost. Sometimes when you would take a prayer, now I say, what's wrong? And I said, you to me now, you cooperate to me, and say, you have a formula, but to correct the wrongs. Oh, the other issue is say, yeah, now, maybe say, oh, it's too early. Let's wait and see. If you have figures, no more catch number 2 and more. Because you can't tell me, say, 1.250 billion Ghana cedis a car, then any part of yeah. And you only put us in a yes,
almost in Etias will be angry.
What will be angry? Say any Bakura was there, mean to know. Church was being church. Ah, what's it a Muslim say? So, how do I come into terms with that 50 billion Ghana cedis debt? How? The ordinary Ghanaian, and what they do is that they mention the figure. No, be at him. Hey, the money is big, no. And no. It ends there. But you see, we will beg them.
But Kwabena unim, aya na enkrofo ka sese si enipa no uchi no kra na court kra na ade ne beko. Court won so a wode ne beko no ba ko hia chewa ne ma wo ho. Enti no.
Nana, I'm catching you, Joe. And you're saying you cannot abandon.
Aye.
Nana, they win, and this win, no. Even the judges, the judiciary was overwhelmed that they were ready to align and do the right thing.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. And this again, young performer, I may yeah. The win by no. It was so overwhelming that even the courts were ready to align. Now, Nana, what called ECG? You have been able to identify. Okay, Sikawi, concession in you. Say okay. What training we are? One my evidence. Documentation. What I say? Nana Jakun worked as board chairman for ECG from this time to this time. On a sign way. Now you could do court. No judge will try because any player Ghana member the court to abandon. Any player of the two abandon. Nana, Sanka, and this continue with that any brepa. No judge. No judge. Oh, but Yayama a general job. Oh, and quite a job and anusinum air cabishe. And quite a job and anusinum air cabishe. And this in Kenya, NDP be or monocrata. Oh, Ghana, but you must know Achia Mui and catch. Almost yes, figures maker. But they should explain to us how. And I know Yenia a Okuja Trablaqua. Honorable. Yaman is our Bemo on the Yemiapa. Your honor, any other catcher said, Yaji and Sassibi. And I'm sending message, Mura, and Sassibi will be wrong. And you want a fast arsenal, let us go. Wait, of our brother, a question of fast or far no, Yaji, the back. Wait, of our brother, so ha. A company say no fast or fire, then also Yaji the back. Catch you and say, Yaji, a bank as a foreign ministry, I was a foreign ministry, Yaji.
And Crawford dinner, what is a shot at the Ayas as a coronano. Said I'm to try plot and Crawford dinner as a son.
And if I did a son, Yana, a young person as a demand for MP. Ever casino so. And about Brun sells one, I'm saying, just say no. me Bobie say me ntimi nka bi na nyamwa omo eno omo kwa akon no na aye nkanya omo na aye enka wo mpatwum ka won to wan kan sabe ensamfo sei nanka omo de ba no ene asia mpatwum Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Kufuor regime owia asase wei ewo ha ekwan say no fa so wi ano yaje Bobie Ansah ono so fa asase ba ko ha ekwan say no fa so ofa no yaje enka wunya no no mfojira ho na ba me didi okuja chatem NNDC for atem but abanesa enti wonye mu ani mo ba fa mu wadi de bia gabi na nkwa ya do mama administration na ko ni pafofo
ya wasa Kwabena wasa mbo ni po because I said here unim krasa Kwabena na obi frɛ me asɛm a wo ka kyerɛ me ne sɛ anhwɛ ye kura contract ni nyina kura ne be kwa akodi MPP fo nsɛm because omo ho na sika kwa akodi ejo kwa hye MPP ni NDC ni bia oni kapreba oben obi a no omo akotue sika no o hyase na ya the contract na ma no because they said the eja omo ye we are brothers one can ya carry one nation
meme die kanama meme die to be honest with you outside politics, yes, we are brothers. But me, ever politics, me who MPP in say we are brothers. That and see what the life will that because MPP didn't know when they say we are brothers. Who onyawa a quite no be fashion. You have no clue. But you see, in America, no, there was a who be a boy NDC for say that should be almost a co-opposition. And when they go to opposition, they want them to treat them say with kid clothes. Anybody know in the year that yes, you come up and I kufoba first on better say and grofo egu mu Salome nom
Victor Solomon Kwame Pepra Dana Bodakpi and a hefo no kra ka ho
no Atamus any Yera Mahama omunya opportunity ni bia no mbeka kire ye say o de say ndie enya hwe enya hwe sai obi afa omaya de wo say enya hwe ena omu ejaye omu jaye you are my brother omu wi ni ya ayo wi ni ya no beti Osman nu ya kogugu Osman omo be tira ngotu
ai
ayi ya flight TV NCA one of them Edi Yasia Globio, we are brothers, we are sisters. Well, we can casino. Near you have a grown. And yes, so yeah, and can a cassette. No, you have a grown.
Then you know, do you do movie?
You, I never can be the answer now, or woman for me.
You,
you, Obiano Bears, you man. You say no. Every before one aircraft. And yeah,
in a car, you can Japan. Was it? Ya bregu.
I don't believe that. Right? What I believe is that look, we have saved Ghana.
Oh yeah.
We have saved Ghana. There are certain things. Meaning said your mama and crop for almost 5 years, almost 5 years or minor. Your mama or Atufonse will not wake up one day and order the governor. And Siama said,
Camano.
No, so at least me just sorry, I'm a Nidian back of it. So,
hello, Kwabena. Hello. Hey, Kwame. Okay. Hello, Kwabena. Tell no who ye na online break. Hello. Yanko.
Oh, 8 years, no, not 8 years of, I mean, horror movie. And Yame, Ayadum. And in Intina, no. But I was a process. But your best room said, process no. No, Obia would be. Figures, no. Ya bread. Loto numbers no de mine no. Ya bread. 80 billion, 50 billion, 30 billion. Yeah, bre. They should explain to us what happened. This is what happened. Anybody who has seen a year deal with. Okay, so your China Attorney General. Attorney General should deal with the matter. Okay, so we are looking up to Attorney General. Yes, Uboso Maino, Ubia set it up.
Okay.
But say, you know, acquire young cabin. Nana, when you say you were in Japan now.
Oh, there be where the Betram said, I will bet on common now, should be a goose. Now, honorable. Honorable, Eti, I was have honorable Kwabena Bobie Ansah, enemy Guswa Menene Air Casano. Honorable na, won't you me for any first time, yes, I can't tell me some phone person do appointment here, dear Gro. What could Pebby na Wayana, Nadia catch the woman?
Well, Nana, my main chair was here for. Wow. Ceciano, Nim Dintia, and Crawford do money as Simiso. From last week, I have received videos and other audios, and me free media colleagues know. Obikra Sunday me tape be say, oh yeah, a day in the cozy. And I was a minia now, me pacho, oh yeah, Mels and then Mahama no. Yeah, you interior minister, and I say you defense minister. You see, and I'm my main fa assembly and Peter. Me Bobie Ansah. I lived under Atamil's regime. Atamil's, the late President Mills was a very good friend of mine through a year Minya Kokonido. President Mills farm sent it back. And a public knowledge, and I'm a boy. So, obviously, say, ye ka appointment. That time, Pacho Menka.
Kwabena with them, Mete on Kappa.
That time, President Mills' time, we worked from 2008. Me joined in this campaign in September. Dominic Isi and na oyemi producer and then my President Mills as a reporter. Dominic Isi was a perfect in Juma year that time.
Papa, another Kisi Abu Adia said, I want to know.
Then, and this winning year. Look, Nanama, President Mills winning year. Me now for me no mo di agro e wo radio so that time me Felix Oposukwache Dr. Maneboama Kobi Fiagbe Pature ene ada yeah maybe I tell even current ministers are even farming some ena omoba into limelight maybe I tell bebre men so be office da never men so be office da. Because na e wo mitrim say we jan on my way make Kufuado be say o mine no. And for President Mills to come and fill that gap, na me okay. President Mahama of Neba Straight. Ni 4 years. Minim obi aso me ba ne ho e be free contract. Me nya ba contract da. If we say me di NDC, me nya ba contract da. Me dana no sorry a me ko here me ala na ma to bi edi ma pe bi akoma abusuafo na mtem ba bi me no obi ani asaso manso me no obi ani oba ho manso me no obi ani ejapade bi ho manso ye no na me pe me timi ba bi o ma me bi a me da ase o ama me a fa before year ba be 2024 elections nanama me ka sem we debia na me ka say the issue is not about political position. Send this to me bu on my ye. Na say ya mama she kra no a me ni o how bia. Na na ma say we me kan kwa me no betimi.
De bia Kwabena wo kan ne di asempa no de pa. Me di adanse.
Enye se bia enne na me baba be kasa asem we. But what is the issue? And say ya mabo be here says abandon to me and koso. Is that the argument?
But Kwabena, any argument in Ukraine and Crawford who say Kwabena for 8 years. Last 8 years active. Just say we cry the media lawyer, media actors, ne professionalism. What they are doing? Oh yeah, party adjuma. And then you who and Crawford through you say be chief executive officers. No money adi adi. It's a bit more shock when say. And ki ye bubo dia nanka Kwabena will be Ansah so dia pimubi. Ana.
No, you see, Nanama. Excuse my language, a baseless argument. What is it? And this will be a family free. You see, me catch almost say, me catch won't me a radio phone say, me NDC sympathizer. Me say 2008, me say me support NDC. No, there is nowhere at a point in time where look even multimedia ada omu yimedi etikwam numbusa me o ya NDC ni na say me ya NDC ni me NDC ni de ope bia ye o say ni entimi no nya adwuma adam say the formulator mam na me nkofie ko me fie na me de me ko fa me fufuo si gya so na me bo me gem e ben ya me wodi ye na me de me twere dan me NDC ni I'm not a sympathizer me NDC member and I'm proud compare me say me de be kwa da kamrem. So I'm not running away. I'm not shying away. Being at NDC. Now, I'm not as an MPP for no. I'm not MPP for any appointment. What would you have any appointment?
Sir, Eduma, we are never been one more year.
Eduma, me, NDC, no. Me, I'm calling a ballot box will be see me metri. I'm NDC.
8 years, Eduma, we are no. Do every crowd now with them. And you're more expected to be.
And then me try to me can say me. Look, me JM echo a provocatra. Nanama, yeah, this studio I kasa bag na my breath and minya share, huh? Yeah, me can say we. Me a mini apeni kofi buachi beti no besere. Ya ko Christian. And the JM num die wura ekura bi ase. Ya ko sa afi de kofi buachi se kwabra me de my bro yensai. Nam se hwe ofa yango o ga se adwuma ketua he baby a JM ewura ye no a na mete se ye nia ba ko se wa ko se 6 constituency o 16 constituency o say o nam se wa tie oh we talk as if JM no de wa anya hwe oda sore ya no baby president we talk as if so JM abusia for kra de o man contribute hwe look even to fill V8, Makumakubaye 15 tank to move across the country, you have no idea. You have no idea. So, and yet, Bobie Nkwan, a year, Juma, and Naman Kwan, a year, Juma, and yet, your mamma Kwan, a year, Juma. Yen, I am more any a save or minor. But the question is, yes, if you are minor, say about we are minor, and I see a better or minor fact. 4 years. What do I do now? What I need to do is to position myself that at least one day the president will remember me. So Kwabena Makayo and then midway shawunsa. Na me subeti ni akire Ghana for the metimi aye.
The teacher say o twa resha for me boa. O twa resha for me boa.
No, Nanama. Me ka say me ka say me twa resha for the na say adwumbo ni abam tim say aso a reserve player no. Obi mu na memra Debbie. What I want to say is say enema bebre akwanya bebre wo o dia say he obi minimum obi kura no na appointment e dia ma no ne na ni nso o say sha me minim bebre ba ko ni mi di nkomo na me ka che say be ma so mu sa ni nyina ne say you know who ye dey so o man pani person wo ye ebia after 1 year 2 years obe move you akoba before for who knows what the ma wa o say esa na de onya bi e ene no ma me na me ye adwuma me na me che se ye ni asofo ba akoko ni TFM miss sa o di for no me bu ni pa wo complaining ma me name Kasai na mekache and say prof yes nyame na mo so aboa NDC na sabita frache anyambia no nyame adwuma no ene say tintina nipa de ntua oka na yes NDC for ekai wo no mo ba hwe wa but you see we shouldn't let it be like bitterness be awura yemu. I don't have any problem if you lobby. So we call lobby position I mean no problem there because omo lobby no omo nche. But my problem is the kind of utterances. And I mean I'm say and I mean I'm the party ni bar power. And I mean I'm say my party no. Look, NDC won 2008 without some of the people talking today. The founder himself so the party is moving. And this is a movement. Party no founder no party no gusu and maybe by 2028 a new generation will come and take over the NDC. Omo kasa name ko bia no omo relevant view. So what is it? And the mesre won to me for no. Gordon as I be dia ku yeminua. Kwaku da ro yeminua. And in animate same crofo so take one of the multimedia platform back na almost me Kwabena Bobie Ansah many bradio obi oni me agi agro bi ani me nya ni brefo no way it has never happened in my life and every situation that me find me home biano I'm very content. You understand why? And then me sorry not to say me see me business na me be page FM global FM and you obi asika o hwe me catch well then this will power page FM frequency onipa da se ni ton ma me o te say me complain that
Debbie Kwabena
me see radio station we and the Jesus no e you rampem da ko
okay
so the government say obre
okay
kasa no doso minia num
Solomon Usumu atenase no ani ayi fo ho
no omonti ase say manya hwe kra no a me NDC ni it doesn't change me that's all
okay yada se abusuafo entimu a mani abre Kwabena appointment ho no osimu nsumani wawai na mo na opposition afa no mo twa 60 days mo 4 years na 4 years na afa na 2 months afiri mu ya Kwabena na mo de na ye twa pen enya de a ebeboa mo ye nka se ye kopa appointment ene ye enya bi ana amate se Kwabena ka so kopa appointment ene we enya bi Kwabena nka nche obi a so kopa appointment ene wonte so se yamani bi o se ye fia ompe wonte se Kwabena se yamana appointment na we de ye fia ompe onkopa appointment ai kwan bia ya fa so ya survive di 8 years no sa kwan na so ne be fa e be di survive 8 years Solomon Usu and joining me movement for change and lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah a joining me ewie and ye be komu pa ne ya hwe echina budget first budget yeah President Mahama na be mu ne finance minister Dr. Kesa to force e de be kwa akotu etwa be kom atwetwe hu komo nyina na so lo
oba
me mo akwaba na say no constitution we bia mu ana say movement for change GTP for book na wo bia mu yi mo akwaba
be just GTP no ha
GTP wa
ana constitution wa ana ye wo opposition many NDC for no opposition so no some of mukai nyina the lamon some of mukai no so matro no ha ana parliament is so same hunu nyina so was standing on the simu ha many more wie ma me fa chem wa dey enfama wo
oh the la Edem head of corporate affairs
when you be ntino oba osre na mo betum sound so ha when you be
so relax
what you here Currents of the chair, one of the finest brains, and this momuti. I don't know one movement for change.
Absolutely.
Say girls are your home thing na you call.
What do nyansa no ho fe me babu be for check yellow sadia no. What do akọ one more? Hey, and more problem more. Nalama.
Movement for man so cry me share dem hu.
Omo akono say jai. Na me be fi say
na me ho ma so mo ye mesriwa.
Why mesriwa le say ye mrewa grow ho na. E dey o so nya kaseti na. Hey, na na me bibi. Na na bibi. Abesriwa be na beto no ho.
O ma na me hu TV na so omo ye mesriwa.
Wa ba ye meet ya be o say mesriwa de dey o.
Dey me hu mo TV so na make.
TV ha no hu ya. O be so ka tire say ma na ko TV so ye mesriwa na.
Dey bi bajo.
E dey say na me ka o be so nya kaseti ya. Na me tell you say the Bank of Ghana.
Solo
corporate affairs.
Solo kawase miss.
David me person go ti won from me.
Na corporate affairs o mo do mo kon me ye communicator man this.
Hey, adwuma wa ye. Kwabena Bobie asa wonya nsem no no ja radio no so keka no. Ana media me godi me nko ani ye. Adwuma wo ye ye na ye wu adwuma. Wu adwuma no ye no. Adwuma Kwabena Bobie Ansah ye ka one man ka ye the positions versus go no metre your pa and can see any adwuma wo na na ma ba se besia emre bi kura na dwubi de minum ye no nyame am be ba ka pupo o ka sa encounter o ka sa de no ahia me sorry kwa kwa chene me dance for me ga no kwa koi am ye sa ko twe me bai adapa na wu twa kufuado eche mo mbedwan no because papa no ye di pampo ni kufuado no no so otu ni no sa
I said no who says man make na me dika
ala dika no de me support mu
okay
mala me catch ro se yenkotuma alanchemante
oh then
mala de kura me de kura o enti Kwabena Bobie Ansah nya sansem na wo ka no fa na nyibresem because you see the woman is comfort down.
Yeah.
Unknown to him, no comfort penasempa. What he comfort pewasempa. Obi wa want to mean go to Billy House. You see the problem with communicators representatives and they say my interface. The labe any pa a bit me approaching no. Only more than the bit me call penny be o baby. Ebia now no say near diamano. As you say for sojano or feel comfortable coming to him. That's only Sarah Pono with that penny no. Can for that time no finance ministry. 9 people phone to me kono take it from you. Go no aka say nanim na wabode. Wabode nanim. Antinanim.
You ain't any kwa approach ni cry.
Obi to me man no. By communicators you only down on the grassroots no.
Okay.
And ti Kwabena men fan say e ya goodie for the sake of omo do achi. Man legitimize say wakoko amatumi aba masa do waputa ma na fe no nti so de bom yo
ba se nyina obi ye nyina ntibi nko
and don't get qualified persons no
oh you qualify but
when montra when am fanyu chanze munu a engofo bi ya obotan opposition chair no me ka kira mo nye play fa mo nkonkwaje mo de mo so amutia mo jubilee house on nye se position no and am tisa president mama o mo bi appointment wo be fuka yellow see Callistus wo so mo nko jira onye ka say yellow wo so yellow ni bi yellow see Callistus wo so ko obi yen fa de ma
na ye any godfathers ne
why god that time I kasa obi bebusa say oh god o kasa no na kasa true godfather sa godfatherism ti kwa na me politics no e to bia me ni bi wo bia me mfa bi so da me mfa bi da because a godfather na jimi a so ajimi cha wo sua free no there is a reason why nyame ba obi adoma chede mo man go express wo mo na mo nja godfatherism no ye ko campaign en kase mo amoye godfather for sons and embassy ko campaign no
no me wo fie me te say em say morning show so say serial callers of NDC best me ha say Joe Ashaman onya ahwe e te say dia wo kan Joe Ashaman em say callers say 50 be fra emu 30 be boni di
because onya kapra ono mo na che
yes enti so ono no say ono ni nya bibia callers no so kakra am so be no so anya bio me so wo bia phone line so be wo say me chia Joe Ashaman and a serial callers ya chia Joe Ashaman
alama
ma te say am so aba me show so be once be after once be
omumiem omo that is not to say so being qualifier but obia ni be bi o wait me obi wa business or person ye mon from obi on mo obi to the teacher mo financial mo.
Only na me can say yes say you building lean government. But nye lean political party support in the dom kokwaje.
Any lean. One lean.
Said the lean yeah. One minister sister, yes presidency presidential staff is here 20.
Obi enu wa waka
but that lean and crofo no kakra bi so na kwaje
power. Na mama men kan tro wo se efata so obi nya ba bi ahye. Fanya yi na mo nya mo betra na wa Kwabena Bobie Ansah na mi kodi pa Kwabena ja sanse mu no. O ya sa wa busuafo kra be bedwa. Wakoye adwuma man faso abemu amangofo etimu land cruiser mu di mu de woti ana aka chem se me de bia no nsemu. Don't do that. Oyasa obi de ho ya obejai wachidi wa wankwa wonko short yes and do visa lanchemante ba power me position there enso ka ba no me di mu akotrepa ene ka me ne be se one pant hey anope bia no ma betra ka me ka betwache no samaza nyankwa na tumi ni audio hwe cha kra eni tiro omomo obi abi obi a obre bi ano se fata se momo mbi mo ana mo ti radio so anaju programs etere bi na me ba na me kona me hwe wam say anaju sa for what reason sata na me man da bi wo so de na to ba so a o chile Alama boom am say o buy woni boyfriend kra ana wana jo de o nya bra ya chil wo kem gigi
solo
ya dase wana mo ka tira o mo chief of staff who tie ye na mo mamu bi na Bobie so wo ba no ja sanse munu no nya mefre no o nya sanse munu no sala ana me kodi me nku ni e kodi nku an ka be tira ye de mo mba pa tumi bomu sa bomadia no asar bomadia Kwabena Bobie Ansah makramu obwa juma Kwabena ye Kwabena chitwe bia wa rasta daddy ba dada bi dada no de na Facebook ma ya ma ne ya academ yuji we and yuji ama ho mo nko awo mo nko are you with me and the way ya to monkra someone die ni ya omo ade let be to aso me mom de be metie yi samo ko na anye ya yellow book no a mo ba join the movement
na mu besa ba bi
yeah ba na ma kamtia
eh
na da
se me ka se mo de mo ya agenda na wie
wani agenda men kaka bi wo ba bi da ya ko gitumi na anye ya na se guy
okay mo da so tia
African ya start
mo tia se mu nwu
ye ni bro ya mre yo
okay
ya mre
okay
e beta tamu akopim se mo be ye yi
mo nya na mo register as political
ya ban chakra ya party
ne ba send no send the last time ka say MPP begu
yes
enti e say movement abe replace MPP
and ya finish NDC so quick
ma finish NDC
yes ya no be we quick
okay
that's no watch it
busa de la edem okay ma
bibi akoyi Yami adum. Yami ne.
Okay. Ochna ena Minister of Finance Dr. Kesa to Forcing ko present omo first budget. Na over the weekend ye hu se oni the deputy ni na makola. Enne na mua ene adwadifo ma ni bi edidi nkoma na bi nu kra ka se na budget mu kra ma prepare wie enti budget mu wa prepare wie enti no e wasan ka wo market ni kra ansa na bia I start to prepare
bia some markets now the price I give it to them over there.
The finance minister on any deputy and weekend no omonam dwemu a omo engage traders ni ebini solo
budget there a constitutional provision.
Okay.
Article 179 now. Obeka said the president shall cause to be prepared and lay before parliament at least 1 month before the end of the financial year estimates of revenues and expenditure. kyerɛ ɔmampani ɛbɛfa de foto sanfo mu aba bɛka akyerɛ ɔman no sika na ne da so sɛ yɛbɛgyegyina afe mu ɛne deɛ bɛdi no afe mu ɛno aho adwuma na minister no ɛkɔ akɔyɛ ɛno nti no na ɛbɛhia sɛ yɛhwɛ sɛ ampa sɛ nnwuma ɛkɔ so kuro no ma because nnwuma nkɔ so a wonya sika no a woyɛ dɛ ɔpɛ no na aban so abɔ no ho mmɔde sɛ kakra na yɛbɛgye no ɛno ane yɛbɛdie ɛkyena me expect sɛ minister no ba bɛyɛ deɛ kenofori ata ɛyɛ no yɛbɛsrɛ no sɛ hwɛ no wanhyɛ white amfa chain anto ne kom amfa bible ambɛkɔ to quotation because na sɛ wobɛyɛ aza ɔma no koradie ɔnka no korɛ ɛwɔ ɔman no mɔmf ɔde propaganda ba yɛ ne yɛbɛyɛ expose no sɛ yɛ AI ɔman yɛbɛtumi anya 10,000 ɔnka nkyerɛ sɛ yɛbɛtumi anya 10,000 yɛbɛtumi de ayɛ yɛbɛtumi de adua aburo nkɔ ɔnka nkyerɛ after all abufu a yɛde kɔto aba 2024 no ghanafoɔ nyina nim na ɔhaw a ne yɛ dɛ yɛnɛ mu ɛnye ti yɛto aba no bom saa mo ɔma mmɛyɛ sɛ ana yɛkɔtak nneɔma bebrabra wow yɛ a wɔyɛ sɛ wonyɛ ɛsi yɛsusu a 1990 ba nyinaa na ɛkwan baako bɔɔde asɛnkregu a na ɛwɔ budget biaa mu na ɛm sɛ payɛte no
ɛkwan bɛya
bɔɔde asɛnkregu a wante sa kwan da
afi bia
from ɛnokora started from kwasi botweta 89 kame wo nyinaa bɔɔde asɛnkregu a duruma mi ma ɛhemfo no bu fui saa na bɔɔde asɛnkregu a yɛ mo ntumi ndilekyi mfiri mu anaa ɛnyɛma no bebree hɔ no ma wo sɛ copy and paste cut and paste tɔm de hyɛ mu a na wɔn abɛka akyerɛ yɛbɛsrɛ sɛ ne mo ntom bo ase kakra bi a mbɛtumi apackage no mo bɛka nkyerɛ na mmom ɔmma n'ani nkɔ kuayɔ ho nipa didi wie a na n'asɛm ayɛ dɛn asa aduane boa din wɔ kurom adodo ɛyɛ bi dɛ sɛ NDC ɛkɔto aba no mo ka sɛ ɔmbɛyi E-levy efiri yɛn nso movement na nke bɛyi efiri fa yɛn yɛ kan yɛ a ɔmo hu sɛ yɛ sɛ ɔmo yi firi hɔ ɛkyina no yɛhwɛ sɛ ɔbɛyi efiri hɔ COVID levy COVID atwam yɛntumi ɛmma saa levy no ɛntɔ nkɔso ɛnka ho ɔmo sɛ betting tax me disagree betting tax ne me fi sɛ ɔsɛ wɔ boys bet tax kura wɔ no mu twa burusu yi sɛ anya boys ne kura na atwa ma no kura twa sen boys no na ɔba yɛtumi bɔ match bi team bi wɔ yɛyi Turkey na ɔmo catch kyɛ sɛ ɔmo hu bɔɔl ne mu ama ɛne nti sɔmsɔm bɛyi afiri wɔ afan na mmom kakra na yɛbɛgyegye wɔ man no mu no yɛnhwɛ so yie paa because obiara na ɔde ne sika aba bɛboa yɛ there is no free lunch anywhere
but on say Professor Steve na there aka say we no kwade yɛmfe yɛnsa nka E-levy no kwade yɛmfe yɛnsa nka
prof no so onyanti wi asena se wa me E-levy e chrono tax me disika to me phone so be send ya kwa akoma na nama wo so wate bi afrim e de adwuma na aye ma me nti a wo so kwati bi afrim are you with me enti ana also person o ye mangofo bebre eba into the digital space and as a financial space tie den na wo de tax ne ba e na wonim se ngofo bebre wo ya o se fam sika bre physical
E-levy
na bank transfers rekwa na etwa nsuru mu eno no ye ya o monte no ho
are ho se
e kire na afide wo house kakra wo mo bo se dwedwedwedwe mo o matene nyina ya fiska ni nyina sort ya se meanwhile me no ka say VAT I giro krumu ano e compound calculation e kenofurata de kofa ba 2018 enti ya calculate gross ya calculate NHI no ni asade akoka gross no ho ansa na apply VAT of 15% double taxation okay. It already wo bugana for no faso e di VAT enye 15% o ko mani VAT and NHI ni o ka about 22% o ti ase enti ye problem as o man no enye sika na emma o man futu mu because look at the tax to GDP at 13% enye bad. If it's a Singapore between 1987 to 2024 on the average almost tax to GDP no at 12.1%.
Singapore
The only 13 it means any okay. As a Singapore.
Okay.
The only difference between Singapore and Ghana and say there is no way any Singaporean leader ever come musika dia koto akwakoto amena $58 million. On ye big all in the name say ye de kwakoso nyame ekufo do ni kenofrata ya Ansah. There is no way in Singapore you better $12 million say ye de kwakoma obi so onko ya irrigation poalugu na omuduru your friend is second tampoa no machedi. There is no way to happen in Singapore. $12 million. Sika me bonya dollars so. Hwe no fancy the account. There is no way yeah that sit down akọ London. You said the your friend is saying Japan Royal akọ list London Stock Exchange. Now omako chesi Kennedy. Your book buy ya list ya nyahwe. Almost $12 million is so. Ni ya young man wa famous in the parliament. Now kind of trouser because to umbrella. That Mev guy no munyane nam ho. There is no way Singaporean government and our president Bia ever make Kwasa ghost name to the tune of 81,000. Anchor national service no Kwabena ni nko jindi ye wi awo chele ya ko for ba ni ye love me love ya oko night club da sa nyo say love ya otibi da am go club mon chele
min ko bi da
na ne obe nti o ya na bo so mu ko jimo ni am je ni say
min ko night club da
ya ko bi na wusu sisi.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yeah, be famiko.
Oh, why not? When your position and quite about one of my phone, the corner me spend it 10 cedi, car be born. What the movies are man going to ye? What you say? There is no way, Bessie. There is no way Singaporean president and I buying everyone got come contract. I'm a company to say SML. No matter 1 billion. So I'm going to have digital. It will never happen in Singapore. It won't. There is no way Singaporean government be able to say they are very canny GVG. Amu mebu na data board from pa ya dey say question mo and you to data. There is no way. There is no way any Singaporean government able to say PDS emergency kanko. There is no way. There is no way. And in choke kan we nyina bomwa. That just say you konsugu kentem. And yes, ye njiska okromwa ya chisika na wie no engofo bi chedi no masawa be ka kire se yesika ye je enso ye ho bra wotu fie ama de obedie bia nya no na hwe ho etoro bia otumi hunu gareda wonum se usika na enso a etoro bi na wonum se usika enso taxi afa trotro
antumaf
otiase na odi ye de na odi abanye ma usika so de bia enso because ye disika na mawo a wo be wie no na mo hwam ho yade wo abruchi na tememfo na to abama mo no omo da so kolebu omo ko konfo no chi omo ko Sunyane Central regional hospital any ade eno na enimu anti mesre finance minister say o opposition no kasa bebre ene ye di amount e wo so ye di bebo man no.
Okay. Me nua Kwame Minka
o se di
asende me
Kwame so bre ka kire no minim ne hawo Kwame Minka TV Isaac Kwame anu demu dabi no ne me argument onya sa Kwame mu nya mo bre
na be yaka so ye bre solo bi ti we me bre
Kwame ye orukwa na ye advert no ma ndisi Kwame na ye voice over no
who bet to us when say President Mahama ye ko launch ye friend say manifesto o wini ba me o hasa na yi Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim Banda MP. Me nua ba, say me ne Pentecost.
Pentecost, I also go be.
Me say be person in my ba me dey unim. Dito President Mahama speech. Manifesto ni dito.
Sasa o kire mu otwi.
Me nkire ni nyinam. Oh, se ne ye bo wa ha kwa. O se ye de kwa Western ne bono no ne ade no akwa
na obro. Me obi anka se wa bra me ameka.
Na NDC for twi me condemn. E wo opposition I swear.
Omo you should pa.
Omo twi me condemn.
Omo you should. Any candidate that be oboa wa on kama mintebi. Enya metiem.
NDC for twi kwa mabo bi ansana. Omo twi e condemn. Oh, dear, no commodity, you're better to feature. So, Unim says Ghana's economy is now valued at 1.2 trillion with an overall and a Ghana statistical 7. This is 5.7. Your GDP, gross domestic product, this is approximately $77.44 billion. Now, Kwame say Elon there needing the
Musk.
Elon Musk.
Ebe tu ato Ghana times 4.
5 times.
Yeah.
Hey, Ghana I am bodo.
Cristiano Ronaldo ebe tu ato e kra.
Ba Ghana ya mo bossa.
Ya wa gudie wa ha ya obibia wa ha ensem hunu e kire ya value no. Hwe America for sika omodi ama Ukraine entokwa omoko no e more than 300 billion. Ya goku keke yen goku nipa no. Na so economy ni anu ani age ho.
Nipa ba kokra che se edwetire kra so no Ghana fa.
What you say?
O minus
na companies of America do na first 10 o mu nyina no dwetire eso sen Ghana.
I think your friend is Nigeria is around $500 billion so.
Nigeria there another disappointing country.
Because the last time I checked no message check him.
You see the two of the matters you need value addition wa. You dey nya raw to be value. But make us evaluation we need your fund serious. Akufado menene disagree ni o ka semba ko bi na menene ya adwene. Sa Moody's ne SMP ne feature they be omo ene yi no omo nya papa omo share that downgrade you na afi wako on the negotiation table as a weak negotiator because you take room way many abai mi na mabaso me se Ghana mo de mama one matter you media cleaning system no on pay go da kwe o da so pay go ko on pay ko akwe anya great kroma nipa do say na no milo mo na mu hia dia ye mo nyoma e do dia on pa o dia ko aso tumi gina na so yes ade bi on pa ko e chan boy ba ro ye bibi ye tua one survival what are we talking about ya try na France for any UK for keti bom ka Ghana nkwani ko divo keti pa ho ye ka se kokoko no ye be restricted. They said you pack for the total be oil no or to be restricted. Me tell you say kesike be nyafri kokoko mu. Na de kwa no se kokoko abade de kwa abotu tu
se kwa. Na ya sa a francophone Carmel nom ne Burkina nom ne France nya yi. Because say Frank wo economy no e France e tipa form. Omo ni after sa omo kuku yi afi no me. Frank because say France no ejina omo na so because of omo nya e free the
Africa be kan no wabu mehu ne right no e wi ase nyina be back to a standstill. Because the Congo basin a little bit now supply the whole of Africa electricity. And into the Bian to cut them one. In your farm would you pay you? Now China and your raw material was very Africa. America in Europe, almost every year. It is a yeah, no master that you here 2 years beko IMF won't mean you need that. IMF Mausika or some van go shake you a common the other time me first can go shim. Me van go the real sector, the productive sectors, and the common corner interest rate. Oko Bobie banker, and the amount for power when you for power 37%. Now to go Kwabena for so say near to Tony account bro.
Wow, interest rate is
37%. A policy rate near 27%. Oko commercial bank, you have a risk profile. You have why is in an armor. You have what said your risk profile of about 8%. Yeah, the account what the process in the account were 37%.
Entina engrofo nkwa jinje se wo ho ma bank free se ko me kom ko free ne ma.
I say dey be show kon se dey be yes za be sa be tata o. Nipa bonisam
37%.
Obi to Japan ye pa de cho asero obeji e zero cry sa pa de cho. Ti me de la minister di pa na compete. Obi ti American interest rate low. Ye ti ya Togo policy rate 5%. Cote d'Ivoire policy rate 5%. Burkina policy rate for 5%. Ada na yankwa yako Yale, yako Harvard, yako your friends at Cambridge. Na mo va Cambridge adwene bi mba say mo kwa am go dizemu no. Well, ebi at this time at force on your call KUST. Obi hu Ghana for no nyansa no. A common sense approach. Na omra omanyoma mungugo. I don't believe say also taxi enipa no ansa na wa yi. My system ni nye loose. Enipa bebre enioma ko for mo a start aye production. Hwe your service industry we dey tia ye GDP ni kosra. Ejina service industry.
Okay.
O tia se. Eno ne pops ne sa anyoma no. Obi enu ani sika moro so obekwa kwotena bia ba so onum bio. Aye se nipa ne mpe bia ba o. Ba hwe nipa dodo a sa sector na form adwuma. Enti oso man nyoma ba form. Na nipa tumi ko chele. Na omutumi nya sika ne bi. Na economy ne ba na eba. Omunya sika no ombetua to. Ti ekira me hwese the tax regime no ebeko form. that young work towards the depreciation.
But solo tax regime back off from over NDC manifesto and yamana a woman be brain na President Mahama Boboso was so na say they have a lot to do. Omo wa niema be bra
omo this or yen nyina first year more
enya first year
on try baby or ye be ye mistakes as a chira no o be dada ya dwene no ye nim se sikasem na nye anya ye jira Yesu Kristo bai and be before anya ni
but expectation ye high
why the expectation ye nya ni be biada o meka no kore no expectation bi no and before na ko engineer say mo say that gas say o mo so nim so mu ni credibility. The only people who have credibility are you between a bobochi and movement for change. Yes, you are tears, yes, baby. I'm for money free, you know. Nanye. And yet, change of a buying a buyer, it is some confidence, ka creepy buyer. And I tell you, say, but I can go for Tom who cry Kumo. And it's what buyer to my say, and it's our choir only to use for Kudia, no say, baby, I bet to a man in yet, mamma 10% to for a day, at Tiasiano. And to what buy. Twaso sa na mo hwese ye to ase na umba ye dey 30 belt na wo dey wulu studio that is not going to happen muntu twanyo mabiso so man mu buy na sika be mu a after obi no oye hwehwe de woni bio na dey what is kan wa ya mo man na gru a wodi bia na ye dey and I don't have a problem so man ye na wa kwa me akogye besia na wasaso agye ho percentage kan furata and ye menti ase and it chira de yeah, what can you? Your kind we are at to force, you didn't be sure what you know. Ya know, say, come on, ya come on. But Nini say, Adriane, and also Nebono, a coffin, opposition, Betty Della, a ball of kinky, a ball of kicking, what feeling, Yansheba Vetra, a ball of kinky, a ball of kinky. What do you man about for more? A bema, your Juman as movement for change. I had the Basila, I be more from, but I'm maintaining this idea.
Unim, said you okay, a ball of kinky, no, I can be a
so can I some for dear men because
someone
what can be watch over
the Abbott yet, but to be on my expect to say a ball of kinky, I call 5 CDC within, say no. Agree, no. Fair enough.
Sana on your kind.
Oh, but
I can't also be anyone away.
The American come and aqua was
Jenny, I say, and now on that ball of kinky wedding, and they will say buffum. Yes, I don't need a kind of opposition. Maybe that's all opposition. It's me bah.
Solo Sanya, you know, yes, because I'm on your bonnet, Yatia bread. It's a figures here, your debt to GDP, inflation, Yatia, and this if one name. Ghana economy said the next year and 1 year campaigns here for my woman. President Mahama so better or be fix it. But so what can you now so who say a resources and already or the bay
oh my country also many resources. Finance minister or what I know one my make was here be fix it. Hey, me na make a finance minister onya naso. Onya naso teacher wa twanyam say be bad meburu media especially meburu no and go for break. I'm telling you. Say be man mebunu nye adwuma no many beje pa what you all starting free baby nya de omu nyina be nya adwuma but on my private sector nyoma mugu a one aspect interest rate say to me ko for my private sector be fa mebunu bebre ana mebunu so ya fa mo no so no hwe na moko obi adwuma mu a mama mo nsa nko ha mo because ye kan no mebunu bebre so man ko fo nsasifo o fa na adwuma a o ba de obeje wo no ebe na go bi agya na adwuma obebe mu na audience ga koto treasury bill because office okwakofo obi abie na adwuma bi a headache ti mummie mu na meburu nya adwuma be meburu so monso no boko a monfa na se adwuma na mommoa na nye de entumpo
adwuma ne de oso mu biem because a change of government ama and ka ghost names yi anke gu ayi NSS su
na mo so musu
oh yes so him for so
Mustafa Yusuf ne your friend say entry your friend asibe omonto na na bi no mo atio no mo ye press conferences are you with me the gospel of God ye can Bible say Paul ngomo troko ma Korinto for and be na Kerofurata ne ye what American what Korinto for no ma ebre yokroma o shame lawyer shame
enemy lawyer and staff enu dua me melane ne ye kwanimu
I love the so common. I don't go with ya. Or one confirm lawyer for some. Bonum lawyer and Cassa. I didn't say Muna Moniacan. You got Paul a strong Marco Macoronto for. Can a strong Marco Magana for. What the American or my. And I'm also so. ana magye ato woda ma me fancy ana wo mo so nto aso ebehia
okay so abusuafo ye beto aso na me fa seda ma yaboafo na me nto aso ye ton sase ensase amanso twibia ni ho e de ema ankrankran ti so lo Thursday ana ye behia ya wada there be this week ya and no answer after I was say shia na yes abobobo so budget no eti ya to asase amanso twibia ani ho mene edemo ebeto so na ansa na no estate developers any individuals ankrankran ya mo passas yesremo manso twibia ni ho kumase atasamanso residential area e wona asase no edekrom fifin edeyi ankasa eben headline educational complex Manzayo hospital hwa e na asase ne da enti wo betimi afre numbers amebo bobo so no na tese won set mi aka asase no 0549 436442 0549 436442 and now say 0549 436442 0549 asasini de krom fifi enfesi kan kosi obi so onkoto asase mawo asase wura na nkasa betimi afre direct no ama wubusuani wadanfo bi akohwa asase no de krom fifi na kama ya your document di amawo afa ye ton commercial building efi ye dwapade kese e wo circle efikasie pa commercial building circle odo rice honoma eben American mall ho circle fifi pa na dana me kase baby sa no nya na wo di bia radio station ya eye pa TV station radio station di ota bia no residential area ya na mwakra na circle pa no bia adwuma radio station working announcement na flow sa wo su betimi atode adwapade kase pa de your business bia ya wo pe fra number 0244-810339 0244-810339 and now says 0208-178953 0208-178953 yes say ubet media school B&B banking hall be abetimi ede aye top chocolate spread and so the fat bread ede and chocolate anka so top choco 3-1 chocolate drink and so cocoa wo milk wo sugar wo do hia no so hie baby ennom frɛ 0243 033033 imbusable mixture your number 1 immune booster imbusable mixture ebusu ewodwaso ebustu immune system ema wanka se hunu se oni padua no ahoɔden sonko ewomu enti yade akwankru bi hawo no phone wo da dro so a borwe baabi etonro wo Ghana ha bia ko pay imbusable mixture to frɛ 0246 208496 0246 208496 Father Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Hospital. Watch your appointment at cha. Hey, me a wo frame ni boy bia de ma wo. For any chef Father Abraham ho, chiredi kwa ye be body say ya. Ye be body say ya. Was me kan cho so pe promotion. E wa adwuma mu abra bom. Cases bi da so. O pe lack wa adwuma mu adito mu. Awadie mu bibia mu a. Ai op appointment ya Father Abraham Herbal Spiritual Hospital ene so je jomani suani ni appointment ne bem no age ode afa obi a cancer house stroke diabetes ade bia how sickle cell koko no BP num typhoid no HIV no nyina no for Father Abraham abibidro fie wa yare se fie no ho ye was special soap ahodo bia enu so dware bi de bi wo huru wani mu a ene chief of staff no Dr. Callistos so je jomani suani of Uncle Barry Asofa behind Star Filling Station, Fresh 0244 371695 0244 371695 and now says 0559 114122 0559 114122 Nama Eddie Asembebo or the Asembeba or the Asembebo or the Asembeba Abusia Tabia Herbal Sentence you do Papa Bejaso what the Tabia Herbal Mixture Tabia Herbal Mixture and no eboa papa na eno no obi a malaria fever no honam duamu ye wo no mato a wuntimi ni di no na ohia tabia herbal mixture afei tabia herbal capsules so obi asisi yade ne yamutim hawo 3 days 4 days etintimu yem bomode apɛ tabia herbal capsules esiesio ema e clean wo system no kama edura no odinti ma wo mankoda no for wafafuro wonya 18 years ekwa tabia herbal mixture tabia herbal capsules Ghana baby eton no bia no ubenya bi na wato frɛ 0243 686861 0243 686861 0245 749206 afɛ yeba ne aba bedi enkomo ewo efia ha sei medical ka se lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah ena Dela Edem head of corporate affairs minerals commission wo ajo ebusuafo me sanso mama Kwabena ndase
Nana ya Joseph
Dela esisei
nyame adom nana
me ma utiri nkwanso
me dase
he said the nkrofo framinti no amukwa Father Abraham ho me am fra me de bini mu abia but Father Abraham de kwa trade ni ku pipa so na fa koma no why no anye izo edu sa mre ya wo mu mpanifo no so bro edom egu won so course eba ene kira se enye ize kura enye ize lawyer memo akwaba biem
Joso
se bibi aboko de
patron dadim
no appointment aba and I would godmother
me godmother for some dos
godmother opem kese ba hokra maintain appointment obo obi ada ako obo obi ase ye dom de na chipa menti unim election ni me ka se mi post 2 no me ne share da but one on one ye nya that encounter ne da mi post because me hwe adwuma no wo ya obo obi anu mo wi asesa afa mi hwe no kwana kala ahye e kala nyina asesa ne kala ahye ba maintain a point and then this lady Bridget under 18 that lady no Bridget oh idin beba o trinity sa ono so nemu sa mente ono so appointment Bonnie yeah Bridget Bonnie ono so maintain appointment Bridget ana dia fatable na se dia mawa na esi esi bebre hwe de ma ye nkan pie
na ma hwe in University of Cape Coast 2006 June
okay
Satana Professor Moss position leader our position be almost 6 years na we school na e be fine me say the lab boy
that na mo co position
so
mo co position 2000
yes 2000 ti opposition until we school no now it's our time they do two radio so June 2006
okay
at radio so this is the 19th year
okay
19th year my radio ni TV so 19 years a fair appointment aba
really
yes this will be our hwe edru time be metumi ye on man FM boiling point me 2 years obidum say o de la ho na wani ye den fi bae metumi ye program ni John Buedu Samia Wuku Popsi na doye na so wusu bempa Kwame Kwachi obo woni pa 4 na me show mentem we debated 18 years into your position 8 years atena ba me 8 years asa ba bio nti na ye dawa wo
19 years
19 it is not easy so obefi say oni ama we appointment anya easy o
ara na wo ni godfather ni godmother na ana say Kwabena dia wo so won nka so pa appoint na wo mpe ana ye cha na nso
na wo mpe sen nti na this time on say afa na ehunu ejuma na ni so until this time immediately appointment in the buy pen and media radio so call for the meantime and I'm starting say and I face so one more no my juma for the past was actually akwa we the financial baby when Samia ye juma in the position 8 years when the fellas kwachi ye juma wa bem 8 years when Julius Debra no nimo until who doesn't know you everybody my baba ya kwala boni ya kwala papa or party ni mu anti time no they so nyankopon de ma edene ya wuti fia wonni baby appointment ni fia eba na ya bodini na wo yare na wa koma nsi te we nti se wudini ba and appointment ni bi enye ni fi baby fi ministers wo
okay
baby fi
president wa mo die
yes okay no chief of staff or no the former president no approval Ansah na ba
okay
nti
a process
nana uyo obi na se wunnim we nyina wo tifie sase ye be frɛ wo boa yɛntena fie ni akasa wo be yɛntie fie afrɛ wo
media ma ye adwuma nti ye be frɛ me
nti edene nti me media me de mu example sɛ me media abanda me ne nim PSA Benada so ne me nim PSA Benada de bi o Adom FM TV UTV no kana
pa
yɛden ko bost.
Oh, okay.
Me beto no 1 year on radio Ansah me beto no.
Okay.
He has done almost 19 to 20 years on radio. I feel now. And you can just imagine ntabutre enya butre kakra. Obia de be sort because and then me obi tina baby ayedi nkomo.
Obi be ka say wanya wo de ntina wo kasa.
Obo be 12 places a minim. Yemfa obi an share.
Okay.
Me feel office na me be. Obo places 12 places a yemfa obi an share obi yen troye. Enkrata me hunu any appointment list a me hunu ni ade a me hunu nyina no. Obi an fo obi a shanti.
Okay.
Nyame adomo bia benya kakra. Se we obi a wo kasama NDC party no a na se sebi we nya baby an sha. We are sure say Andra meeting a communication team, you are likely to have opportunities there and there. So because when I share a bias in our customer buying, I mean you'll be better off than
but the my witness instance say bia obi ho no maybe be kasa na yembo ni din unsa metia me say ma bo ma mi di o e ma pa alarm light ni de na che say omo ye active pa me say me last year be December ni mana be November me post to Bobie. She's not my friend. Me no me hu say oh yeah me post to no. So me see me hu say ne color crash. Ba e bia say on cast or appointment. And I say Bridget Bonnie so no me hu ni say oh yeah adwuma me tin say ya boni di e bia me nim di etuem. But e bia say ya ma obi appointment ba also on penny so. What be sir?
I me say ya me ba TV3. Now, no answer be can't.
Carry no bebe mu why lawyer.
Bebe. Oba be can't say ye man appointment and or reject it say opa your party juma.
Okay.
Ya mean.
Ye man appointment.
Ye man appointment. The appointment me sure say.
On a national organizer.
National organizer and definitely you could have been a minister. So I deputy minister before 2 times.
Yeah.
And see on one
answer be youth and sports and Ashanti
region deputy. So on one answer about appointment be can't say ye man or your friend or say man appointment and or say on pay. Na opeso tsena party no yejuma minimum bi so a party no mu a o se me pa appointment yes dey bi tsena party nim esanse nipa mienu miansa bi afi party no akọ chief executive officers wo so tsena na wo yejuma de boa party na esa party de begu and as a party no hover down pine and they have seen the circumstances that people who said I want to stay in the party and work, and there are others who have said me pa appointment yes dey bi you cannot get work to do now. China and the dynamics in war. But we are sure say wherever you are exploiting say when your opportunity no it will come eventually. Inti abutre me no be no mama ye juma bi say Bobie said the near can say
oh yeah no media phone kwara ya mo de mo fire and
there are people who have worked
the lad ya wati okay 19 years na wati mu
absolutely
Bobie nso ya che and then me from where I sit no meaning say Bobie course wo pe baby here the be man
exactly. And then person
Kwabena
chief of staff the be man
yes
Kwabena person pe baby afa ye the be man
do baby am share me kana Kwabena
but no ngasa person ye ni media work no that kind of thing
there's no way Kwabena course say chief of staff me pa ha yem fa man
how
but ebia onu ankasa no onim ni a oye
exactly
me na na ma me tia no me engo me Kwabena me ti kon I was say ye adwuma
exactly
anima bebre sisi o se ye adwuma
na ntie won krofo a obi bo say me dem impep appointment pe adwuma pe business
okay
obi was me dem impep appointment bi am person ye business almost wo ho ntie enye obia no pe we no obia no pe but party no egusu a ye che me say it will take 3 months or 4 months egusu a ye bibia be fefe
okay Karen. But so far, me South as a youth word lawyer. I was a lawyer Karen why? me lawyer na otimani mu wa ha say appointment ye dey from kakra bi ni aba main topic ni so wo hwe de wugina yi NDC mu so far we appointment ye hu say ya kwa election ye wini a ministers now be hu say we were 54 we were 60 we were 65 we were say ye hu be President Mills ba even former President Mahama 2012 to 20 hu ministers on mo ye adwuma and though President Mills were ma some okuje to abla kwano Felix nom and James net youth wom but hu say empenifo and then we share this time around wankasa no what na chire anene me first time no hia wo hu ni say
oh me the pass be no no mama hope say this government no more very youth centered from the beginning. Mr.
Youth centered,
very
okay.
Era John Mahama, the baby will be a michiano. The way all focusing on the youth, and my hope say, previous governments ni say. Na old names be in person me bubu de bet say my target to be omo was system ni mu ache nti the way o match was system ni mu na was saying hu some mpuntu bi but hu ne sa nti ye pe fresh blood ye pe new faces omo wa hoden omo wonim di na na Yera Jo Mahama so de won kofa just anybody or no ye known for so obey appointed technocrat omo ni medjuma. And so the first yendu 100 days po omujuma na esuini omomodin bone so de kama me obi say Yera Felix kwachu fusu the way oni dinki town the way o my information very timely information we say oni mejuma no they no say me share finance minister dada solo or say mu bi anko share white in bigina ho finance minister ba ku bi die oni de fire ho kra but we no come market no ni am food nkomo wa ho din no yes and it gives you hope it's we a young person now who share this and also who be say one day say me to me no my exactly also
juma day ama wo party a
ebeju baby undi 19 years dey mum but ebiana
Prince Minkasa two person say omon tie mu wo microphone 19 years de la
Ansah but you be put to use say be ya on mine I think say the focus ne on mine koso ye person Ghana ye tina JDM buy or say resetting into no young people know the omabani de dakwim kama peso ye nipa
okay but the la unim say me ni mpanimfo bi ahia omo ka say youth no wodu omo lead this anka ni yie mu a enke mpanimfo no wodi mpanimfo no bi a chief executive officer na bi a deputies no why you youth no ma di mpanimfo no anamon so enti edru ba bi a na wa claim mpanimfo just say youth na dey take you over but all of a sudden na pa ebia samija PMMC na kwa akodua Erica J na de akodina ha na wo ye no hono mo no ahwe yi a President Mahama betimi anya ebia ohawo ewo ho mpanimfo ni bi nso etimi kan bibisa
nyana abai mu mpanimfo ho ukọ omampanyin nchen a yo honorable to forcing as the finance minister but ukọ the presidency the president's advisor on finance setepe
okay senior man pa
you have Guzitano, somebody who worked with Rawlings for 19 to 20 years
okay
abemu ayaba opposition whatever it is almost 30 something years in public service he's the one working on the policy to be used for the 24-hour economy. He's at the office of the president. Who called the president's officer? The matured people who are around him, serious. And you can be chief executive officer, but there is some notable figure, experience behind, who supervises you and guides you and gives you advice or counsel.
Okay.
And who problem or who consult very prominent and experienced people behind. Now what much church say yes. And abandon now quanti over Samia say Samini place away for PMC. Sami a lawyer ni ni nim dia obi enim Sami ni nim dia so
papa
na o share the mining sector wo mo kasa stakeholders nyina say wo be workshop omo be form sa gold board say ya Sami banners on you kasa Utumu say abranche no je wonim no onyini bebre na so nyame ache na de nim de no so o kasa kire utumu say yes we have all worked on that Sami. Sami will give you the due respect, but we call him boss. We are older than him. But Sami ne juma oye ne kasa mu ni nyoma oye no. Oye no. Baby e dia man so oye so far even people who are in the sector kasa say onu omo hia ye no kasa onu omo kasa say de onu omo ye na or they constitute gold board no a womani so na oma ni die so ni die pa enti ohwa okwa Asante regional the regional minister amako hine doctor amako hine obia se papa no aban papa ba otie kumase a aban papa na abe
young guy
ni ye ne nyoma o ye no se na nyi da ho
ye yi akokra regional minister office kura wote ho te se bola so
enti aban no nimpanyifo wom na mrantie so wom papa emma so wom papa enti hwe wo hwe jomama ne ye a o ye no a otumu say this is so much experienced person, the man is ruling with much wisdom. Otumu say they need da ho say maturity bi hwe ma menka sem bi miru a onyo bi a jomama ya esi ye nyina ka say obi aga na fo nyina obi a say aba me to ye mi nu mi ho nana ma hwe ministers a Nana Akufo-Addo di ejuma ye 126 na ye talk so 50 pesos ansa na Nana Akufo-Addo buy also the 126 ministers ebubuo man no ma ye ho atoye owie na ye talk so 4 cities na ye to watch 7 cities 8 cities o to dokro 7 cities on the 126 ministers ninse si form say twe
empanifo anso pa
guasie papa empanifo no na wo de hakman wo so agema osafo manfo obu age what na Nana Akufo-Addo age bomo na ndam 900
what is Sami most so na 1000
oh just say woman nyini na ye dia amambu ahye wo monsa na one Nana Akufo-Addo say he was in a hurry or penitentaba you buoman no not the ministers baku 126 now 126 ministers say everybody was using a Land Cruiser or V8 na cost over 40 to 60,000 and you can just imagine say 126 ministers $60,000 multiply every salary your mama buy or man paying your mama buy were you 66 ministers say 66 and on this 68 man say see am boy 56 on the age aka 4 deputies and substantive ministers 60 and to say oh be our
regional ministers
regional ministers 16 and so still your mama is using 60 ministers and they see a bona baso say papa say see ni dia wa mambuom na ko nim mama nka se be nchiro ye budget e de beto man pay nanim 20 million me who convert ko old wa am say 200 billion no and ye found the independence anniversary 20 million 200 billion Ghana cedis in 2024 you're spending 15 billion that's 150 billion Ghana cedis and they did the anniversary 2022 you're spending 13 million 130 billion and this year the budget no beto man pay name 20 billion 20 million that is 200 billion as you did the anniversary say you did the anniversary and ye de toton empa e de Kosisi hospital na nipa yare wada so a eye anasa ye de Mahama care wo mu a sebe e obo hu say ye de obi aba hospital so ye see TV so ye see o yare wenya cancer wenya sore throat wenya die kidney wenya dialysis sa yare bebre ne ye resist sika dia mani pa kono amampenjo ma say dia mo fa sa sika no emfa nko Mahama care eda mo beti say ye de obi aba TV so na say ye so obi yare bia ye no mo fa sa sika no nkɔhwe nipa kono ne nsa ne yare free eno ne ye fe ne Mahama care and see a president who comes to power and says I don't need 60 more ministers, I'm going to use only 60 120 me pay 60 ministers wo mo sika no ye fa nkɔ Mahama care wo mo sika ne ye fa nkɔ hospital ye fa ye bibi fa mo Ghana ni mo nya ho faso ene amamuo hwɛ amampenjo mama etena ase no say hajj all fear be mo na $11,000
dollars
11,000 Ghana cedis
okay onu fra
110 million yes that time
11,000 okay
amampenjo mama fear be mo 8 years pepepe na sika na akwa koduru 75,000 750 million
from 11,000
to 750 million
75,000 wow.
yes answer wako hajj amampenjo mama baye wakabako osi hajj no mfaso hajj no aya mugigi omusika ye de ko hajj aya omunya mfaso bi san mfaso no amunya wo ho no mamfa ma ban bio momfa nko hospital bi anasa momfa nko zongo bi anasa momfa nko ekure bi ase na momfa se sika nko ye bi
no after so what so no so kra no
what is about 62,000
after so what so from 75,000
to 62,000
eno kra mfaso kakra beka
enu kasfonso enu kra no mfaso kakra beka ana se san mfaso no a ebeka no mama mfa ma ban momfa san mfaso no enko ye bibi charity se ayare for baby mfa nkoma wo mo school dan bi na mbasia man krofi bi a enkwala bi na bi a wo ko school a wo bridge a wo mo fa so na yensu wo twa nsuo mo fa nya bridge something charity don't bring that money back to government. A president who says this owie ye pepe eno ka kire nkremofo se o ma wo mo holiday ba ko de aka wo mo de no oje kremoni o ye kristoni but oti wo ma se enti na ye ke ye be ma o ma wo kremofo holiday ba ko de aka ho owia o si hard village nkremofo tu kwan ya wo mo begu airport ho a na ya na o mo beda 2 days 3 days dini
okay
ti bia wo mo no nye nti o man pay ndo mama say yen si hard ma wo mo a airport company na si finance na wo mo si na nipa nkremofo ko haja wo ma ba be rest ho
but ye na menko lawyer so wa
enti enwoma o man pay ndo mama ba ya o ya nsa na ne budget be ya ye be ka ho asemi aseda ne de mane ya se ya nto aba we ye ntisa na akufa do aban a na enim se aban papa be yo
okay lawyer Karen echna aside e-levy covid levy betting tax nomno niema ye hwe kwan no ye hwe kwan pa because Ghana issue Ghana ye den ye di bronya wie ye aye be ya toto ne mu kakra but obi anim se abandada ne budget na mu no ane wa ye sha ye diko one kasa expectation ahead of a budget no from finance minister no there na what can they afam.
Social media is buzzing. Maybe I very hopeful. Okay. Say budget no. Honorable Casio, he's on top of issues. Enjoy me space now by humble himself about space and youth are being engaging or see will be on Canada dream. Then all we expect our budget demo. A bit more keka, the omobeka. Be more bo mimi say ya me oba say omuka agenda ho asem say yenye shelters emma women and children they are in need obi bo sa so e be more ka pots and same island say 21 taxes nkwane da so na you John Mahama ni stakeholders are engaging no abo taxes 21 ni na ka say sa taxes ni na obe finding ways and means obe absorb.
And then you shock because
exactly
120 days ne wom President Mahama speech somebody have speech you know he told it to be also be rationalize import duty taxes and you say said you boss or china you shop
say no say no say very excited because young boys ne o ma be yeah pa na ye deny side hustles nya na say youth omaba omo main job omo be two side hustles be omo di pushy ni na ne say obetimi afford the lifestyle
say nyina ye tonaton
say be ya betimi ato e bia car e ko to accident car free Dubai car be that port town mi kan any taxes enti me den de me expectation the taxes because nyamamu se say de wo kano adding purchasing power no dey I reduce it amasidi no say who come market untimi kwan didwa so weni o kwa why your budget sa o kita list na o twa be film na o yi be film ahomti at your age even though we are not that old you so say nke be simi afford some nyaman kitinkiti be dey exactly na eja ya nyaje kakra na krum ha dey o ha young boys enije kakra bia o ko ejuma. So many that taxes ni so pa e11 ni say me call panel for me counterparts no or say at that time no na 11 hu hia nti sisi 11 ne hu hia biom nti say ye uraje di mo aba no se o mpe no o expect say obi wo ko fa tax ni buy no wo expect say obi nyi
time wo ko be na nipa no say time no a ye di 11 ba na hu hia ba ye say di hu hia
so say ndc for say o mpe nti o mu yi na so
ono so percent ndc for yi
ko fa buy what do aba afi de obi ne mbe yi ma we wa bake cake etwa ho you aye ho party kinke party say o celebrate 11 ye ko kan okum ha na aye manso enti no me de 11 ni de nuisance tax kese pa me susu say and I think from discussions akoso ene metie ra eduji e TV3 metie economists be Professor Bobie other people who say everybody is expectant say 11 day na COVID-19 levy wu hanu for crime to COVID-19
levy to ya de munim ya hwe say wo sorry na say ya me twen me salary eba beto me phone so a ho me ATM ayira enti electronic transaction ameye me transfer sika na free me bank account mu e dia beto me momo wallet so no levy ebeti
double taxation so die
na ma transfer ba me phone so na bia me tade ana me sendi bia ma wo bia me say to levy
eno de yapa tax yapa and they didn't listen to us complaining now inti no yenya listening government you hope so be you na as I was saying COVID-19 even baby are COVID free buy no muntu as tax nti yes sir aban so you free ho I don't think it's necessary betting tax kum high I be na yeshini na say imebunu ni nsheda nye adwuma papa bia wo mu ye na sometimes o ho chirewa ho chire de wo kon social kakri bi mu I'm a Christian. You say I am an shed anye at the papa bia, but youth no watch you, maybe no watch you until more pay loophole be any betting. Most of them are no out of necessity, not because he be a omunya and kibia they wouldn't do that. Papa
yeah, follow the track and wait to survive.
And to know say
me cry follow to track come yentimi survive na de won ye adwuma kra
enti no say won create atmosphere e be boa mebunu ni omu businesses agana mebunu yenya akwadwo for as I said we have more than 2 side hustles me amiti he me review amount for literature me PA mo obi me say makeup artist adding
ti one we twa nim sa no
we dey me ko no mo ye
lawyer be muntie lawyer mo so we dey
me literature review mama
for okay
me PA
we PA
Emma lawyer bi
okay
esa ye makeup
e busia for lawyer Karen Sifo Ansah
yes and now court Mondays to Friday Saturday now beje wa home no be require for no so pa now ko twini ni manu now pe coins bi so na ye we ni ne chi ni ese we bet kakra na ijaye dia socket en o san age free sim yes and now o my ye depressed
so tro me enu me ane
enye unti yes right so and also ye nuisance tax emission tax
oh yes
me what tiny a koklo maja bia michi
okay
me tot fu na ya yankasa u maintenance
oh baby bia u twini kakra ko okay
nti emission tax ne so I koye say another double taxation on its own nti no government I think say the learned brains are your comment will be can't we find ways and means I basically generating revenue aside taxes and when youth no year because you per se you see me afford the basic like we are not even asking for much in bisa say you know and as you were talking say older people near the Bible cry longest reigning king odi 40 years on the throne obesi akunyane so no edi 7 years Africa happen na okoka almost mebunu nye fit for leadership. So Mimi Susu said these new people new young people they have a dream power mbesimi their boy ideas are ebe buana urajo mahama ebe simi ede omaina koninim nti no me share omaina kan call first before partisanship, because no, we've had enough of it. Ghana and as a partisanship ne also. Inti ye youth no. That's our expectation. Inti. Yeah, she.
It's good. Yeah, what we say no china taxes.
Me the only taxes ni free ho. Obviously, we have been Peter to pay for na so only taxes now by all means. The best baby fufu. But me so me the say, especially ye nuanom MPP phone. Mona mo drive digitalization. Tell mo person mo running digital economy. Nancy, who person uti obi mo kra on person obeji. Because of sa extra charges ni adene was no. It is sa 11 ni adene. It even
what part ya kura wie na wo send momo no. O say ya fa charges kan ho.
Ne ya.
Adene ya 300 ya. I just say wo the 30 cedis say
300 and 3 cedis e kan ho.
En total there 1000 I just say wo dey say 10 cedis e kan ho.
Yes, and you are pushing the youth away from
onje wo the momo onje.
Na say woni cash sika wo phone, so now what na taxi mo. Imagine the embarrassment. Taxi driver bi wo ho onje mu ba money. Nti na yes na yen so yen ho twen because yen more yen born before computer for na yen nimu kaka Gen Z for ya be. Nti no, we would like to engage them on this their digital layer but sankofa bibia a moving away from digitalization and I think it's not because Ghana amine bebre akọ omonim ejayin especially with digitalization.
The la on the message biaba the la member or say toll booths have to be reintroduced again. Yeah,
exactly.
Because ye toll booth free one must
levy buy. It is what the 11 if you are now the toll booth number. Drivers will pay. That's all you can baby. A simple straightforward matter.
Because driver to me and take she and complaining potholes near the didn't want to have yeah fat tracks in Trinity free harbor and mark a client say na on to ya young conquer loan ye loan abo coin be din say the kwakwa ye kwan we na ye di loan na ye kwan no na driver for nam so free drivers and complaining toll booth
nana me driver for time one ye levy toll booth ye levy buy na aban be catch and say wo munya 71 million annually. That's 710 billion.
Okay.
But omo catch and say ye levy no abeba no omo more.
Yeah.
I'm saying it will give them it was going to give them 360 million. And so that one was better. Driver for concerned drivers ba bontin be catch and say womunjai momo de no na wombatua toll no drivers no say toll no ye na etua mo de mo mane wo ho ne entua no na mo yi momo no mfiri na na hwe say wo ye o ma mi we kurase na oyare na ya frɛ wo sɛ o ma me akɔ hospital na yɛse ento druma na duru nya yɛ 340 enti petri sikabra na yɛ fanto druma wo hwɛ wo phone so wo 350 ana sɛ bia wo 200 wo kɔ akɔ bɔ bisia kwa da ba beguso me kɔ sɛne sika na kɔ akɔ yarefoɔ ɛmɔ de to duru aban o tinkran sɛ saa sika na wo de kɔma wo ma me amana to duru no agye sɛ wo ma me 1% and 1.5%. Me ba wo school. O se ba e kom de me sika asa. O se me sane 200 bi. Sa sika no wo de ko ba ma wo ba. E wo secondary school mo de didi no. Aban se me jo 1.5% tax. Enti yi bi fi mu ma me. Wo twe no a enye enti enne wo kwa koto ade se de Karen kai. Wo kwa koto ade o ba bi. Na wo ma obi momo a. O se da bi. Ose sika no ma abaje me yankata ma abaje ma de man sene mo because ye better the charges aba we share bo opposition say the topmost priority of the NDC government will be to implement the following measures in jama NDC for kind say they will reduce hardship NDC so be reducing hardship on manum ya dendodo na eba turu baby sa obe djumo na wuko didi a wontumi mfa wonyanku nka wadwun enka ho because first no you 30 series am betu me no betu didi abadin sisaba say say wo kwa adwuma na say wo no nyonko kwa kwa di say wo de 100 na eko ana say wo de kwa 80 60 because ediani a wo kodun na mpo ba kwa wo koto no ye 15 series enti when na wo kodi first na wo kodi di a wontumi say say wo kodi wontumi for bi ndi wo chi bi o
dabi
office
America brabo bi Anthony de
na dokoro e 50 pesos ababa ba ye 4 cedi ni 7 cedi a we ye dey obi di ochi because we di me nu a 14 ono di me nu a 14 28 asam enam de hey nti na ho kire wo nti NDC for share boss say we will reduce hardship na sa will reduce hardship na wo manifesto no page 22 no ene say enwoma bi a ye enwoma bi a aban dada ne de ba ye ana ma ya kikire no ye be ye firi ho sa o say aya dey o say aban no mferi nti aban on feri o the VAT beto electricity so VAT no dey to electricity bill so say yen charge VAT ma no aban ana onjene ye ho aban no onjene ye ho de wo mo benya ene de wo mo medie enkwa no mo dwene ho enti Honorable to force said this budget review will be historic.
Okay.
Ono aka said no munton. NDC was 20.
I just said VAT no credit there is dan kan ya. Wow.
Obeyi.
Okay.
Enwoma ye be ye ho betoyen. Obeyi. Se bibi na so ntumi yi a. Oba chire ma che Ghana for say Ghana for yi. Sa die we de be de nsaka enye yesesia because it will dislocate the economy because economy per se recover. Enti ye bi a be ha oba chire but die hie nyahwe emrante ne mabati na asem amoke emrante ne ababa wa no we university ofie onye adwuma ne papa di 58 years ne papa na man chop money ne papa man chop money 20 or the 10 series akwakoto wache edidi aka 10 series de kita no or the attack credit a good phone so e no akasa se Manchester United ne Chelsea kobobo me see Manchester be wini 2-1 enti o twa ne bet or the 5 series e twa bet say nipa no onye adwuma no otifie no a ne ma me ne man chop money no the sika 10 series no eno e no de twa ne bet na ban say would bet ni we are mami 10% wom sebi na nyanse wo mu we mu ene de we enti aban no se debi sa yi levy ni ade ye be ye firi ho ne yi levy no se firi ho ne yi emission tax na de petrol so no ye firi ho de ye ntumi ye firi ho no ye be kire ma kire aban enye no nko a enkwala emma e wo school a wo mo sanitary pad and say e wo ye 120 days no ye shebo enti we expect the finance minister to remove it. So when to me and yeah, because oh, this bank can crunch rain. Oh yeah, because and this is for share, but so be you live over ye through emission tax over ye through 10% betting. Omo can say emra and my more secondary school. What my mom pampers because I buy me buy ya only the tax but to pampers so near top pampers 23 city 25 city pampers back pampers near 23 city 50 pesos and answer on mobile bay. One more corner top pampers 23 city 19 cities. Woman say papa bi wo turn one obedwane enti aban we say aba de ye ne say eye emmayiwa no mo secondary school ye share bo opposition ye pese tie wo finance minister say sa promise no ye no o se ode emma obema mo emma eye sanitary parts wo school no ye betumi aya na
okay de la ye na fa ho ni sima me na ye nyenye
obetumi aye
because
no ya na say on the crow mo ka kire no wo ma di so ade ba ko a mo say university boys eso e hwe wo manifesto no say e 120 pro day program promise ni bi say emranti a wo mo ko first year wo university yes wo mo bo enti ochina ye nyina be fa book ni nkrata ni atena ho na hwe ni kredi a ndc ni
education minister can say parents need to after budget no omo be refund this kind of the amount
exactly
and me who say fellas so I can say
omo budget
they will take care of covid levy betting tax 2020 best scrap if okay enti ye hwe de china no eba na enche na memre no yakọ
okay
dela gift your worry owai mama ni bill
ya mani bill say ya mani bill
okay ne ya
ai Yamani Bill and Drain newspapers being published.
Okay.
Now Yamamin Casaminchro.
Okay.
MPP for in politics ni be ye or more opposition in politics be ye papa. Oh Yashana Yehuno. Oh Yashana Yehu gift your warrior Yehuno. Gift your warrior day. Or Barbesia. And ye did Jumasha Sase National Service for no Ucha or Muka. And now Wakakofa on your moon or no warm Wakakofa. 81,000 names 81,800 and I'm going share ghost name and I'm show and nipa wo mu di ni nkrata mu no bosum bia wo mu tua wo ka na wo mu tua wo ka num kamnya omunya 50 million Ghana cedis every month. That is 500 billion.
De la yate sanchiri meba yate sanchiri.
Yes.
And then no I say me sheda friend nkofo me frɛ me nua ayi moro udu kra host to Good Morning
Metro
TV friend na me say question is say I say Gifty or worry akoye the center
of attraction
yes, deputy though Nchemu Bini say she was in charge of finance ewo NSS no enunti na aso wono na enti mi pese mi bisa se adenti na gift or worry abeye main target ewo discount that we see mu
nana oti say omanpanyin so na e ka say national service for be if your mind if you are under investigation that's a woofy to kwanya so police farmer and I say ubo see the farmer
but one was she under any investigation? She wasn't under any investigation.
The whole National Service Secretariat was under investigation and she was aware. The whole National Service Secretariat was under investigation because neati and then I catch a BNI for me investigation.
But officially obi anka nja na mete anu na say you investigate bibi wa ha say na me maintain hwe na say metu kwa say me metu
na so yo nti emfa ne say one tin o two kwan
one tin o two kwan
one tin o two kwan so two kwan what is say ye hwehwe wa na say ye police force say ye hu
eno waba
oba ye na police force say ye investigation na ye investigation ya say ye chi nipa no said the MPP for Chere said the Chilipan, Sani say Chilipan, ye invite you. Because in say under the MPP administration. Ye over to be chia Chinipa was sorry them. Kwesiada Sunday church. Mebo Academy. Xavier Sosu. Chachuchikata. These two people, there was attempt to arrest Xavier Sosu because of demonstration. We also were Kwabena, Omo Chen was sorry them. So Chachuchikata was arrested in church on Sunday. Well, give your worry by your friend, no, your friend, yes, but BNI for say, Branian show uncrate. You see a bizarre occasion. You be any friend. And an lawyer for Babantini who gift in a who gift. Police for BNI for Fanduko police station. Who name police station and Yadi Nipakono co. Ah, obey the who is a Wahana. No man, I'm radio, so ye who Nipan. Why you are not looking for the person? Must you who? Give you a new red money bill.
Me say, Adentina gift your warrior, your deputy no. Abeye the main suspect. The scandal. Because President Mahama Nechana Yehudi Siya Sa Alhaji Al Hassan Muhammad Imuru na oye NSS executive director. No 2013 to 2024. August Mune BNI San Menomi BNI. Answer President Mahama de ono no want na say journalist phobia na say on one
occasion
and my BNI for your investigation who you said. Then NSS executive director Eddie Ghost names Egu system 31,516 and then this director was arrested. Emma ye prosecute no ye de ne court remande no that time goes name 31,000 no scanner obenya kra me scanner kra wa henfa enu de na ye burusu bia ho ba bia o afimu no scanner obenya kra no na
sika
yen kan kitwa because that time na bia 350 no mu anu munye
so still na sika
pudu but o sha na enu anu ayi a NSS for the number 700 million we mu nam 700 million within a year 81,000 scanner be 750 million Ghana cedis no benya but on the night was less than 100 million Ghana cedis but no because he was the head director entino ye pekeno BNI for ye prosecute no ye remande no and then na nyo no kwa 34 others but this time around ya center bibia ewo lady no so I want to know the entia your friend is saying Mustafa Yusuf ewo ho ono na started 2017 ono na started ye na bi no ye deputy kan ho bi Emma Osayasi be enso bebe toaso so ono so te ho by gift deputy na say and then one deputy so di kan peke no but chief executive directors na nkasa no de yente se invite omu nyina since when
within the last 2 weeks all of them have been invited but omu on the quiet
Dela.
I'm telling you, they have been invited.
Dela.
Nanabi was invited. And now all of them in penny form day nimunya. See, say Nanamba says when I investigate.
You invited Mustafa Yusuf.
No, minister you inviting but the director sir, National Service Secretariat for.
Oh no, direct on it starting Nanado.
They have been invited, all of them.
Or says the inviting.
Yes, all of them have been invited.
Quiet no.
They have been invited. The same way Gift Your Worry was invited. The same way she was invited.
Gift Your Worry, the other guy, no quani it.
Then Gift Your Worry, the other day. It is because of Mampina Kase, Nipe Johnny. And Waba. And you inviting no. So Furori. Oh, okay.
Baba kuno Johnny no Ghana. And I inviting no. Ye omu detaining in United. Or says be into a size be what Ghana hey under President you know you say investigation or
investigation.
Ebia Gift Your Worry you ko no obeki can send be nema bebre on e be revealing nema bebre
Ansah thank you
lead it to
exactly
yes e be lead it to but ade a me pese me hu because I know me nyamre na me go through President Mahama now no kwa president someone coming from northern region kwa no o ma be na for investigating no ye che no ye remand no enyu onu nko a regional directors a omo ne ne conspire ye nyina no ye prosecute wo so that's the man President Mahama we are talking about, you know. Enti no I say when I Gift Your Worry Nana
Mamenka say minjiro I can assure the general public say and they say we your mama near pontia assemble copenes who say you must be very careful because when you sleep the way the man would JM will deal with you no until you as so investigation where it is not something that anybody can push aside anywhere. It's a thorough investigation. Investigation obia who you will be called, you'll be investigated. At the end of the day one more Maya Bonin will be sent to the court for prosecution. Easy. And they are day and it's a obiti baby na young frere wo na so nim say wo na we sector head and I said now was our sector who definitely you'll be invited because you if you inviting me on a finance director like Moke on a deputy D and he say obidi baby listen 81,000 also na say when me say nipa 10,000 I say wo na say ni udi 81,000 account or no na ebe kire nipa ye so ba be kire she will tell us or tell the investigating committee say me na me no say na me no Ansah na invite you nti monya abotre mayen na investigation where there it will